What do we got? 3 minutes. 3 minutes to showtime. Noties are out. Let's do it. Bungie live stream in 3 minutes. Let's see. Sound check. Mic is good. Stream audio is coming through. Let's see if YouTube is up. Let's confirm. Okay, YouTube chat looks good. All right, I think we're good. Let's pull up the YouTube stream. Today we're going to be joining or co-streaming the Bungie Part 2 developer live stream, which is going to be covering Kepler. I think they say Kepler, difficulty customization, and some other things, but I know mostly it's Kepler and difficulty stuff. So we're gonna check that out, and hopefully we have a little bit more new information than we did last time. Yo, Nick, appreciate the 28 months. What's going on, Nick? What's going on? What's going on? What up, Green? What's going on? Happy Tuesday, y'all. Hope you guys are doing good. Sorry for making these live streams go up, you know, like at the very last second before the stream start. But usually I'm working like right up until here, right up until this moment. So I try to go live at least like 5 minutes before when they do stuff like this. So we made the cut, but the stream should be getting started in about a minute. Just let me know if the background sound and everything is good from Bungie's end. That's their music plan, so if I need to turn it up when they start chatting, just let me know. But today they're going to be talking about Kepler, which is the new location, whatever activities are going to be available, and difficulty customization and stuff like that. So hopefully they got a good stream in store for us. When we ultimatum run Inspire and goes, I mean, I'm down, bro. I can't do it today, though. Today is going to be a little bit of a shorter stream because we're going to check out the developer live stream. We'll probably chat for a little bit, talk about whatever they end up talking about, and then I got to jump off and take care of something. But let's do a chat. What is that, a government office? Oh, this trailer's already fire. Ooh, I like the vibe of this trailer, chat.
Kepler. You've never been there. And you know every inch of it. It's the farthest either of us have been from home. In distance or in time. You're gonna get a call. An invitation only you can answer. And you'll say yes.
We got any Matter Spark hype in the chat?
They arranged it so you would never say no. Choice is real. And every choice you make will lead you here.
I wonder if we'll get a tease of the 9. We see a lot of falling. Whoa, raid? Raid tease? Interesting. Very interesting. We're gonna have to watch that again, chat. I saw 6 players on the screen though.
Hello, welcome to Bungie. Welcome back.
I appreciate y'all, man. Appreciate y'all.
Edge of Fate. What you just saw.
What's going on, Bosnia? What's up, Rage?
Trailer. We are 14 days away from launch. Yeah, 2 weeks. Pretty insane. Today we're going to be talking about what activities
Clock
on
is
Kepler.
ticking,
what
Chad.
can you
2
expect
weeks.
from world tiers as you're going through for replayability. And to introduce that, we actually have a wonderful human being on the couch next to me. Did I introduce myself? My name's Dylan. Hi. your name is Robbie. Hello.
Big
actually
dog
get
on
a
the
real
couch.
Introduction for you. How you doing?
Hey Dylan, it's great to be here. I'm the assistant game director for Destiny 2, and I focus on working with the broad Destiny 2 team and creating this game for our players and charting a new course to some new frontiers here with the Edge of Fate. Just 14 days away. It's crazy.
Right?
It's awesome. Yeah.
I keep telling folks on the team, it's like, we got 14 days, and they're like, wait,
What's going on,
It's
Red?
already
What's up,
here.
Francis?
So today we're going to be looking at Kepler. Can you give us a quick overview? What are we going to be looking at?
Yeah, so we're going to be looking at some of the free roam experience on Kepler, and we're also going to be taking a sneak peek at the end of one of our campaign missions that is replayable in the post game.
So they're gonna show some campaign stuff, chat. Spoilers.
We're also going to
Spoilers.
be talking here about our world tiers a little bit, which we've talked a little bit about in the stream, and we're going to talk about a lot more here today. And
I do wanna know more
what we're
about
showing
world
on screen
tiers. They
right
haven't
now
talked about it
is
that
the world
much.
tier difficulty selector that's on the destination.
Oh,
And so
there it
right
is.
now
That's the
we're
first
in
time I think we've seen
Fabled
this.
difficulty, and so
Brave,
and
Legendary,
you can
Fabled,
play through
Mythic.
the campaign, you can play through the main quest.
You get some
story
modifiers,
of the
reward
release, and
multipliers.
Brave or Legendary, doesn't matter. But after you do that, you're going to unlock Fabled and Mythic difficulties. Now, the difference here, though, is
This is
with
the
these
difficulty of the
difficulties,
location, by the way,
power
Chad. This is the
fully
difficulty for
enabled.
Kepler.
And so that means when you step out of either Brave or Legendary, you're going to probably be able to do Fabled. Most people will be able to do Fabled. Some people might need a fire team. But if you want to play Mythic, you're really going to have to climb power. The difficulty really escalates, and then the gear gets better. And so if you're hunting for that, that tier 2+, 3, 4 loot, right, you're going to be needing to play and Fabled Mythic to find those
Killer.
higher tier loot. Yeah.
Yeah, let's get some combat going. Really quick, what is the state of our fire team? You were mentioning we're in Fabled, so this is going to be after they've already done their first playthrough.
Yeah, so this fire team has played the Legendary campaign. Right now, they are inside of the Gorge, which is one of our 4 major regions of Kepler, and they are in free roam right now, and they are going through one of our free roam encounters. And so
Yeah, we're gonna have some world
the other thing I
difficulties.
should call out here
So you gotta
is,
step it up.
Within these
Yo,
free
what's
roam
going on, Dave?
encounters,
What's
there
good?
are
What's good?
reasons to basically go back through the destination using your new abilities in new ways. And so, sorry, can you ask me that question one more time? Like, I feel like I answered it, but then I segued into something else.
I said, what?
Yeah, that's the new
fire team?
rocket-assisted
yeah,
pulse
yeah,
rifle.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like the
Post-campaign,
sidearm, the
we're-
rocket-assisted
yeah,
sidearm,
sorry,
but
thank
pulse
you. Yeah,
rifle
we're
form.
hunting
Pretty sick.
higher tier loot and gear here on the destination, and they're also doing some of our post-game quests. So both Fabled and Mythic have their very own quest associated.
By the way, Chad,
with
if you want to
them
enter
as
that
part of the
giveaway and
post-game,
you don't have enough
that are
points, by
one
just
part of,
chilling in the
like,
chat, you
completing
will
the
earn more
Triumphant Seal
points.
to earn some
Giveaway
exclusive
winners pulled on a
cosmetics,
15, so you got
emblems,
plenty of time to earn
but
plenty of
also
points and
these world
purchase up to
quests,
15
unlock
tickets.
some,
So don't
additional
even
loot
sweat it.
in the game as well. So specifically the Mythic quest that's associated with that
Appreciate you,
world tier
Dame.
unlocks a variant.
So we're
armor
getting some
set
gameplay right
for
now of Kepler,
armor.
chat.
So, as you're playing through the campaign and throughout the experience, there's a 2 and 4 set piece bonus on the Kepler armor set. Once you complete that Mythic world tier quest, you unlock a variant of that has a different set bonus and a unique shader on it as well.
Oh, that's
Yeah, for
interesting.
Folks that didn't
You guys
see
heard that,
last
right?
week, or you haven't heard about gear tiers, set bonuses, we have a full blog article that went live last
Variant
week. Go
armor
ahead and
with
visit that and check it out.
different aesthetic and different
So
armor
we're
set
looking at
bonuses for the
this,
location.
This activity, this
for
is gonna be
Kepler.
a free roam mission, right?
Yes.
And these take place in places that are regions on the destination.
Yes.
Can you walk us through that?
Yeah, so I talked about it a little bit before, but this is the Gorge, and so the Vex have actually put a big security lockdown on this entire region inside of Kepler. And so
Interesting. They have
the
Matter
hard
Spark
right now is actually
shields,
breaking
chat.
through
So you
the
have to
security
use Matter
lockdown.
Spark
And so
in certain
each
cases.
of these regions
Aside from
feature,
puzzles.
multiple of these major encounters is kind of what we call them, these free roam encounters. And these are kind of like the scale. Ooh, I just got trying to get through that security grid, and he did not.
That's
make
going to
it.
be me. That's going to be me.
Each of these major encounters we have are kind of like the size of roughly like a lost sector, but ultimately they're more complex. They have more mechanics. That you have to use the destination abilities to solve some simple puzzles and encounters inside of them. And generally they have pretty thick combat, especially on the Fabled difficulty as well, where we
Yeah,
start
what's going on,
adding more
Sai?
enemies, tougher enemies, and also
Yeah, they're
there
talking
are
about world
beams
tiers right now.
that are applied in the world tiers too that are actually exclusive to Kepler. They were built specifically for this content.
That's awesome. Yeah, and then as you're going through these sorts of free roam activities and exploring Kepler, what other side objectives or objectives can pop up?
Yeah, so the way we kind of are thinking about this, right?
This is what we want to know, Chad. What activities are on the
pursue
planet?
A lot of this outside of doing the seal, the triumphs, and things like that, and mysteries and secrets. secrets, which we can talk about here in a minute a little bit more, is like it's about gear pursuit, right? It's about like earning that higher tier gear, chasing power. And so the way we constructed these regions, there's these free roam major encounters, there's tougher enemies that appear, there's HVTs that pop up, there's destination materials to loot, and there's this material called a faded cipher as well. And so you're going to be combining destination materials that you get from basically doing almost anything inside of the region alongside faded ciphers.
So kind of like crafting?
In order to be able to purchase specific items at the destination vendor.
Not crafting, but okay.
Relativity. At the center.
That's a lot of names and words.
So essentially, it's like a gear chase where you need certain materials and stuff
We'll have a recap in the TWID,
on the planetary location.
So like
Kepler, we're talking about.
What's cool about this is that in the post game, like there's a focus that we created, and so basically through the vendor, you can go and look at it and be like, okay, today's focus is the Gorge, which the fire team is looking at today. Most of the materials that you're earning here can be used to purchase gear, or you can convert your other materials you might have from other regions in order to convert it into the Gorge materials to buy stuff. But
okay, so there's like a
every day
currency
it's gonna
exchange
shift.
too?
That daily focus is going to shift, and so a little bit later in the stream, we're going to be seeing a part of Exile's Accord, which we've also some of our content creators and influencers showed as well, and some of their content parts of it.
We haven't seen that, chat, because we tried to stay away from more like spoilery stuff, but they're probably going to show that today. So just a heads up, spoilers.
What gets you access to that direct purchase loot?
Yeah, and since we're on the topic of rewards, you were talking about like the currencies and the vendor.
Yeah.
You had mentioned before the stream, actually, there's a new form of attunement for the destination as well.
Yeah, so something that was really important to us was like it just, we want to make playing what we call like
Chat, do y'all see that stasis melee? Not stasis, that strand melee?
Like when you earn that piece of loot on Kepler as you're completing these activities and just got nuked.
No, I'm so happy that they're dying because they were like, this won't be too hard. And it's like, oh, world tiers? Let's introduce them at a higher difficulty, shall we?
Yeah.
But sorry, go ahead.
No, exactly. Yes, this is Fabled pushing back a little bit. They're having to think about what they do, and they just used actually Mattermorph in order to open up a pathway to get around this Vex grid that opened up in the middle of the encounter. But anyway, we were talking specifically, I'm sorry, remind me.
Attunement.
Attunement, thank you. Yeah, so.
Yeah, they're playing on a higher world tier, chat. That's why they're getting nuked right now by these wyverns.
And any drop on Kepler that drops a piece of armor or weapon will have a chance to be that gear. We just wanted to make sure that as you're playing through the destination, as like you're carving your own path, you're figuring out your own farm routes inside of each of these 4 regions each day.
We got a gravity bane, chat.
We wanted to make sure that like, hey, if you're looking for the Giver, that auto rifle that's coming with the Edge of Fate here on Kepler, it's like you have a chance to get it anytime a piece of loot drops.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you had mentioned just a minute ago about secrets and the depth of the destination. I mean, I'd love to hear. Yeah, go ahead and expand on that.
Yeah.
So like, it's funny with like secrets and mysteries. Like you want to like talk about it a little bit, but like not too much
No
to
spoilers,
like spoil it.
Yeah.
But I think like the thing to scratch at.
Yeah,
here
the
for
world
the
challenge is
vendors,
nice. I
right,
like
is,
this.
We've talked about the destination abilities a few times. And so with the world tiers,
Like imagine having world tiers, but with public events and adding more new public events. That'd be pretty sick, chat.
Like basically all these little alcoves, these little
you know, layering like a reward chase on top of that. I think that could be pretty cool.
All throughout the destination
for like destinations.
That you can go and discover. And there's a lot available just within the campaign experience. Like if you want to play through the campaign and take it like really slow, and as you earn abilities and look around, you're going to find a lot of mysteries to solve. But we also wanted to make sure that in those higher world tiers in Fabled and Mythic, that it felt like this expanding expansion of that concept.
This pulse rifle is going to be really good, chat.
Even more abilities than ever.
For damage, like on mini bosses and whatnot, rocket assisted pulses are going to be pretty good.
And so we really wanted to make sure that it felt like there was just more and more to dive into the more you
Baited ciphers. Okay, that's the new material they were talking about,
in our
chat.
rehearsals, we never managed to get this perfect timing, but we have perfect timing. I would love to shift to campaign. We're going to be taking you about midway through campaign mission here. A quick note for the audience. If you're avoiding spoilers, we have disabled our VO. We have disabled our subtitles. We're trying to keep this so you are discovering the story as it comes out with the Edge of Fate and our new saga. So as they're getting loaded into that, I'd love to ask you just a couple more questions about free roam in the regions.
Yes.
What other things can happen in regions outside of campaign?
Yeah, so one of the big things that happens inside of these regions are side quests, which we've only talked a little bit about. And these are basically ways that flesh out more of the characters of the world, more of the stories of the people and of the place, and what's happening on Kepler and what's been happening with them before and what might be happening to them in the future. And basically what happens is as you're completing these regions as part of the campaign and you kind of start to unlock more of them, these side quests will start to become available. And so these side quests are available to you at any time. So again, like I was kind of mentioning earlier, like you can either take it really, really slow and take a really long time to get through everything the release has to offer, or you can just like beeline the main quest, beeline the critical path, and then when you get into the higher level world tiers, all of these side quests are now available to you. As we've been like play testing and closing out the Edge of Fate here, it's been really interesting to watch different developers and people play test the content. Myself and Blake Battle, one of our executive producers, he and I we're just like beelining it, right?
Yeah.
And then we get to the end and we like pop up in that and we're like, look at all these quests to do, while other people like want to take their time and like experience like the full story of every single little piece.
So we're actually we're getting into the campaign right now. And speaking of beelining, we've seen a ton of questions about getting raid race ready. So the raid race is going to be coming out on the Saturday after launch. I believe it's the 19th of July.
Yeah.
Just a heads up, chat. This is campaign stuff that they're showing. So if you don't want spoilers, they turned off dialogue, but minor spoilers for gameplay stuff.
You're going to want to play the legendary campaign. And so when you step out of the legendary campaign, you will be power ready at that point. Now,
I'm ready, dude. We got to get in there and get some practice runs in with the crew, though. Yeah, shake that rust off.
That dovetails into like replayability for the story missions in the campaign.
But I am ready, dude.
Yes, right. Getting that higher tier loot.
I'm still cleaning out my vault, though.
So when something that was like really important to us when we were thinking about replayability.
It's a lot of tight corridors on this map. You guys noticed that, right?
An expansion.
A lot of internal
really
spaces, tight rooms.
Some of the formula. Like we wanted to take some of the formula that we think works well, but also change other pieces of it. And one of the really big goals for us was just giving you more reasons and just easier ways to play. Some of the best content we've done.
Perfect
this
for
campaign
Titan.
mission is at the end of the Exiles Accord region. This fire team is taking down a giant Exiles prime servitor who's running some of the Archon's dark matter operations. Sorry, all minor spoilers.
No, it's cool. Bife is probably jotting this down, getting ready for a lore dump about the Fallen, all that kind of stuff.
But this is a really fun like multi-phase boss encounter that they're orbiting around this giant servitor, and we really wanted to set something up that this doesn't just was like a one and done kind of thing. And so things we've kind of done before that we're going back to that we think work well, there's going to be multiple weekly missions that you can play that are
oh yeah, I've already set that expectation.
We have a capstone mission for each
We are
of our
running day
regions.
one
We
for the
also have
vibe.
some bookends at the beginning and end of the release that the overall like length of them and complexity, they are very similar to legendary campaign experiences from the past. So something new that we did though for this release though is we also have
trying to figure out what the mechanic is in
story
this room
missions that take place during the campaign and you're first introduced to. These are shorter experiences, but they still have like huge.
Chad, I think it bugged out. I think what they were trying to do in the background, I think it bugged out because they couldn't progress.
Abilities and things throughout it, and so in the post game, in the higher level, in the world tiers.
What's the bar under the guns? That's the heavy ammo meter. You can build into ammo generation.
Rotating through a bunch of different randomly selected stories.
There we go. I think they fixed it.
15 minutes. Some people can, if you're going really fast, can get them down a little bit shorter. And those missions are actually one of the best sources of those faded ciphers that I was talking about earlier. And so the other thing I mentioned earlier too is we have specific quests for both
Gotcha, I missed
and
that.
Mythic, and these
I got
quests
you,
are going
Sock.
to take you through some of the big campaign missions again to experience them with new modifiers because we're curating modifiers and banes and things like that every single week on the destination. To have a little bit more
Rotating
curated
banes, that's
experience,
interesting,
but
and
then
modifiers.
Also, those quests introduce some like new encounters as well. And so, sorry, like I'm going a little bit all over the place. I mean,
We've
some of
never
this is
really
just,
had
so
like a
much
dynamic
information
space
to talk about.
like what
But
we
the thing,
had
like,
with
again, I wanna,
Dreaming
like,
City, so
drive
that
home
could
here
be
is, like,
interesting.
we wanted to give you really strong incentives to go in and play the free roam experience, to extract materials, to play our story mission playlist. It's called the Time Latch mission playlist, to earn faded ciphers, but then also to have reasons to go in and replay some of our biggest campaign missions again through the weekly missions playlist, kind of like the heroic stuff we've had in the past.
And on the stream last week, we talked about how as you're unlocking the destination abilities, you carry those forward after the post game, so you can go in and replay and then have some of these things available, right?
Yeah, that's a really good note, and thank you for hitting on that. Like the way we designed this content was the campaign slowly stepped you into these different abilities and unlocking different versions of them and higher tier versions of them. When you're in the post-game experience, we intentionally
Are there
designed
3 different
puzzles and
servers?
encounter
Gotta
mechanics
be.
and things, and like even in this boss encounter, there's multiple times that they've had to use Matter Spark to like get into the vents and stuff below this area.
They just killed that servitor, but there's still a
and through the campaign,
health bar at the bottom.
you
What?
would actually have to go and find like a Matter Spark pad to activate that, and that's actually kind of part of the puzzle. It's teaching you to kind of look at the world and think about the world in a different way that is intentional. But then in the post game, as soon as you complete the campaign, you unlock Matter Spark anywhere, and it's basically like your souped up Sparrow for the destination, and being able to summon
Interesting,
Matter Spark
okay.
anywhere.
Oh, there is a
means you
big
can
one. There it
actually,
is.
like, sequence break some of our puzzles and sequence break part of our missions, and that was like entirely intentional as a part of the design. And to be honest, Dylan, like the fun part about this too is like we're not 100% sure in some ways where people might sequence breaks things that we might not expect, but like that is just, that was intentional from the design perspective, that like we want people to be able to do that.
It's the magic of like the sandbox in Destiny of we don't know how players are going to take this ability.
This is
with
going to
this
be interesting though,
destination
Chad, with
ability,
all
with
these
this
puzzle
combat, et
ingrained
cetera, et cetera.
mechanics in the
So,
campaign and encounters
I
and
think I would
exploration.
love to ask you as well. So we've gotten a lot of questions. from
Pretty sure
players where
people are
they're
gonna
like,
figure
you
out a
had
way to
mentioned,
manipulate
like,
that.
This is comparable to a Rise of Iron. Like, how does that actually break down when we look at the Edge of Fate and Kepler? Like, you had mentioned depth and secrets and a bunch of different things. So.
Yeah, so I think like you and I were talking about this in rehearsal a little bit, where like that comparison is just to give us like a ballpark of where we want to make, but at the end of the day, it's like apples and oranges between what the Edge of Fate is and what Rise of Iron is. So when we've talked about that, we've generally been speaking towards like the size of this destination and the depth of the campaign and post-game experience. Like this is one of the deepest destinations we've ever built before, and that is why we've been making that comparison to Rise of Iron in that way. But also in terms of being like a little bit bigger. But also like the game is very different today, right? We have an entire portal, we have an entire
Very true.
offering that is there with a bunch of new content, new gear, new things to do. We have the raid with the Edge of Fate, obviously, but then we have the epic raid coming in the major update with Ash and Iron.
True, we also have epic raids now, chat. We've never had that before.
It expands the raid and expands on the story of the raid. It is new content.
That is very true.
holding
That's a good
anything
point.
Back for the base raid to build that experience. And so, again, the Rise of Iron to Edge of Fate, little bit apples and oranges, but we also are thinking about like the collective packages of what comes with this release.
It's a cool
because
little
the game is
use of
very
the
different
mechanic.
from what it was like back.
So we have the free roam missions, we have campaign, we have secrets, we have a lot of questing, that kind of stuff. I'd love before we wrap up with our campaign mission to talk a bit about what else players can expect in terms of destination activity.
Yeah, so we've seen y'all talking about it. Like we hear y'all, and this is one of those things where like we wanted to hold this back for it to be like a surprise and delight moment for everyone when it appeared on the destination in the post game. But yeah, let's just talk about it a little bit. So there is a destination activity on Kepler.
Confirmed, chat.
I'm not going to name it here. I just want y'all to see it when the game
Confirmed.
goes live.
No spoilers.
And
There
also,
is a
part of that is 'cause,
destination
like,
activity
it
for
does
Kepler.
relate to some of the story
For anybody who was
inside
concerned.
of the campaign, especially near the end. And so we wanted to be careful to not unintentionally spoil something if we showed too much of that activity. But anyway, the way to think about it is like it's kind of its own thing. It's kind of unique, but it's kind of a blend of activities like Vex Incursion and Wellspring. And so this is a match-made activity with 3 players. You're going to be using some of your destination abilities and some really chaotic horde mode inspired elements, but there's also some mechanical elements and there's some boss encounters. But it's going to be one of the best places actually to earn rerolls of the exotic armor that's coming in the Edge of Fate that you get from the Legendary campaign, and it's just highly rewarding in general. And so because we wanted to make
How
this
does that
activity,
sound, Chad? That sounds pretty
really
good to me.
rewarding, it is also technically time limited, but on the Kepler map, near the center of the map, there's going to be basically a preview that tells you like, hey, when does the activity become available? So you're going to
It's like the thing on Neo Muna, chat.
when you can jump into the destination activity in order to like focus.
It's like the Vex Incursion on Neo Muna. The way that it's timed.
Well, thank you so much for your time.
That's
We've
interesting.
already wrapped up our campaign mission, and now we're actually going to be moving over to Portal, Power of Progression. So Robbie, thank you. Chat, thank Robbie for joining us today.
Okay.
And now we're going
Destination stuff, chat, world tiers, a little bit of the mechanics, couple campaign teasers.
As we are swapping out, I want to talk about these 2 new exotic weapons that we see on the screen. You saw
That scout
some of
rifle is
this
tough,
in
but
our
honestly,
gameplay preview that we just had.
give me
We
that
also
hand
had
cannon.
some creators,
I want that hand cannon, chat.
Influencers, that kind of stuff coming in and speaking to the hand cannon and the scout rifle. Hand cannon is going to be through an exotic quest on Kepler. No spoilers there.
Okay.
But, the team was talking about, oh, hey, here is our overall goal for
I thought it was going to be season
it's for
pass.
those who are looking for the perfect 3-tap. As for the Void Scout Rifle, that's going to be a part of our new rewards pass.
Okay, Scout Rifle
this is
rewards
just-
pass,
I'm
hand
not gonna spoil
cannon,
that either.
exotic
There
mission.
are some reviews from our sandbox-minded creators. It's a fun time. So, all right, let's move on to Portal, Power, and Progression. And I just looked at our 3 new guests in that order. Hello, welcome.
Hello. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, a couple of you are new, but we'll start
Yeah,
with
the
you,
hand
Ben.
cannon is sick.
How you doing?
I'm doing great, Dylan. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. For those who didn't see you on our reveal stream or previous Vidocs, can you give a quick overview? Who are you, what you do?
Yeah, I am Ben Womack. I am the core game creative director. I am the one helping all the teams that are making the core experience and all the components in the portal and in Edge of Fate as well, worked well together and push the game forward into this great new foundation. Really excited to talk about it.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks for joining us today.
Yeah.
Next on the couch, brand new to our chair. You've never been on anything, so first time you are meeting the community. Everyone in chat, say hello. Nutty, welcome.
Hi, I'm Nutty. I'm one of our sandbox ability designers. That pretty much means that I work with Vivian and Eric, who were here last week, to develop anything that the player is doing outside of armor, weapons, and combatants. So today I'm going to talk about all the modifiers and additional banes that we've been working on.
Awesome.
New Banes
Last but
chat.
not least, we got Alan Blaine. How you doing?
Hey, great. How you doing, Dylan?
Oh, you asked me how I am? Thank you so much. Really quick introduction for everybody out there watching. Who are you? What do you do?
Sure. Hi, I'm Alan. I'm a principal designer, and for the last year, I've been leading the team that's been taking all the cool banes and modifiers Nutty's team is working on and combining them in a UI with all the activities from the activities team, both new and returning activities, making sure that you get good score while you're playing those activities, and then that score turns into loot with cool seasonal power and gear tiers and all the great stuff that you're looking for.
Stellar. So we have some content on screen. This is what players are going to see when they sign in on day 1, and this is our introduction to the portal. Ben, I would love to get just a quick overview for those who may have missed that reveal stream. What is this space? What are we aiming for?
Yeah, so the portal is very exciting. We had this vision of making a new front
I wonder if they'll
page for
confirm
the game for
what the
Destiny
future
2.
is for this.
And
Maybe
so
not.
we
It's
really
not even
wanna
out
make
yet,
as
but
much as we could
just curious.
available just in a couple clicks, and not having to dig down to find the content that is new or featured, or you're being your friends are playing, or something convenient that you really want to go to a lot. We have a button for the tower that's right there, fastest you can get into. We also have Edge of Fate in the upper corner, of course, which is the new expansion for the launch right here. We have this huge quick launch panel in the lower right that is rotating between new activities, probably the fastest you can play Destiny ever, aside from right when you start for very first new character.
I mean, look, for all of what people are
it's
saying,
gonna
this
let you
does
just,
solve a lot of
hit and
problems
play something
that
right
we've
away
heard
with,
about.
no delay.
So-
and then we have actually a very nested depth there with all the ops categories on the left, which are all the different kinds of things you can play in the portal that are hooking to all the new systems that Alan and Nutty have been talking about.
Awesome. Yeah, really quick, I'd love to go just line by line for Solo, Fireteam, Pinnacle, and Crucible Ops. Give them an introduction.
Yeah. So Solo Ops
Yeah,
is
it gives you all the
new thing that we're
information that you
doing
need
on the
right
Fate
on the
launch
display,
for the
which
core
is
game.
pretty cool.
These have activities that are designed to be played by solo players. They're only one-person fire teams, and they're intended to be content that if you just have a few minutes, 10, 15 minutes to play Destiny, and you want to go on and feel satisfied about your time, get some great loot, you're going to go to Solo Ops and have that opportunity. It's going to be a really great, concise experience. We're also if you don't want to have the think about having a fire team for some content as well, you can be assured that this stuff is designed to be played by one player. And so it's it's going to have challenges, it's going to have difficulty and modifiers and such you can customize and really great loot to get. But it's a challenge for you, the individual. And we think that's really exciting, alternative to some stuff in the past. It felt I want to play, but I don't have any friends, or I'm trying to find someone I have a lot of time, and we have another niche for people to fill if they're in the mood.
Yeah, awesome. And then next up, we have Fireteam Ops.
Yes, Fireteam Ops. So, just
What I really
Fireteam,
like about this chat
quintessential
is the
Destiny
fact that you
playing
can
with
see your
somebody playing with
rewards
Fireteam at
and know
3, right?
exactly what you're
So
pursuing.
we have all of
So when you
the
start doing that
activities in
gear
Fireteam Ops
chase,
are
and
3
you need
player
a
fire
gauntlet,
team.
boots,
We
whatever,
have, classic
you know
strikes in
exactly
there.
what
We
to
have,
run, which I really like.
missions from past expansions, in Europa, the Empire hunts. We also have onslaughts are in here. We actually scroll down more. There it is, the coil. So past seasonal activities coming back, and like integrating with all the systems we've been talking about that we're going to talk more about, so that they're like available for you to get new loot in, to work on your power climb, to basically just like have a great time in whichever way you want to.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, since we're already in the screen, let's go ahead and get our fire team set up with our activity. What are we playing today, Nutty?
We were going to do the Dark Priestess Empire Hunt.
Awesome. So here, I'm actually going to pass the mic over to you and Alan. Let's get some bands, some modifiers, all that kind of stuff set up. Really quick, can you introduce each of these sections for the different modifiers, and then we'll go and kind of pick and choose what we want?
Okay, this is
So
the
we're
difficulty
starting at,
customization chat, so
master
pay attention.
activity, and this is 300 combatant power. The first row there that has all the selectable icons that you can change are challenge modifiers. These are things that will increase the combatant power and add some additional difficulty to it. The first one is our Banes. So here you decide what Banes are going to show up, and we paired all of them as like 2 combos that either work well together or at least interesting. Today we'll do Threaded and Caltrops. So Threaded is where as you damage the combatant, it will spawn Threadlings, and when it dies, it will throw out a few more Threadlings at the same time. And Caltrops is
It's like Sunder Doctrine.
area that gets spawned near you, like between you and the combatant, and then when it dies, it throws out another one. So something to make it so you either need to get up in the air or keep going through.
So starting with retaliation.
Yeah.
If I die, you're coming with me, pretty much. All right, next up, what do we got?
Yeah, let's do subtle foes. So this just makes it so that when some of the enemies are far away from you, they will be invisible, and that helps them get into close range, or if you are using a long-range loadout, you won't be able to deal with them as much. So you
Intentionally
might prefer
choosing
close range
invis ads,
or
chat?
melee.
They're like very invisible.
Madness.
Not like-
Yeah, not like a little bit of player stealth, but just
Yeah.
like you don't see them.
Yeah, you really have to like pay attention to see them from long range.
What else do you want to do? Yeah, let's do Glass Cannon. So Glass Cannon is kind of a fire team equalizing one where it only punishes the person who's doing the best. So if you have that buddy that, clears the strike ahead of you or is getting all of the kills, well, we're actually going to give him a debuff where he will just take more incoming damage. And if you are a little bit closer with your friends, then that's actually a catch-up opportunity where maybe you take over the kill lead and now you're the one suffering a little bit, and kind of a fun.
So if I'm playing through this
That's
activity and
interesting.
I'm stealing all of your kills, I'm putting a bit of a debuff on
We're
myself.
using that, chat.
Right.
Taking one for the team.
Yeah, true.
And maybe I'm letting you finish a few of those.
Yeah. All right.
What else? Let's do one more. Chill Touch. Yeah, so we were talking about getting the enemies into melee, so this will make it if they hit you in melee, you will suffer a
I think we've
stasis
had this
debuff
one
that,
for a while.
Slow down.
And honestly, it's really
And that
annoying.
pushes the power all the way up to
So-
360. And those things are also increasing the potential score that you can receive from this, and the score is what drives the reward.
Right. So you see right here when we picked when we picked Chill Touch, the gear tier you're going to earn went from tier 2 to tier 3 for this activity. So it's really important to pay attention to what you're earning.
Yeah, so you know what you're going to be getting if you achieve that score at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is like, we've talked about this last week on stream about approachability and making it easier for players to understand as they're getting in. So a lot of UI treatment, shout out to our teams that have been doing this to show you combatant power and all that kind of stuff. So
Yeah, tons of love and passion went into that.
seriously.
Okay, so let's look at player stakes. Oh, do you want to take this?
Oh yeah. So player stakes are the next category down, and they're more about the player's interface with the game itself. So things like locked loadout. We have no HUD is an ability that we added here. So you play with no HUD for a little extra score bonus.
Shout out to Sammy
and these are
Cat.
things that are really sort of letting you sort of tie one arm behind your back while you're playing. It's not making the combatants more powerful. It's changing how you're playing the game. You can start with no ammo. You can start with locked loadout. We'll be
Start
putting
with
some
no
more player
ammo?
stakes in Ash and Iron. Yeah.
Yeah, I love no HUD. You're going to talk about it first, aren't you?
Well, no. You can have the
Okay, no HUD. You go first.
I just wanted to have us move on to the next bit because we've talked about tying one hand behind your back.
Talk about no HUD later. Go ahead.
Okay, but in the next bit, this is what you get to do with your other hand. So here are the things that benefit you.
Okay, these are
Let's
all of our
try
buffs,
Live
chat,
Wire.
our
This one is one of my
surges.
favorite. It's a combination of the sprint for amplified that you had in the Nether, along with inherent ACDC feedback fence. So we buffed up the enemies.
Yeah, it's gonna be really good for the Arc Titans in the chat, Arc Warlocks.
We're just going to shock them with lightning. So I'm kind of balancing out that additional challenge that we added and a different benefit that will kind of counter that and make it so it's actually a little bit easier for me.
Yeah.
What else can we do? Healing finishers are great. Just another way to get back health, or if you go in for that finisher and take damage on the way, that you'll be able to fill back up. And Let's do one more.
This is really cool, but you also have to pay attention to your reward score chat on the right side.
Hypercritical is pretty fun.
You got to
This
see
one is
that,
actually
because if you're trying to
a
get
little
that
bit tough,
highest tier gear
because
that you
it
can get,
makes it so that the
you want to
enemies will
find that
take less
balance. So
non-precision
this is pretty
damage,
cool.
but more precision damage. So as long as you're hitting your shots, it's easier.
Awesome. And then Ben, we actually we noticed this a bit earlier. There's one more modifier up at the top, and that's actually limited time, right?
Yeah. So this is a accelerator that, like, this is a double bonus focus.
Wait,
So
what?
You're gonna second drop from the bonus focus activities. So this is like, we will have, given the calendar, different accelerators that are on for a given week or day that will like apply to the whole portal and have different benefits. And we're also gonna like have more of those for like events and other like things going on in the game to give you kind of like another like fresh twist or incentive to like see what's going on in the game and get some like a good time. Realize that is a good time to play, because we're trying to make every day a good time to play Destiny.
Yeah, I think one of the modifiers we saw during our
Wait, so
rehearsal
bonus
was,
loot drops, but they
bonus
still
syrup
decide when?
slots,
I'm
too.
not-
So it's a bit of
not
like,
too clear
there
on
can be
that.
Loot bonuses,
It's not
there
something
can
that
be
we
gameplay
pick.
Bonuses of more power behind certain weapon archetypes. It's pretty fun. So stay tuned to our calendars. We'll definitely sound off when it's a week of a
I think
cool
party
theme.
leader
Let's
determines
get 'em launched in
modifiers, yeah.
and actually start taking on some of this combat.
Whoever's setting up the activity.
Oh yeah, please.
Okay, so they aren't going to show no HUD because it'd be confusing, I think, on the stream. But no HUD.
Yeah, this is really cool, man.
Something
I really like this.
with if you want to, because it's a challenge. It gives your score more opportunity to get better loot, but it takes away information going to the HUD. But what it also does is it makes it feel very cinematic and interesting, and like you kind of like feel more in tune with the character and the gunplay. And that's like a good analogy for what we're intending all the modifiers you're selecting to do. That is like going to let you set up the situation like that he was talking about. Like, oh, enemies have chill touch, but I'm going to like have live wire to counter it and create these cool little gameplay moments that are really like something that you choose for how you want to play for like really awesome loot.
Yeah, and Alan, when we were talking through some of these modifiers, like we've taken an inspiration from a ton of different places.
Yep.
Like No HUD in particular, shout out to Sammy Cat.
Yep.
Called her out last week for all the bows we were showing off, but also No HUD.
And we're hoping to get a bows only loadout modifier coming in the future too. We really do want
That's
to
pretty
look
cool,
at how
dude.
people are playing the game, whether they're creators playing on stream or people playing at home, and really try to let them set up the challenge for themselves, how they want to do, right? Whether it be challenge modifiers.
That's something we've been
stakes,
asking
or
for a long time too, like custom
How often are we gonna
modifiers.
be adding more modifiers to the portal?
Well, we're going to have some new modifiers coming with events. And we're gonna be
What?
adding new
Galley.
modifiers,
That's an interesting
with the
choice,
Nexus
chat. We
update
think
with
there's something to
A
it.
major update, yeah.
Yeah, I've been working
Anti-barrier
on
rocket, or are they
along with
radiant?
the
No, they're
rest of the
radiant.
team,
Never
so
mind.
it was like every few days.
Never
that
mind, chat.
another,
Don't
either
don't listen to
Bane
me.
would come online or modifier, and
Yeah.
we'd have to go play test that, which was a pretty big play testing lift to try. And
Do we
try
think
all those
rockets are getting
combinations
buffed?
and make sure that there
Because
aren't any rough edges when
it's
you're
kinda
doing
interesting that
some
we're
things that
using
we
Galley
had
right now,
buffed
no?
out when we were initially designing them.
Yeah, I'm sure there's stuff that players will find that we won't. We're accepting that.
Yep.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
no,
we have our
absolutely.
challenge for Esoteric or Mork or a couple of the other high skill creators of what can you throw on to make this difficult and can you actually complete it?
Right.
So it'll be fun watching those playthroughs.
Melee
Ben,
only?
I,
It's possible.
Paired with that, how often are we going to have more activities being added to the portal?
Yeah, so we want to like regularly refresh the portal on like so that, you know, there's stuff coming online like
Maybe artifact
on, like,
mods?
somewhat weekly cadence. Like we're gonna have kind of a
It's
weekly,
flexible,
stuff
right?
coming
Like-
online for the first few weeks, and then when events come
Possibilities
in,
are
they're gonna
endless
make
here, what
changes,
they
like,
could
lots
do.
of new modifiers or like portal wide like effects. Some are going to come with activities as well, but we're also going to be every major update. We're going to have new activities that come in, and we're also going to have like shakeups of existing ops formats. And we're actually we're going to have a really cool new activity that's paired with an event at Ash Iron launch. I'm not going to talk about right now, but I think is really fun. That's going to be.
By the way,
exemplar
what they're talking about, chat,
like,
the
hey,
major
we're shaking
updates,
things up,
there's
here's a
going to be
brand new
2
thing,
throughout the
in
year of
addition to all
Prophecy.
of, like, the classics
Between
of
Edge of
Destiny
Fate and
that Vault will bring
Renegades.
out.
Not
There's
just
going to
new
be one for
activities,
Edge of
new
Fate and then
activity
one
type
for
things that we're
Renegades.
for.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, so this is all talking about like what you're going to be playing in the portal, and we're going to be moving on to power and progression. So what you're earning, which is people love loot. Nutty, thank you so much
We
for
need
joining
to know
us.
the
I'd love to
loot,
give
chat.
You just, anything else you want to say before you leave?
I definitely want to shout out the rest of the Sandbox team, not just those of us that were working on additional modifiers and bans, but like that playtesting lift, we had everybody across Sandbox disciplines in all of those playtests to try and hit as much of this as possible. And I wanted to re-emphasize how impactful some of the modifiers can be. Specifically, I'm thinking back to what we were just playing in live with attrition modifier in Prophecy Week 1, because when we moved to Prophecy Week 2, my fire team had gotten so accustomed to killing enemies and having a little health pickup
We did
on the
get the
ground that we had to
a
play that
tease of the
final fight
artifact in the
completely
last
differently
stream.
and
I don't
use
remember
cover way
exactly
more
where
because
pulses
couldn't just kill some
landed,
enemies and
but
run through them to fill
probably
back up.
because right now they have
Normally, I think of
anti-barrier
attrition
pulse.
as a lot
It
more of a
seems like.
challenging modifier, but it turned out that when we were toggling things off and on, it turned out to be more beneficial to us than we were anticipating.
I am still on the side of like attrition is challenging to me, and when it goes away, I'm like, oh, hey, fire team, let's let's go for it.
And if that makes it too hard for you to get your rewards, then just you toggle it off here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's more about like what you're comfortable playing with, and also what your style is for.
I think that's going to be really
Like,
good,
what your
Chad.
mood
The
is,
fact
too.
that now
Like, we're
players
getting a
can,
lot of player agency
you
with
know,
that.
customize their own
And speaking of
difficulty.
player agency, so I would love to see your feedback.
know,
Like what
I'm sure
ones are you
people are going to engage with
what
it,
ones are
you know, in
enjoying
different
more, what
ways.
ones
Because
feel
maybe you
like
don't want to
they
have
are
all of
actually
that
rewarding
difficulty
to
stuff
do,
on. You
and
turn it
what
off.
ones feel like we could punch them
That's the
up
cool thing about it.
because that's what we'll probably keep working on.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us, chat.
He said rockets are
Everybody
getting
scream,
nerfed.
Thank you, Nutty. We're gonna swap you off and get our power and progression individual in. So,
Okay, thanks.
thank you so much. While we're doing this transition, Ben, I would love to ask you, what activities could players find in Pinnacle Ops?
Oh yeah. So Pinnacle Ops has at Edge of Fate launch, it is going to be filled with exotic missions. And some exotic missions from the past year and previously as well that are going to be integrated into the whole Portal experience and all the systems we're talking about, all the difficulties, all the modifiers, and intended to be, you know, like not only something that is, well, exotic missions, they're kind of hard, right? They have mechanics, they're long, and so we're matching that by being like, okay, well, you can get the exotic if you don't have it, first of all, just from playing on the Portal. It's available all the time. It's not like going through rotation like every week or something.
Oh, that's cool.
And
Okay.
you can do Fireteam Finder, of course, to find people to play with.
So exotic missions are just going to be there?
It's
That's
like, oh, I can like play this as hard as I want or as easy as I want, whatever whatever I'm feeling like.
I feel like that's a pretty big announcement, no, Chad? It was on Rotators before.
With Ash and Iron that we're not going to talk about today. So it's actually a good example of like, hey, we're making this new section.
No
of the
more
game
exotic
that we're
mission
gonna just keep on
rotator?
building in and tinkering with over time.
Awesome. I sense a segue. We were talking about Pinnacle Ops
Into the
and
next
Pinnacle
category.
Power. Hello, Josh. Welcome to the couch.
Hello. Hi, I'm Josh Galinsky. I'm a staff systems designer here at
Yeah,
Bungie.
I
Been
think
here
that's a
for about
dub.
5 years. And
I mean,
I've
but it
really
depends,
worked
like,
with a lot of our
what is in
gear,
the
your power
you know,
progression, as you
what's in that
mentioned, like,
playlist,
you know,
exotic mission
What
wise.
are your rewards? What's the candy you get at the end of your
But now, Chad, we're going to
activities
learn
and stuff
about
like that.
power and progression.
So
So
we
let's
spent
see
a
what
lot of
power
time
leveling is going to be like,
reworking
how
a
that's
lot
going to
of our
work.
stuff
We already have
in,
kind of an idea, but
the
let's
Edge of Fate
see if they can
really 900 or 900
put that all
is what
together
it
for
is.
us.
But we made big changes to how you engage with power in Destiny. One thing you'll all notice is, I think many of our creators have already noticed in the past, that there has been a power squish. We've reset players down to 10. Like, that is
We're
not
going
only
back,
to give
Chad.
everyone kind of a fair and equitable
We're going
starting
back.
place, and to kind of like reset the engagement with power. Also, 2020 power is not exactly the most friendly starting
Not
point.
easy to understand if you haven't been along for the ride.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, like, this is the beginning of a new saga. It's
Socks,
the
based on what
beginning
they
of a new
said
thing
no
here.
more
So we're
rotation. It'll
starting
just
off
be
there.
in the
It's
Pinnacle
like all
Ops
Guardians on
playlist.
equal footing with each other.
So-
and allows us to kind of build up. You're going to have
Just going
200
based off
points
of what he
power
said, I
in
don't
the
think they're gonna
soft cap
rotate.
band.
Intrinsic cap, yeah.
Yes, exactly. And you're going to be able to go and do any activity you want across the game in order to get to that point. Once you get past that, then you enter the seasonal bonus power band, which is where you're going to have to start doing more of the Portal activities.
Think
like
artifact
Kepler
power,
and
Chad, about the
volunteers and stuff
seasonal
in order to
power.
get
It's just like
the
artifact power,
and
but now you
progression
earn
that
it
you want to get at that point.
from the portal.
So just to restate it, we're going to start at 10 when we launch. Every Guardian joining is going to be at 10. First 190 levels, so up to 200, that's going to be effectively your base power level.
Yep.
And then as you're going into more powerful activities, higher tiers, that's when you start going up and up.
Right, and you'll be able to get up to 450 power up until Rise of, or not Rise of Iron, but Ashen Iron. There's once you get to that point in the season, then you're going to be able to go even past that.
Awesome. So when we're talking about seasonal power, is that replacing the artifact power that we have?
Exactly. Like, we did simplify power a little bit further by taking power off of the artifact, and that allowed us to take the power we had there and put it back into the gear. So really, it streamlines it. It makes it so you're only worrying about your gear power as far as your engagement with that. So it just
I'll
takes
be
one
honest, Chad, I never really
additional
cared for
level of
artifact power.
complexity out of the system.
Yeah,
I've
and-
never
and
cared for
speaking of
stacking
just on
bounties
that power
for
climb,
bonus
like, our
power
pinnacle
levels.
sources have been updated to actually fit and give more agency, correct?
Absolutely. So one of the things I think if you're a longtime Destiny player, you're very used to the pinnacle grind. And you're also used to the limitations that the pinnacle grind puts on you, and like some of the like intricacies that come with that. Like there's been many seasons in the past where I really needed that drop of the boots to come from the thing, and I do my
Everybody
pinnacles,
can relate.
Didn't get my boots. Well, not only are you able to more target farm individual gear pieces now, but also the limit of the pinnacles is no longer a thing. We're going to have some challenges in the game that act as accelerators for you as a Guardian, so you can basically focus on those to get power, like more hits of powerful gear. But really, once you get past that, you can keep going.
Yeah, like everything in the portal.
Wait,
is a source of
what?
pinnacle Drops.
Exactly.
As much as you want.
As many times you complete it, with it being up to how you perform and how challenging you make the activities to be how far you can go.
Right. You still have to achieve that score.
So there's no
You know,
cap?
For the higher difficulties, get that better loot.
Right.
And we'll still have curated experiences, correct? So if a player doesn't necessarily want to spend a bunch of time like creating that challenge, we have those offers too.
Yeah, and like we do have like matchmaking, which is like set modifiers for every activity that has not aside from solo ops. So solo ops doesn't have matchmaking,
Yeah.
but for fire team ops, like you can match with other players. So the modifiers are set, and we also have playlists. Modifiers are set, but we have more than that too. We have conquests, and those are set.
Yeah, and we'll talk about that in a minute.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a new thing,
Just
Chad. I've never heard of
fun note,
Conquest. I
we've
want to
seen
know
a
more
ton
of
of
that.
feedback over the years
What
about
is
players
that?
want to play Strike solo, and now
Oh yeah. That's a great point.
Yeah.
So the we kind of going along with the idea of being player driven. If you don't want to play a strike like a Grandmaster Nightfall-esque strike, or even like early like difficulties with other players, you don't have to. You can just play it by yourself. You can take as long as you want within the confines of like the modifiers you've chosen.
What?
To complete the activity and get the loot you have. So
That's pretty
that falls
cool.
Into like the what is your mood? Like what is it you're feeling like playing right now? And like of these options, like what's appealing to you?
I wonder how how do
Yeah,
my
I think,
solo
back to you,
GM players
Josh,
feel about
really
that?
quick. Just from a high level, we talked about how Infusion is changing in the last blog, which, by the way, you should go read it. Can you give a high level for folks that didn't catch the blog? What's changing?
Yeah, at the highest level, upgrade modules are no longer a part of that Infusion thing. They're still going to continue to exist in the game. They can still drop.
I think I
from
missed
Lexicon.
that, Chad.
You can
Really?
dismantle those for, I think it's an enhancement core and like 1500 Glimmer, and so like those are still there. We're going to have a new unstable core.
Oh, we
currency
did hear
that's gonna
about this.
exist,
Okay.
And you're going to use that in addition to enhancement cores in order to, infuse your gear up for the season.
Okay, and a bit of Glimmer too, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
And really at its core, it allows us to just have more texture over things. And one thing I should call out is that seasonal power does reset at the end of this thing, and players will be reset back to 200 when Renegades comes out.
Got it.
So
Because again,
Yeah, I
Chad,
think,
remember,
just,
seasonal power
last,
is seasonal. It's just like
last note on
artifact
the
power.
climb. So during our reveal event, you spoke about Crucible and how you can actually power up in Crucible to kind of keep pace with your friends. Like, can you expand on that a bit?
Yeah. So there's a time in Destiny's past when you could just play Crucible a lot, and you can get your power, you get great gear. You could like fold in with your friends to play a raid or the challenging content. And we've kind of lost that somewhat over the years. Like it's harder to like feel like Crucible is your identity and really feel like the game is rewarding you for that. So with Edge of Fate launch and the core game and the Crucible ops that we have, which is a bunch of playlists inside of it, you're going to
It's
be
a
able
new
to
engram
start
also,
from
Chad,
that
for your
power
tier
10
gear. Did y'all see
and
that?
Just play Crucible and you'll get power drops. You'll go up and you'll eventually get higher tier, be able to get like really great sets of gear that will then be as good as like anything else that you can find in the game. And you can just play Crucible all the way to the power cap if you want to. We are going to ask you to perform as you go to get more consistent rewards, but it's totally possible.
Which is valid.
Josh,
I
you
mean,
mentioned
certain
before,
tier
too,
you
of
should
like-
have to show a certain level of skill to earn something. Chad, I think their stream just froze because that's not me. Are we still here? Are we still good? I'll refresh the page, but I think they just froze.
Trials and
Yeah, that was them, Chad. Bungie!
do that. One of our characters actually.
come to the hub, which you're going to have a bunch of daily challenges and weekly challenges, and those are going to give you XP, they're going to give you bright dust, they're going to give you extra drops in on a portal activity, but
We're
it's going to
back.
give you progress towards the weekly reward track there. And the weekly reward track has lots of currencies and powerful drops on there.
So right now
But
they're
it
looking
also
at the
has
seasonal hub
the
chat.
next one is going to have some Vanguard Armory and
This is
Arsenal
going to be where
tokens,
your
which give you
rewards
bonus drops
passes.
from Zavala, from the list of weapons or armor you can get from these activities that are going to be higher tier, and they're going to be a higher power than you can get from even getting the best grade in there. So you'll want to be doing these, and these refresh every week and get 2 pieces of armor and 2 weapons every single week.
Yeah, and this track is free, correct?
Yeah,
This is all game.
It's all free. Everything in the portal is free. So if you scroll down from here, you're going to run into the Conquest
I'm just going to increase the quality chat.
and Grandmaster.
He's talking about the
and these are effectively your
rewards
Grandmaster
pass.
replacements in the
These are replacing Grandmasters.
portal. These are going to be fixed power, fixed modifiers,
No more GMs. Hold on, chat. I'm going to try to open up
no
YouTube
fire team power.
on the side.
And you get really good rewards for completing it. You'll get 4
Because Twitch is bugging right now.
more Grandmaster and Ultimate
YouTube is coming to save the day. Hold on, chat.
Conquest.
Hopefully. Save us, YouTube. Save us, YouTube. YouTube?
About your journey through the season. As you level up, you can take on the first expert one, and then the next expert one, and then the master, and then master 2, and then finally the 2 grandmasters. And with Ash and Iron, we're going to be bringing more grandmaster and ultimate conquest, which will allow you to complete the conqueror.
So seasonal conquest, chat.
Actually,
These
a
are going to
really
be
quick,
replacing
gameplay sheet. If you
GM.
could go back to the modifiers that you were just hovering over. This was
That's pretty
a really
significant
good example of a quality of
for
life
anybody
feature that
who
came
likes
about. We
running
saw a
GM.
ton of feedback around modifiers.
You
like,
missed so much. It's all good. We're going to
these
recap.
icons, I
No
don't really know
worries.
what they
Chat, if
mean.
you're just pulling
And now
up
we
and you
have the
missed a lot,
bucketed
don't even
base
worry about it. We're going to
portal
recap.
options, so you can more easily identify these things and understand them.
Yeah, and shout out to the UI UX team for like making it really.
Right now they're going
much
over
clearer look
more
for
portal
complete
stuff,
lines and
difficulty
having people
options.
look at them. Like,
Yeah.
it's really good, really good.
But we'll
And then, There
recap.
was one more section on the seasonal hub, one more tab down low for the Conqueror Seal.
Yep. So the Conqueror Seal is down here. You're going to be completing the conquest during the season to earn and gild your Conqueror Seal. And since this is still the Conqueror Seal, it's going to maintain its old gilding. So this is going to be continual.
Awesome.
That's a
14
big
seasons
change for
of
folks who
Conqueror
like to
Seal.
run
Keep on going,
GMs,
baby.
chat. That's
Awesome.
pretty significant. But if the
So
new
I'm gonna
activities
say,
are
we still have a couple of
challenging,
topics to cover. Fire
it should
team,
be
let's
fine,
go
but
ahead,
that's
launch
the
into
pretty
an
big,
activity in Fire Team
pretty big
Ops.
change.
Throw on a couple modifiers that you want to go for. Mix and match. I'd love for players to see as we go through how the score is changing, how the rewards can scale, all that kind of stuff. Just have a fun time. For the folks on the couch, we already went through the seasonal hub, the rewards. We are also having a moment in time where Guardian ranks are resetting.
Yes.
Yeah, if I could get a quick overview, one of you, I believe.
Is there an
Al-
update to Guardian ranks? Like something changing?
We took a look. So Guardian ranks, when we launched them, the first few ranks were about learning the game, and then the upper ones were about your seasonal journey and dealing with all the different kinds of things a player might do in Destiny. So we've stripped a bunch of those away and rebuilt objectives to be focused completely on the portal. So it's going to be playing through.
I mean, that makes sense. It's a new
using
system.
Modifiers, playing all the different conquests, gaining power, gaining all the different kinds of rewards. It's going to be really showing like where you're at in that seasonal journey but purely for the portal. It's not going to reflect any dungeons. You're not going to have to solo any dungeons. You're not going to have to get commendations. See what else don't you have to do?
No more expansion gates.
No more expansion gates, any of those kinds of things. So every player will be able to get up to Guardian rank 11 with Ash and Iron.
Yeah, in our original
Interesting.
goals when we were talking
So they're
about
really
Guardian
stripping
ranks, it
back
was kind of
Guardian
an
ranks
on-ramp
now.
for players new or
It sounds
even
like.
old. So what do I want to do in Destiny right now? Now we have a lot of stuff in the portal that dovetails into that. Solo dungeons, they still have unique rewards.
Oh, yeah.
They're no longer required for 11 in Guardian rank,
Correct.
but you can still get ghosts, sparrows, emblems, that
We're
kind
not
of stuff.
taking anything away from the dungeons. We're taking away things from the Guardian ranks and adding different kinds of things back in. And since we're doing that, the first 5 ranks will still be sort of an on-ramp into the game.
What's up,
So we're going to
Sticks?
drop everybody back down to Guardian
Still
rank
trying to wrap your head. It's a lot of
with Edge
changes.
of
It is a
Fate,
lot of changes.
and let them go from there. There will be lots of cool things to do and earn and play through in the first few ranks. And then starting
That is
with,
true,
Ash and
Bosnian.
Iron, and every season from then on, we'll reset you back to 6, just like we've been doing.
Awesome. Yeah, it's just another portion of.
I have a lot to say after
what
this
Robbie
stream,
was
but
talking
we'll
about
we'll
with
get to it,
aspiration,
chat.
Where it's like, yeah, I have my awesome armor from all these higher tiers. I have a new Guardian rank above my head. I've gone through the raid. I have this cool tier 5 weapon, et cetera, et cetera. So there's a ton to hunt, a ton to chase, and a lot of things to do. And I think at this point, it's kind of the easiest to get into Destiny and just know what to play. So
Yeah, I absolutely believe that. And the exciting part is that everyone's journey through Guardian ranks is going to be kind of different because, you know, a Guardian rank that tells you to accomplish this kind of power or complete this activity on this difficulty, how you did it will probably be pretty unique to you compared to other players because you chose different modifiers, there's different sets available for the given day or week, and maybe you did it solo, like we're talking about, like, oh yeah, you soloed the master difficulty, like one of the requirements in Guardian ranks, maybe you soloed on one of the conquests, and that's your story, and that's how you got it. But it's appropriate that there are a bunch of options for players to choose that match what their own experiences, what they want it to be.
awesome. Well,
I just
thank you all
realized,
so much
chat.
for
I was
joining us
thinking the
today.
whole
That
time,
actually
like, how are
brings
they
us to the
grappling
end
so much? They have
of
triple
our power
grapple.
progression. I believe, Josh, you actually had a
What?
couple more things you wanted to say before we left, though.
Yeah, really, like, there's 2 things I want to say. One is that, you know, fire team power's definitely still a thing that's in this game. We really want to encourage you to play with your
I
friends.
always
and
repeat that
when you
every
do
time.
play with your
When people are
friends,
like, oh, my power
if
is
you're
too
higher
low.
power level than them,
Fire
that's
team
another
power
thing that can
exists,
act as
chat.
a nice accelerator for them and really, like, you know, increase the bonds of friendship. That's like a core part
The
of the DNA
power of
Destiny is being able
friendship.
to play with fellow Guardians.
Yeah. So as an example, if you're at a tier 4 and I'm only tier 2, I join you, we do a tier 4 activity. I still get tier 2 gear, but it's accelerating me faster into tier 3.
You're going to hit your score a lot easier, which is going to help you get
Yeah.
those bonus rewards.
Exactly.
Got it. Cool. And then your second.
The power of
finally,
friendship
like, we made
on
a
the
lot
power
of
grind.
changes to the game in
Fire team power,
Edge of
chat.
Fate. Like,
Use
we're
it.
definitely going to be listening.
Use
to
that fire
you
team power.
Guardians. We're going to be listening to the data. We're going to be listening to a lot of stuff. This is just the beginning of a new saga.
I'm not gonna lie, this
So
grapple shit is
we've
kinda
got
fun.
A lot to do in the future, and I'm really excited about what's coming our way.
Yeah. Awesome. Cool.
Yeah, great.
So I have a few bookkeeping topics to hit before we go about the live game. So we've been talking about the Edge of Fate. Right now we have Rite of the Nine going on with our dungeons. And let's see here. Ooh, today, wow, 54 minutes ago, we had a new engram go live, the non-area engram.
Oh, shit, it's
We
1 o'clock,
introduced
chat,
this
it's
in a previous
reset.
Twid, but basically it's a new
Ludapalooza's
engram. You can earn a bunch
active
of Rite
in Rite of the
currency.
Nine.
Rite of the Nine currency, sorry. And then purchase this engram for unique cosmetics that have been introduced over the past few years.
We'll take a look at that too,
So
chat.
If there are things like the skimmer that is Iron Banner theme, kind of like the wolf theme, that's actually in there, and you have a chance to get that. There are some Crimson Doubles emotes.
There's an Iron Banner
finishers, and
skimmer?
other cosmetics, so definitely dive in and check that out. Additionally, we had mentioned Ludapalooza. So a couple weeks just before launch, we're going to start showering players with loot. Starting today, we have double Crucible loot, which also applies to Trials of Osiris. So if you're hunting for adepts, if you're hunting for any gear in Crucible, now is a great time to go. And we also have, for the weekend, a lot of players have been asking what maps are going to be featured. You got Dissonance, you got, Cirrus Plaza, and then you have the last one, which is Eventide Labs. Yeah, we went through, we had a great conversation about what if we had some type maps on a rotation for these last couple weeks. And for the final week of the season, we're going to have Burnout, Endless Veil, and community favorite Javelin 4. So Trials players rejoice. Players that may not have ever played Trials, get in, get your 4th Streak, get some adepts, try it out, and get some gear to loot up for the Edge of Fate. And the final note, we are going to have all dungeons in the Rite of the Nine experience next week. Higher reward rates, higher currency rates, helping you get more of those drops, go into higher difficulties for your adepts, and potentially even get the hollow foil versions with additional perks.
Yeah.
So, awesome. Thank you all.
There's
so
still
much
no
for
mention
joining
of this
us.
dungeon
Thank you all,
gauntlet
Cash,
chat
for
that everybody
joining us.
keeps talking about.
Thank you, crew.
No
Thank you,
mention
gameplay.
at
Thank you,
all.
everybody
We got
behind the
2 weeks
scenes.
until Edge of Fate.
And
Where
players,
is it, chat?
everybody out there watching, thank
Where
you.
is it? It doesn't
We have
exist.
14 days until the Edge of Fate. 14 days until
It doesn't
a new
exist. We got
saga.
14 days, chat. Where's
It's
the
been a
gauntlet?
wild ride over the last last 10 plus
Where's
years
the
of
gauntlet?
Destiny, and now we're putting our toe in for the next however many years we keep going, you know?
Here we go.
Yeah, so thank you so much. Much love. We're going to be doing a raid over to our good friend Malachi, so if you want to stick around, talk about the stream. Malachi,
All right,
we're handing
GG's
it off to you.
Bungie, good
Thank
stream,
you,
good
everybody, for joining,
stream.
and we'll see you next time.
We're gonna pull up the VOD chat because we missed a little. We probably missed a couple of minutes, a minute or so when the stream was lagging. Let's see. Where can we can actually probably watch the VOD. I guess on Twitch would be the best place, right? Once they end. But chat, what did y'all think about the stream? If you just tuned in late, we're gonna do a quick recap of what Bungie just spoke about on the stream, so no worries there. I'm gonna just wait until they end it. But a big part of what I wanted to talk about, really, with you know, what they showed off with Edge of Fate. You know, there's obviously a lot of opinions out there. I'm pretty sure, you know, shortly after the stream ends, you're gonna see a ton of tweets and thoughts and whatnot going out. You know, everybody's gonna have an opinion. But the one thing I do want to point out that I feel like a lot of people are like, Bungie doesn't get any credit for. I'm not even talking about anything that people are criticizing them for, but I'm just talking about purely one thing that I don't think a lot of people are appreciating with the portal specifically is that it answers a lot of pain points that the community has brought up. And y'all can hear my teams going off. But the portal answers a lot of the pain points that the community's brought up over the years, right? Destiny's hard to get into. It's confusing for new players. You know, even for veteran players, it's like, I don't know what to do. Or if you're going on the pinnacle chase, I can't get those boots. I can't get those gauntlets. There's a lot of pain points that exist in Destiny. And the portal by itself fixes a lot of those issues. Yes, a lot of people say like it's a soulless menu. It's the Fortnitification of Destiny 2 and all of that kind of stuff. All of that stuff aside, the actual application of the portal fixes a lot of pain points. You can literally launch Destiny 2, right? You can launch Destiny 2 when Edge of Fate launches, and you could just jump straight into the game. You know exactly where the new content is. You can get to the tower. You can look at the, you know, you can look at your rewards pass. You can jump into different playlists catered to how you're feeling. Solo, fire team stuff, pinnacle stuff, PvP, all of that from just one menu, chat. That's just the layout. And then when it comes to the actual gameplay elements, the benefits, if you want to go on your power grind, the power grind has even been simplified, which I feel like a lot of people are also not appreciating. Power leveling is not content. I've said that for years. Power leveling is not content. Like to try to pitch power leveling as a reason to play the game, primary reason I'm talking about, to me is an L, right? Power leveling has never been content. Power leveling is a system in the game that you navigate while you enjoy content, right? It's a part of the reward of the grind. But power leveling itself is not the reason to play, right? Maybe for some people, they just love chasing the number, whatever. But now even that, even power leveling itself is being streamlined in a way that I think works better. Because I can guarantee you there's going to be opinions out there about how seasonal power getting reset is a bad thing. And I said it when they first announced it. Seasonal power is literally artifact power. The only difference is now you earn it. So there's a gameplay incentive. There's a reason to play the game in order to earn your power levels, right? They're putting the gameplay first and then letting the rewards trickle down from your gameplay instead of having an invisible number in the back just go up because you hold on to bounties and you're just earning XP in the background. Now your decisions in the game directly impact your rewards, right? And the portal contributes to that streamlined power leveling because now you can just see what your rewards are, chat. When you start getting into that seasonal power level grind or even that pinnacle grind, you now have access to activities that show you what they reward you. Whether it's a certain piece of gear, weapon, where you can get certain tiered gear at what difficulty challenge, You can see everything in the game now. So there's no confusion as to what do I need to do? Where do I need to go? What is this? Everything is now in the game. Now, if you want to talk about how the portal looks, maybe if the design can be updated, that's all going to be up to player opinion, right? Everybody's going to have different opinions about that, about what it should look like, whatever. The portal is going to evolve over time. I don't think that that's an argument against the benefits of the portal. I think that the portal as a system works way better than the director ever did. Now, if you want to talk about the director's advantages, right? Really, if you look at it, the director's been really cool because you're able to navigate the planets, in our system, click on them, see the map, see the different places that are on the map, see where you can drop and all that kind of stuff. Now, I don't think we're going to have something like that with Edge of Fate. Now, they haven't shown what the map location looks like yet in the portal, so we don't even know that. We don't know if in the portal, when you click on Edge of Fate and you want to launch the location, we don't know what that looks like. I haven't seen them launch that yet. Maybe I missed the chat. Maybe you didn't. Maybe you saw it. But Kepler's not going to be on the destination menu. So you're not going to be able to go to the map, click on it, see the different areas, law sectors, whatever. You're not going to be able to do that. Now it's going to be in the portal. So if you're making an argument for the director because of that, it's like, I get that. I totally get that. But the issue with that is the director's not scalable, chat. The director has no scalability. And for those who don't know what that means, it means the same way that you want Destiny 2 to continue to grow and you want Bungie to continue to just add everything and bring back all the content, the game has to be able to withstand that upscale, right? That increase in content that you guys want. All those planets that you want back, all those activities that you want, they have to then all be crammed into the UI of the director. It's not scalable. You can't fit all those planets. You ever seen that image? Somebody made an image of the director with all the content from Destiny 2. I think they might have put Destiny 1 also in there, but all of the content crammed into the director. It doesn't work, right? And if Bungie's going to continue to add stuff into the game over time, you gotta create a better UI that allows you to scale the game up. The portal allows you to do that. The director doesn't. So when people say like the portal is just ass, it's like, okay, I'm not saying that you have to love the portal. I'm not saying the portal is perfect, but what I am saying is we gotta come up with better feedback, right? What are the pros? What are the cons? In my opinion, the biggest pro is the streamlining of power leveling. It's the visibility to know what you're doing, what your rewards are, where to go. It's the ease of access to just jump in. The improved onboarding experience for new players. These are all someone's gonna clip that. These are all pros for the portal, right? In my opinion, and it's highly scalable. Now, if we can see what the director does good and what players really want, and we can try to, bring some of that over into the portal, I think we can find that middle ground. But, that's where the discussion has to happen. Because all of the portal sucks, get rid of it. Portal sucks. It's trash. And like that, you know what I mean? That doesn't help push the game forward. And I feel like a lot of times the dialogue that we have is just trying to keep the game back. It's weird to me because we're the same community that complains for a lot of these things to change. So when they change, then we complain because they're changing because we don't like change. It's kind of weird, no? It's a little strange. It's like people have wanted a way to customize their difficulty in the game. We have that, right? People have wanted a way to chase power levels, but not have, and chase pinnacles, right? But not have to worry about, I've gotten 10 pinnacles and I haven't gotten my boots yet. Now you can just literally target farm. And there's no cap, it seems like, on how high you can go in terms of pinnacle power level, right? There's that mid-season cutoff between Edge of Fate and the first major update. It's like 450. But then beyond that, for the entirety of the Edge of Fate half of the expansion launch, you can go as high as you want with pinnacle power, which again lines up with what artifact power was, because that's essentially, what it is. So, personally, I'm a fan of the portal, chat. I like the portal. Do I think it's perfect? No, but I think it does a lot of things good, and it pushes the game in a better direction to build in a better direction than what we currently have with the destination. Because the destination, for me, is not scalable. It's outdated, chat. It's outdated. Like, I have helped so many new players that do not understand the director. They don't know how to navigate or anything. It's just that we have grown accustomed to it over the years. It's our baby. So it's like somebody's trying to take that away from you now, and you're like, no, you can't have it. But in reality, it's like, we got to let it go. Because honestly, I think the director has hit a ceiling. And it's time to try something new, you know? So hopefully, Bungie hears, you know, good feedback when it comes to the portal. And it can be, you know, built up over time. Because I see people saying like maybe the portal and the director can live in the game at the same time. And I don't really think that that's the future for it. Because when you think about it, how does that work? Because if the portal is intended to streamline the game and make it simple, and there's not going to be an addition of planets to the director, what is the future for the director? Because right now there's a redundancy there. You can launch a lot of the same activities that exist in the portal from the director in terms of like legacy stuff. So like, I think the Strike playlist is going to still be there. Maybe, I think they have some blog posts we might have to read, but pretty sure maybe Strike playlist or Vanguard stuff. Gambit's going to be there. PvP is going to be there. Destinations are going to still be there. So it'll be a place to launch that stuff. But once we get to a certain point where the game pushes on and we add more and more new locations and they get added to the portal and not the director, what do we think is going to happen, Chad? The director is going to go eventually. And I think the planetary locations are going to have to be ported over into the portal, right? And at that point, there has to be some kind of way to launch destinations. So that's why I think the future is for the portal, is really finding a way to add a UI element that's interesting for locations within the portal. You know what I mean? Or maybe adding a page in the portal where it says destinations or whatever. Maybe you just merge the two, right? So you have your activity launcher, and then you have your patrol launcher, which shows you the destinations tab for each planet, you know, the different locations. That includes Kepler and any new planets, right? And maybe they just update the UI so it's scalable. Maybe there's like a page with planets that you just scroll through the different planets. Maybe you don't have that wide view, but maybe you just have the planetary view, and you select the planet, you select the destination, you launch it, and you go on patrol, right? And I would hope that if we ever get to that point, that there's some updates to the actual planetary locations where there's then world tiers. Because I love the idea of the world tiers that they spoke about, chat. I love the idea of world tiers and being able to increase that difficulty. Because as they were showing it, I was even saying, like, I'm thinking about it. And if you have world tiers with the current destinations as they are, and you have the ability to increase the difficulty of public events, of activities like the Vex incursion on Neo Muna, right? On the Throne World with, what are those activities, chat? The ones that you can matchmake. I forget the names of them, but there's different activities on the Throne World that you can also do, right? If you had the ability to scale the difficulty of the world tiers and be able to farm for, you know, world loot drops and things like that, just by doing patrols, I think that would be a huge boost to the replayability of locations and just the amount of things you could do in Destiny 2, because I think that's an element that's missing from the last two locations we've had in the Pale Heart and now with Kepler, is the explorability with random players. Because from what it sounds like Kepler is going to be pretty similar to the Pale Heart, where you launch solo and you can matchmake with people, but it doesn't seem like a dynamic space where you're just going to run into players. It doesn't feel like it's going to be a social hub like other planets are, you know? So I mean, I don't know if that's the direction they're going to go in. Maybe they haven't said anything official, but it seems like that's the case. But that's something that I'd love to see, you know, be explored and expanded upon, because that's something I've always loved. It's not incentivized, right? And it's not really like a main feature of the game. Like, you don't tell people like Destiny's awesome, we just go and we can just chill on planets and just do public events. Nobody's really doing that. But that's always been a vision of mine, is between the GMs, between the raids, you know, between PvP, when my friends are not on, I could just jump into a planetary location, you know, put up the world tiers and just do public events, do public activities, fight, you know, high value targets, world bosses, whatever the case is, and farm for some, you know, fun world loot drops and whatnot. So I think that's an element of the game that's missing. Even to have like, you know, leisure activities like fishing, bring it into the game full time, and sparrow racing on planetary locations. Like these are bigger ideas, chat, that I have for like the future of the game. But that's something, you know, just to kind of get back to the point, that I can see getting built into something like the Portal if they ever merged the director and the Portal into kind of like one interface. But that's the kind of conversations I think we should be having, you know, when it comes to these new things coming into the game. Not these conversations about just rejecting everything new, but really seeing like what's the benefits and what don't we like, and trying to find that middle ground to really give some constructive feedback so that the game can evolve into, you know, the best version of itself for most players, because you're never going to please everybody, you know. But it's kind of my 2 cents on that. I rambled on. But I mean, you know, you guys can let me know what you guys think about what we saw today. I saw a couple of W streams in the chat. You know, they talked about power and progression, which I kind of went into. They talked about the Portal, and how that's going to work. They talked about Kepler and the destination, some of the activities that you're going to be doing, the exploration, you know, the types of missions you're going to be doing in the campaign. There's going to be side quest, which is something new for Destiny, right? Side quest is not something that we've had before, but I'm kind of interested in it. I don't think it'll touch anywhere near what you're typically used to when you think of side quests. Like imagine playing The Witcher, chat, or one of these other games that are like sprawling with quests and side quests. I don't think it's going to come anywhere near that. But the idea of having a side quest in the game that you can just kind of, you know, veer off the main campaign path and do, I think it's interesting. You know, maybe it'll be something similar to what we've had in recent episodes. Like I want to say we've had side quest like things to do in the campaign with Sloan, for example, in Heresy. I want to say those are kind of similar to, you know, the side quests it sounds like they're pitching for Edge of Fate. But I wouldn't think anything too big. I'd be surprised, but I wouldn't think anything too big, you know. But just the idea that it's in the game is a win in my opinion, you know, because the campaign formula is something that has gotten kind of stale in Destiny 2, right? You play a couple missions, maybe it's like a couple hours, you know, you get your story, you finish it. There's a legendary campaign. You can replay the missions on a higher difficulty. You know, cool. That's cool. But honestly, even when it comes to that, like there's no real replayability. How often do you guys replay the campaign for Witch Queen on you know, on Legend? How often do you replay the campaign for Final Shape? Amazing campaigns. You might have done it a couple of times for objectives, but legendary campaigns are not a primary, you know, form of incentive for replayability, right? There has to be something to chase at a certain point, because it's fun at first, but after a while it's like, why am I doing this? You know, and that problem is going to always exist. So I think if, you know, if you can mix it up in the campaign and add side quests, and, you know, I think the campaign is going to be solid. You know, in terms of what the size of it is, they did talk about that too in the comparisons to Rise of Iron, because a lot of people are going back and forth on that. Like, what is the size of this? Like, what are we paying for? Right. And they basically said like the depth of the content and the size of the location is similar to Rise of Iron, even though they said it's probably slightly bigger. And I think that the way that they're doing the campaign, the non-linear campaign, allowing players to kind of navigate the story at their own pace and you know, direction, I think is going to also contribute to, you know, a more diverse and lengthier experience. But we'll see, right? We'll see how dynamic that is. Like, how different is the campaign going to be in my playthrough versus your playthrough, for example? So these are all questions we can't answer now, right? Like, how can Bungie answer that question without spoiling, you know, the story? It's kind of tough, but that's a question that I have going into it. You know, what that non-linear campaign is really going to look like. But I'm just excited to be trying new things, chat. We're 10 years into Destiny 2. right? We've been all begging for something new and fresh and new ideas to come to the game. And I feel like that's what Edge of Fate is trying to do. But I also feel like the community is doing the thing that they always do. When we beg for new, we get new, but we don't want new because it steps on the foot of what we've been doing. That's kind of it's kind of what happens, chat, when you get new, right? You gotta step on some toes, right? You're gonna make some people uncomfortable. But I don't think that, I'm thinking about it, but I don't think there's anything egregious happening in Edge of Fate where it's like, whoa, 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 Bungie, I draw the line. Like, hold on here. Like, I'm trying to think through it, chat. And if there's anything you can think of, please do let me know. But I don't think there's anything egregious that Edge of Fate and Renegades and this Year of Prophecy is doing to the game that significantly reduces the experience that we've had in the last 10 years, trying to do something new, for the next however many years, Destiny goes on for. But I don't know. I mean, that's something, I can't answer that question for everybody, right? So, if you guys have opinions on that, feel free, let me know. But I think that's an interesting, point to leave it at. But it was good. It was good. Overall, I liked the chat. Overall, I liked it. Yo, what's going on, Derek? What's up, Marcus? I know you guys have been chatting in there. I wanted to kind of get that all out. We're gonna clip a lot of these conversations and points. If you missed anything that I said, you'll see clips on TikTok, YouTube. I'm still working on some video stuff to put together from the last stream with the stream that we're doing today. So we're gonna kind of condense that, and then I want to also discuss. What was I gonna say? I just left my brain. I want to discuss a lot of the things that are coming in Edge of Fate, which I've talked about a few times. So I'm trying to get that done. So we got a few videos to get done in the next 2 weeks, chat. We're going to be busy. We might miss a couple of streams, just giving y'all a heads up to try to get a lot of this content out. So just keep that in mind. But we will be live for Edge of Fate and all that. So, streams aren't going anywhere. But we got to find a balance, chat. We got to be able to make the content. So let's see. Where did I leave off? Yeah, so Green said lesslight.gg, more game. Yes, absolutely. Like, I have no issues with outside tools being used for Destiny 2. Just want to make that clear. I think the people who make those tools are brilliant, and they're definitely very helpful to the overall experience. But I think prioritizing, the game telling you how to play itself, like, I think that's where we need to go, and then have these tools be supplemental, right? And inform the players about things outside in addition to what the game is telling you what to do, It's the whole, we want D3, but we don't want change, which is a very interesting conversation that the people who are making that argument, I'm still struggling to understand how they say that out loud and don't hear that does not make any sense. I'm still struggling with how it's got to be denial at this point. Cause it's like, I have yet to hear a good argument for it. And I've listened to a few people try to make the argument for it and say that they're not in denial. But I'm like, if you want Destiny 3, you're asking for a clean slate and a brand new experience. Edge of Fate is literally doing that, and everybody is up in arms. So, like, we're having arguments about Bungie being slick with soft sunsetting. Chat, we called out soft sunsetting the moment we saw it, and we literally sat up here and said, oh, it's really cool. I've been a proponent of it, and I've said it for a long time. If Bungie were ever going to do sunsetting in the game, they would have to do it in a way that enabled players to be able to make the decision for themselves in terms of what they want to stop using and when they want to stop using it. That's what soft sunsetting is. Hard sunsetting is what we had before, where it's like, give me that shit. That's not what they're doing, right? But now people are like, oh, Bungie's being slick, and it's chat. It's soft sunsetting. You can see it clear as day. Like, I don't know if people want Bungie to say, hey, we're soft sunsetting your gear. I don't understand if they maybe think like that's a better thing, because I don't know if you know this community, but if Bungie came out and said, yeah, we're going to soft sunset your gear, I don't think the community would go, fantastic, Bungie. Thank you for the open honesty. Really, chat? Do we really think that's what's going to happen? Or is it going to just be more complete? How dare they soft sunset? So it's like, damned if you do, damned if you don't. We need soft sunsetting. Nobody's gonna take away your stuff. Nobody's gonna clear your vault. But chat, as you get more new stuff, and I don't even think it's gonna happen in Edge of Fate. I really think by the midpoint of Edge of Fate, you'll probably have a couple of weapons that you're like, oh, these are really cool. But you're probably still gonna be majority using what you have right now. You know what I mean? And then beyond that, it's like, who knows? But at that point, we're stepping into a new saga. So I think it's important to move on at a certain point. Think about gear that you used 3 years ago, chat. Are you still using it? Maybe a couple of you are, but it's not your primary loadout, right? You've added new things into your loadout as time has gone on. So I need to check my teams because that shit has popped off like a few times. I'm gonna catch up on chat. I'm working on it. I'll catch up with you guys in a second. Give me 2 seconds so I don't lose my job. Fuck. I didn't lose my job, chat. But yeah, people have been blowing my lineup. Okay. Sock said it's crazy because these quality of life features have been proposed, begged for. People that ask for them will then say, where was this years ago? Now I want something different. That's true. And it's part of the development issues, right? And we've heard about that before. Like we've heard that conversation before. You know, when the community gives feedback, chat, the developers are usually already in development of whatever new content is coming, right? So the feedback that you give doesn't trickle into the game until like future expansions, or depending on what the feedback is, maybe immediately through like a hot fix or a patch or whatever, right? But typically it's for expansions later on down the line, depending on how significant it is, right? And the problem with that is, as a developer, you know, the human element of this is people don't stay the same. They always want something different because there's always new variables entering the equation that change opinions over time, right? But people don't think about that, which I think is a part of this. People don't consider those things. So it's like, that's why when things happen later on and you get new things, then the conversation becomes, well, you should have done it a long time ago. Well, that would mean that when you asked for it, there's a button that exists that only you know about, nobody else. And Bungie just didn't push it. That's what that means, chat. But the reality that we all know, everybody here knows, is that's just not how things work, right? Like, I couldn't look at you, chat. I couldn't look at somebody in the chat and go, why don't you do this in your life? And then you in your mind, you're like, okay, yeah, that's a good point. I'm going to work on it. And then you do it. It takes you like 2 years. You do it. You achieve your goal. Then you come back to me and I go, I mean, well, why didn't you do it before? You should have been did it a long time ago. Do you see how crazy that sounds, chat? You see how wild that sounds coming out of my mouth? Just overlay that over anything you can think of, anything that anybody's ever challenged you to do. Just think of how crazy that is of a statement to say. Like every time I hear people say that, as somebody who works on the back end and develops things, it's the most asinine statement, and it sends me over the edge every time I hear it, because I'm like, it's not obvious. It's not as obvious as you think to just do the thing, right? That's the part of development and creation. It's a process. If I could just come up with an idea and launch it flawlessly from the beginning and consider every variable, Chad, I'd be a millionaire. Like we would live in a utopian society if that was the case. But that's not the case because that's not how shit works. Let's see. Sticks in the YouTube chat said I've been stuck at level 7 forever. Need to get past the last 2 co-op modes. Sticks, I don't know if I don't remember if you joined our Discord, but if you got to do Guardian rank stuff that's, not too bad, you can try joining our Discord and using the LFG and trying to get stuff like that done. I know, I'm pretty sure other people have to do Guardian rank stuff. But if folks want to get Guardian rank stuff done, definitely, reach out in the Discord. Let's see. Derek in chat, any more buffs to Hardlight? Nah, they nerfed it. They're shutting down D2 in 2026 after this expansion. It's crazy. For a second, I was like, wait, what the fuck? Did I miss that? Big news. Marcus said, when I hear side quests, I think about adventures from year 1 D2. Underrated activity. Adventures were goated. Nobody played them. The community memed them. And now they're gone. And I'm not making that up because I loved adventures, chat. I have so many tweets on Twitter, old tweets of me sharing key story elements that we got from adventures, right? But the meme in the community was, who plays adventures? Who does that? There's no loot to get. So why do I want to do an adventure? Right? Really cool stuff, really cool activities. But nobody really played them. The first time we ever heard the Travelers speak, chat, was in an adventure on IO. Do you know how many people don't know that? Do you know how many people don't know that? So yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I agree with you, Marcus. I think that side quests do sound like adventures, and if they are, that's a huge dub. That's a huge dub. They're also gonna absorb Marathon to replace Gambit, dude. Honestly, extraction shooter mode in Destiny 2. There's one other game that does that. It's like that Battlefield clone. I forget the name of it. Delta Force. They've got extraction. They got an extraction mode in their game. I don't know. That interesting. An extraction shooter in Destiny 2. That would be interesting. But maybe like we're making a joke, right, about having an extraction mode in Destiny 2. But realistically speaking, chat, Bungie is going down this path of trying different themes for their expansions. Who knows? Maybe they could do an extraction shooter theme for one of their expansion drops. I mean, anything's possible, right? Anything's possible. Sock said I replay the Legend campaign once a month just to remind myself of the Guardian's journey. Well, that's cool. I mean, if you do that, that's awesome. Like, to the people who do replay Legend campaigns, I'm just saying that I don't think that the Legend campaigns themselves, and I'm not making a point against you, but I'm saying I just don't think that the Legend campaigns themselves have been a significant reason to replay, a DLC or a campaign, right? Or engage with it, I should say. Like, you might do it a little bit, or like in Sock's case, maybe you do continue to do it. But I don't know too many people, and I'm only one person. Obviously, my perspective is not, that wide to be generalizing, but I would make a bet that I don't think the numbers are there, on Bungie's end to say that players are a significant amount of players are engaging with it. But, that's not an argument to say it should be gone, but I'm just saying, maybe something else needs to be considered, on top of it. You've yet to do the final shape campaign on your Warlock. What are you waiting for? Let's see. Lotus Eater is a reward this week. Bet. Getting those GMs. More time for Destiny. Oh, this man Sweaty pulled up the gamble. Everybody gambling now. Getting T crashed from across the map would be crazy. Dude. Crazy stuff, man. Crazy stuff. But overall, chat, like I said, I enjoyed the stream. I'm pretty sure people are going to say that they wish there was more. I think there's, definitely more that Bungie could do. But I'll be honest, though, also, I don't want them to really spoil that much for Edge of Fate. I kind of want to go into it and find out what's going on. I don't want to know what's the length of the campaign and You know, what does the raid look like and all? I don't want to know like specific details. I kind of want to go in there and find out. Like they haven't showed us what the activity is for Edge of Fate for Kepler, but they did confirm today that there is an activity for Kepler that kind of combines the Vex incursions with the activity in the Throne World, which sounds pretty cool. They mentioned horde mode elements and all that kind of stuff, and you know, the challenge of it. So it sounds like it could be pretty cool. It's gonna be a 3-player matchmade activity with like some mechanics and whatnot. So we'll see what that's like. But there is an activity that is confirmed for Kepler. So I want to take a look at the trailer that they dropped in the beginning, chat, one more time, because the trailer did show 6 people in it. Here we go. This is the Edge of Fate launch trailer. Sorry if I just blew y'all ears out. That shit was loud as fuck. Hold on. That shit loud as hell, chat. Damn. We're gonna rewatch the trailer for the Edge of Fate.
Kepler. You've never been there. And you know every inch of it. It's the farthest either of us have been from home. In distance or in time. You're gonna get a call. An invitation only you can answer. And you'll say yes. They arranged it so you would never say no. Choice is real. And every choice you make will lead you here. To who you're supposed to be. Eyes up, weapon.
Eyes up, weapon. Chat, what was the name of this guy? I forget his name already. They mentioned it. Damn, dude, I forget his name. But this guy's name, I want to say that in this trailer, he's talking to himself. So this is him in the past. And I think he's talking to himself, you know, from the future that's probably on Kepler. So there's definitely a time element to this, which we know. Because at first when we started listening in the trailer, I thought he was talking to us, the player. But I'm pretty sure it's him talking to himself. Pretty sure it's him talking to himself. This is the 6-player thing though. I wanna try to pause on this. We'll go through the trailer bit by bit, but I want to see this last part. This right here. Chat. 9 raid? Lodi, yeah, that's the dude's name. Chat, are we getting a 9 raid? Are we gonna actually like fight the 9? Do y'all think that's what's gonna happen? Or is it gonna be like another enemy in here? Like the Vex. I can see the Vex. I can see some element of the Vex in here. But 9 raid? We gotta fight the toes. Dude, I think this is legit like a screenshot for the raid. Unless there's some other 6-player activity, but it can't be because they did confirm that the activity for Kepler's 3 players, match made. This is 6. I'm going to say that this is the raid. And if so, yeah, this will be the first ever raid, 9 theme raid. We've had Prophecy Dungeon, which was 9 themed. This is the first time we'll have a 9 themed raid. I'm just curious if we'll actually face one of the 9. Right? And I wonder if that 9, that member of the 9, is the same one tied to Heresy, who is now the new taken god. maybe we don't fight them just yet. Maybe that's a bigger bad, but maybe they're connected to this raid. Maybe they have like, you know, some generals in their rank, you know, that we'll probably fight or something like that. But I'm curious to see how they're going to depict the 9 and everything in the story, because this is going to be about the 9, right? I think they mentioned, I want to say they mentioned we're going to see them. But I'm really curious how they're going to depict that. And if this is a 9 theme raid, I'm curious how they're going to tie into the mechanics, the bosses, the encounters. I don't think we're going to get an enemy race or anything like that. It's, you know, strictly of the 9. Maybe it'll be the Fallen and the Vex, you know, just in the raid. What is it? The House of Exile, I believe, that's on Kepler. So, but I mean, if this is the raid, that's a pretty big confirmation. At least we know what the theme is, and I'm down for that. Like this, you already know, Garden of Salvation is probably one of the most beautiful raids that we've ever had. This could potentially top it, depending on how they play around with it. Because within the 9 realms, chat, anything is possible. Anything is possible. I appreciate that. Yeah, chat. Actually, today is our affiliate anniversary on top of the Bungie stream. And the craziest thing, a lot of things happened today. I've been so busy this morning prepping for today's stream. I didn't even get a chance to really like do a lot of prep for this stream in particular. But I did, I did take a look on YouTube before we got started. And we also achieved a pretty significant milestone, chat. Let me just pull this up. Let's see. 1, today our YouTube channel is 9 years old. 2, today, literally today, so the day of our affiliate anniversary, chat, our YouTube channel just hit 1 million views overall for the whole channel. Overall. That's insane, dude. That's insane, because I don't even feel like I'm that active. Yo, who just dropped some subs in the chat? Yo, Derek out here gifting 5 subs. Appreciate you, Brody. I appreciate you. Bosnian said, didn't they do this for Lifefall, where they had 6 people on Neomuna like this, and people were thinking it's raid? They probably did, and I probably was one of those people who was like, oh my god, it's a raid. So I could be bugging. It could totally not be the raid. But I'm going to go out on a limb and say it's the raid. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that's the raid. But it probably isn't. You know, they usually have like a raid trailer. So, you know, maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. But it's been a pretty wild day, man. 1 million views on our YouTube channel. Fucking affiliate anniversary. You know, it's a good day, chat. It's a good day. It's a pretty good day. Appreciate y'all, man. Yup. Shout out to Derek for those gifted subs. If you got one in the chat, make sure to say thanks. Hey, Rage and Cheesesteak got one. Nice. I appreciate y'all, dude. Appreciate y'all. Let me see. I think we fully recapped the live stream. There's a section here at the end I want to kind of take a look at. Like they quickly cut through it. Yeah, I think it's like right here. I don't know if we could do. No, you can't do. Chat, how do you do frame by frame on YouTube? I've only ever been able to do that when I download the video, but is there a way to do frame by frame? Like literally like second by second, because this is like 5-second jumps. How do y'all do frame by frame on YouTube? Or do I just have to drop the playback speed? Plus minus? I could try that. Nah, you're good, Cheesesteak. No worries. Shout out to my lurkers. Oh no. Plus minus just makes the captions increase. Yeah. Nope, that's not it. Page up, page down. Nah. That literally just that just browses the page. I don't know. The best I can do right now, chat, is play and pause. So I'm gonna just lower playback speed to like 0.25. We'll mute it. And I'm gonna try to go through this as slowly as possible, just to try to catch these frames in between for the quick montage. Let's see if we can find something. For anybody who wasn't here before, for episode Echoes, and I don't even know if anybody's ever acknowledged this because I watched a ton of people cover the trailers for episode Echoes. We actually found Maya Sundaresh in the Vex network in the trailer by freeze framing. We found like hundreds of different versions of her in the Vex network. And I had made a short about it. And at that time, like nobody was watching it. So like I always felt, and I was trying to tweet it, nobody acknowledged it. And I was just like, this is crazy. Like no one was talking about the fact that we saw her in the trailer before the episode even dropped. And, you know, now it's come and gone and nobody cares at this point. But I thought that was really cool. I thought it was really cool. Press the comma key to go backwards and forwards frame by frame or period. Ah, okay. Oh, that is what it is. Bet. Appreciate you. Google for the win. All right, let's do this, chat. We got the frame by frame. Appreciate you, Bosnian. All right, let's see. Oh, that is real frame by frame too. That is. Let's get to the section where they're. Yeah, it's like right over here. Okay. So we cut to Lodi, which it looks like he's floating through space. This is one of those cutscenes that Bungie does now, like their stylized cutscenes. So it looks like it's depicting Lodi flying through space. Maybe that's the satellite that we've seen in a bunch of trailers. And if you're wondering, like, how's he flying through space? We actually saw in one of the earlier trailers showing the collapse, or what looks like the collapse. You saw like pyramid ships in the sky, and there's like a guy floating up in the air. We're assuming that that's Lodi, and we're assuming somehow that the 9 are doing this because he's a human, or was a human. And maybe somehow they're interacting with him here and he's flying through space to get to Kepler, right? But somehow there's a train involved in this. Maybe he's on the chat. Maybe he's on the train, right? And as this stuff is happening, the train goes through some kind of wormhole or something like that, right? Because we've seen this image here too. But there's a lot of contradictions here because I mentioned the guy who's floating up in the air. Don't know why. But then there's a train, and we've seen this image here where it shows a guy flying out the train, and it looks like they're coming through a wormhole, like a strand wormhole. Remember, a strand is tied to the weavings of the universe, so maybe that's connected to time travel in a sense, and you know, crossing different dimensions. I can definitely see how strand would be tied to that. So maybe this is how Lodi gets into our reality or our timeline. I'm curious if he's from a different timeline, you know, or if he's from our timeline just in the past. I am curious about that. Don't know what's going on here. This is actually multiple versions of Lodi. And this is part of the reason why we think that there's some kind of multiversal, you know, multiple timeline, multiple reality kind of element going on here. All these different versions of Lodi. That they're showing here. He's like losing his mind. It's probably the 9 interacting with him. You know, this is probably where he goes from being a human into whatever he is now, because he still looks like a person. But he clearly says in the earlier trailers that he's not human anymore. So this is probably the 9 doing something to him, showing him the truth, chat. Opening his third eye. And then we get the 6 players loading in to this undisclosed location that we're speculating is the raid. Probably not the raid, but speculation. It's 6 players. But it is a new space. We don't know what this is because this is not Kepler, chat. We can confirm at least that this is not Kepler. So, was there anything earlier in the trailer? Let's see. Damn, I mean, Sox, you got the coins for that. The Soul Train, maybe? Still need glasses, though? Let's see. Oh, what I want to see is the name of this agency. Hold on. The phone rings. Yeah, right here. What does this say? Inventio Exploratio Observationist. I don't speak Latin, chat. So if anybody wants to translate, connexus? Connexus. Anybody know what that mean? What does that mean? Space Force? Bro looks like a Fed. It says 9 on the road sign. Oh, we got to check that out. It says 9 on the road sign. I need Google Translate. What does this mean? That's Narc University. Oh man. Let me see. Let's look on Google and see what this means. Inventio. Unless somebody knows what it means in the chat, I'm gonna just Google it. Is that Connexius? No, Connexus. Yeah. Oh, is there not just like a Google Translate for Latin? Invent, explore, observe, connect. Oh, wait a minute. That's the phrase that he repeats in the other trailer. But was it invent? Is it invent? Let me see. Does that mean invent? It says inventio means faculty of invention. Invention. I guess it's invention. Lodi is a Fed. Let's see. You said the sign says 9 also. Oh, somebody's actually walking through here with some orange pants. Hold up, chat. Who that? Wait a minute. Is this going backwards? Hold on. Is this? Wait a minute. Pay attention to the pants up top. Oh no, oh, it went forwards and then backwards. Okay. They just did some shenanigans over here. What was that? Oh, it does say 9 on the road sign right here, chat. On the right, it's lit up. I think it's supposed to say K9, but it just says 9. And it says moon over here. East, west, Chicago. Oh, Chicago confirmed. Chicago confirmed, chat. Maybe we'll have a mission in old Chicago. Like, even though we don't get the locations, that doesn't mean we can't go to certain places, because we've done that before, right? For story stuff. We've gone to certain destinations without having the destination be explorable. So it's very possible that we could go to old Chicago. It's very possible, chat. I want to catch that montage. So we got the 9 sign here. Phone. 9 sign again. And then we see the same same person. Hold on one sec, chat. Oh, my voice. Come back. Woo. Lost my voice there for a second. Southside raid in Chicago. That would be sick. That would be fire. Old Chicago raid. There's so much lore that talks about old Chicago and like these creatures and stuff in old Chicago. That would be sick. I would be so down for an old Chicago raid. Like, I'd be so down for that. Says literally like a Fed agency devoted to investigation, discovery, making connections to alternate universes. I think this is going to be a really cool element to explore in the Destiny universe, because we've never had anything like this. I'm going frame by frame right now, chat, through the trailer to see if we find anything interesting. So if you're wondering, like, why is the screen just stuck on this thing? We're literally going slowly, frame by frame, because there's a quick cut here that I want to kind of see if we can catch anything in between. It's the same phone. I wonder if this is an actual room or is this just like a artistic choice to depict something. I wonder if this is like a legit room inside of this agency that Lodi worked at. And they just had a phone tethered to the universe or something like that. That'd be insane. Okay, here's Lodi. Right? Like maybe the 9 created this room or something like that, chat. Right? Like this is some new room that just popped up and they're all like, what the hell? And there's a phone just sitting there because the 9 put it there. You know? I'd imagine, y'all ever see Night Agent? It's giving me like Night Agent vibes. The phone is just in there, it never rings. And when it does, it's the 9 calling. So now it's like high alert. It's like, whoa, hold up. But you know what's crazy? As we're going through this trailer frame by frame, you know what I'm thinking about? The significance of Lodi being from the past and the 9 being a part of this story. And the whole idea that the 9 have dictated the events up until now. Like everything that has happened was supposed to happen. Kind of tells me that in these cutscenes, the 9 are calling Lodi to essentially tell him what's going to happen in the future. And so he's going to gather a group of people, go to Kepler, and they're going to just observe what's going to happen because ultimately everything that's going to happen is supposed to happen. But we got to get to the point where we're getting up to in the Edge of Fate for this next significant event to take place. I think that's going to kind of be, you know, what plays out in Edge of Fate, you know, and how that story kind of like comes around, comes full circle. Did I miss the part where they did a quick montage? I think I did. Hold on. Let me just go back really quickly, chat. I just want to make sure we didn't just skip the whole thing. I mean, this was a quick cut, but I think we can pretty much see what happened here. There's feet. Hold on. There's feet. Maybe there was something on the feet, chat. Okay, we got feet. Ship. This is probably Kepler, maybe, where they were going to. Wet feet. We got wet feet, chat. And we got the emissary. And then the 9. You know, we were thinking that this was a planet when the image first came out, chat. We thought that this was a planet. I don't think this is a planet anymore. This is that same strand wormhole, I think, opening up. I don't think that's a planet on the other side, though. I really don't. I don't know what it is, but that doesn't look like a planet. Let's see. Where's that quick cut? Oh, yeah, it is right there. So why am I not? Okay, it was this. And then it was phone. This again. This. Phone again. Oh, did we already see this, chat? I think we did. There's something on the door, but we can't. Chad, I think that says containment on the door. I want to say this says containment. We can't see the full word, but I feel like this says containment on the door, chat. You guys can't really see the whole thing, but I feel very strongly that this says containment on the door where this phone is at. So yeah, I think that this phone, yeah, I'm going to move it real quick. Hold on. One sec. Yeah, so if you guys see right up here on the top left, right? Top left of your screen. Shit. They never show the full word, but I feel like this says containment. Yeah, 1000%. Yeah, dude. So if that's the case, that means that whatever's in this room, right, is some kind of anomaly. So this phone ringing, where did it come from? Because it's not plugged in, which we can see. It's not a plugged in phone, but it's ringing. So that's definitely the 9 for sure. the 9 are communicating through a phone. That's crazy. Alternate timelines, dude, it's very possible. Very possible. All right, let's see. What else? Okay. There's a stoplight here. Let's see if there's anything significant in this area. Fantastic Four confirmed. Yep, there goes the 9 thing again. Moon, there's a car here. Something about steak something. Now I'm hungry. Yep, so we can at least confirm Lodi lived in Chicago. So we're gonna see events that played out in Chicago, probably during the collab. Because the only character that we know that confirms multiverse is Elsie. She's the only one that's traveled through multiple timelines. She's the one that's seen multiple endings, multiple versions of realities. So we know that it exists. I've just never known if Bungie was ever going to explore it or not. So I'm curious actually if that means that Elsie's going to play a part in this story, because it makes sense, right? Elsie has been across different versions of, you know, our reality. So it would make sense that if somebody like Lodi comes in and confirms like he's from a different reality, you know, an alternate timeline, it would make sense now that Elsie plays a part in the story, because she's the only one that we know that's done something similar. Moon gas station, is it haunted? This guy. That was Elsie in the orange pants. That would be crazy. Orin will be? Yeah, Orin's gonna definitely be in there. Orin will definitely be in there. We have Ikora that's gonna be in there. I wonder if Ikora is currently in, probably she's in Old Chicago. They're probably exploring some anomalies in Chicago, right? Maybe that's what she's doing, because I mean, floating rocks are not normal, chat. Usually a sign that something is not right. We can't really see what's going on her tablet here, but it looks like they're tracking some sort of energy source on the tablet. It looks like that's what they're doing. They're tracking down some sort of anomaly, energy source, something. Yep, look at that. As we say it, here it is. So it looks like some kind of portal just popping open here. Oh, and there's a train. There's the train. Okay. But where is this happening at in Chicago, and when? It can't be. Ikora can't be standing there when that happens. Because if we're assuming, hold on, let's see. Is this the train that Lodi's on? It can't be. Wait a minute. What is going on here? I'm trying to put the pieces of this puzzle together right now. Ikora in a different timeline. Interesting. What if it was Ikora in the orange jumpsuit? Dude, I don't know. Because why is Ikora and Lodi, why are they together right now exploring what we're assuming is Chicago, right, chat? We're assuming this is Chicago. And they're tracking down an anomaly, which takes them to this location, we're assuming. And the same train that we've been seeing the whole time that comes through this portal is now coming through this portal in this cutscene, right? Who's on the train and who's coming through? And is this just something that happens during certain periods? Like, why were they looking for this? Because my assumption initially was that this is how Lodi got into our reality originally, but he's already here in this cutscene. So a little confused right now. I'm a little confused right now. Unless, oh my God. Chat. They're all Lodis. What if it's a council of Lodis? We saw all of those other people in the last tease from Bungie during their last live stream, right? There's like a civilization on Kepler, these scientists that are observing and they observe the collapse. They observe the collapse, and they're you know, trying to understand the 9 and everything that's happened. What if they're all different versions of Lodi from different timelines? And this is Ikora and Lodi searching for this anomaly to then meet another version of Lodi from another timeline. That's crazy. What? Crazy theory, chat. Crazy theory. But I'm going with that. That's my theory. That's my theory. Yo, what's up, Bones? What's going on, crew? Appreciate you guys, man. Appreciate you guys. Yes, today is our affiliate anniversary. Right now, we're breaking down the Edge of Fate launch trailer that we got today, going through it frame by frame, and you know, throwing out some fun theories and whatnot. But we already finished checking out the live stream earlier. Gibbs, is it L Gibbs? You'll let me know how to say that in the chat. But Gibbs, appreciate the follow. Welcome in. What did I miss here? Or is it Ikora before she died and got revived as a guardian? Sock said, what if it's a fourth wall break? They show characters in an alternate timeline, and it's a nod that we as guardians answered the call of the 9 to play Destiny. Dude, I mean, y'all already know. You want to talk about fourth wall breaks? We have covered that shit so much. I'm here for another fourth wall break. I'm just saying. They already exist in Destiny. And the last time we had a significant fourth wall break, aside from Savathun, was in Season of the Drifter with the 9. And it was that whole back and forth where we were overhearing the 9 talk to the emissary, and the emissary was describing the player, and she was describing the power that we had. And she specifically said the power that we have to leave this game. And the 9 were like, we don't understand. What do you mean leave this game? They were like, leave this place, leave this game. So like, it was like a very fourth wall-y, you know, mention that I always love to point to. Because, you know, a lot of people were trying to say like, oh, maybe it's just, you know, the flower game. I don't think it's the flower game, chat. You know, people were saying like, maybe it's just the activity itself. I think they're talking about literally Destiny. I think the 9 have access to, you know, see multiple timelines, dimensions, realities, including ours. And there's other mentions in the game's lore about characters, you know, referencing the player, you know, including Savathun. So I do think that there's a fourth wall element to Destiny that we haven't really directly explored, but it's always there if Bungie ever wants to, you know, really dive into it. So just catching up on chats here. What if the 9 are representation of the OG Bungie heads that came up with Destiny? That would be some crazy ass shit and problematic. Yeah, I could see that being problematic. Not anybody in particular, but just, yeah. Bone said maybe trying to get Lodi back to his timeline. Maybe. But I think that Lodi is doing too important of work where he is now, and it seems like he's a scientist. So I don't even think Lodi. I don't know. I don't personally think Lodi probably has the motivation to get back to his timeline unless they introduce like a family element. But he's probably really fascinated by the 9 and, you know, alternate timelines, given, you know, where he works. So I don't know, dude. I think we're looking at a council of Lodis. I think we're looking at a council of Lodis. Bosnian said they might be cutting different scenes together that don't go together. That's true. That is very true. That is very true. The 9 are all Lodi, but just 9 different ones. That would be a plot twist. That would be we've wondered what the 9 are outside of planetary beings and dark matter, right? Like dark matter dust. We've wondered what they would look like. That would be the craziest plot twist. Because the 9 have been trying to create a physical manifestation of themselves for years. That's why we have Zur. That's why we have the emissary. That's why they want to understand our paracausal powers, right? So it's kind of interesting if that was ever a plot point to be like, yeah, the 9 are just, they succeeded and now they're Lodi. Like 9 different versions of Lodi. Like that new game that's out that I want to play at some point. The Altars. I don't know if you guys have seen that one, but there's a new game that's out called The Altars. It's kind of similar. So that would be some wild stuff. That would be some wild stuff. Guess I'm gonna have to play trials this week with good maps and double rewards. Yeah, yeah. That was some those were some good announcements. Definitely. We're probably gonna play some trials too. Hilarious if it's multiple Lodis and the raid boss is evil Lodi. Dude. I'm all for humanoid bosses. That's why I love Rolk. So I'm not gonna lie, if we ever get to the point where we get a raid where there's a humanoid raid boss, I'm talking like a Dark Guardian, or maybe like Clovis Bray finally builds that giant mech that we saw the head of, right? Maybe he builds a giant exo mech or something like that, and that's a raid boss. Like I love humanoid bosses, just because of the dynamic way that they can move around the map and engage in combat. Like Rolk's kick is so cool because it's like a physical interaction with the player, right? Like, yeah, you got stomps and stuff from big bosses, but like Rolk is literally kicking you in your ass. Like that is so cool. So it'd be really dope to see a boss that can like punch or something like that. Obviously there'd have to be like some abilities tied to that, because a physical fight, like this ain't seafood, chat. Like we can't do that kind of combat in Destiny 2. But it would be cool to see another humanoid type boss in the future at some point. Squabble raid. That would be crazy, dude. Every boss in the raid is just Lodi. The Niner Freaks, Deviants. Raid boss, Tanix, remove the helmet and he's Lodi. Dog. That would be crazy. The community would feel betrayed. If they did a face reveal, a reveal stream for Tanix, and it turned out to be Lodi, the community would be in an outrage. A big Lodi, a small Lodi, a skinny Lodi, a Slavic Lodi. Dude, every version of Lodi. If we're right about this, chat, yo, that's gonna be insane. If we're right that this is a council of Lodis, oof. We've had some theories in the past, chat. We've been right on a few theories before, but y'all is my witness here. We are right about this theory. That's huge. That is huge. But we'll see. We got 2 weeks to find out. Tanix is a Darth Vader and Lodi is Anakin. Bruh. Oh my god. At the end, your guardian takes off his helmet and it's Lodi. You are Lodi too. We're all Lodi. We are Lodi, chat. We are Lodi. We are Lodi. We're all Lodis. We're all members of the Council of Lodis. Too funny, dude. All right, let's see if there's anything else here from this train. So yeah, we got Lodi, we got Ikora. Little hair flip there. This cinematic looks insane, by the way. The cloth rendering is nuts. Skin textures look crazy with the lighting. And then we get the phone again. The universe is calling, chat. So again, if you remember the dialogue from the trailer, we already watched this. I'm not playing the dialogue right now, but it's Lodi talking to Lodi, which is also another reason why I think that they're all versions of Lodi from different realities. I think that he, is recruiting all these different versions because he's probably just a really smart dude, right? He's the Reed Richards of the Destiny universe. He is literally the Reed Richards of the D2 universe. Got that stank face looking at the phone like, what the fuck is going on here? We got another view here of the car driving through Chicago. Is it? Oh, I was about to say, is it taking flight? Wait a minute. Hold on, chat. Wait. The car is taking flight. Why is the back of the car? Yeah. Chat, peep right here. Peep right here. Watch the suspension. Unless he's braking. But I mean, to brake that hard to where the back of the car raises up off the ground is kind of nuts. Oh, you know what though? Maybe that's a hard brake. But maybe they're braking because the train is coming out? I don't know. We have a different perspective here of just Ikora now, no Lodi, and another train. This is interesting. Another train. All these trains, but this doesn't look like the same location. We definitely saw Ikora and Lodi together for sure. Okay, we got some black screen here. Let's see. Damn, was there this much of a gap in the trailer? Okay, that was before the Bungie screen. Okay. Was there anything? I think there's nothing else really. Because the rest of it is just like gameplay stuff, I want to say. Maybe some location stuff. It's some Harry Potter shit. Lodi are the friends we met along the way. Oh, man. Okay, so yeah, this is a good look of Kepler. I'm going to just fast forward here. Yeah, we got some gameplay stuff. More looks at Kepler. We got some Fallen. This is the House of Exile. You can see the strand weapons that they have, chat. You can see that. So it's not just going to be the dregs with the strand spears, but there's also these Fallen dudes with these strand guns, it looks like, which is kind of sick. That is kind of sick. And you can also see the Drifter's Hauler up here in the top left, chat. Like the Drifter's Hauler is here too. And you do see the Drifter's Hauler in the trailer for like a very brief moment. We might have skipped it, but they show his trailer for like a fraction of a second. And then you see it here. So the Drifter is going to be here in some capacity, which also leads into our theory that we had from Heresy that the Drifter is going to be a significant part of the story going forward. Because again, the Drifter is one of the only people that we know personally, the Guardians. He's one of the only people that we know that has explored vast amounts of the universe and seen all kinds of stuff. So like he's the perfect person to be our guide to this next phase of Destiny, exploring these new planets, these new locations, and potentially new timelines, new realities. Who knows where Destiny's gonna go, right? But he's the perfect guide for that. And we do know that in the lore, I think they started sending out other Guardians to explore. So like there's more people exploring, and now it's our turn to explore. So I think the Drifter is going to play a big part in the future of Destiny. Gambit aside. But I think the Drifter is going to be here to stay. Milo laying into toxic people right now on stream, like Dado did the other day. Dude, you got to call them out, man. You got to call them out. Because people think that they can just run around, right, to different people's streams on Twitch, YouTube. They can go in comment sections on YouTube, TikTok, whatever. And they think they could just pull up, drop their toxic stuff, and they feel comfortable doing it. But that's because you have spaces in the community that engage and enable. We're not one of them. Milo's not one of them. And Dado's definitely not one of them. Like if you want to come in here and critique and share opinions, you're more than welcome to do that. As long as you explain yourself. That's it. And I will always forever call people out for not doing that. But I will call you out because I want to have a conversation and a dialogue. Because it's necessary, dude. Like, you can't let people off easy just for running around just spewing toxic nonsense. It's not productive, you know, and it does not contribute to what you're trying to do and what we're trying to do here and, you know, other places. It's just not, it's not productive. So, you know, and as a streamer, it's annoying as fuck. Like, because it kills the vibe in the chat. You know, or it shifts the chat to that tone because you might have people who are chilling, you know, they might enjoy you, but, you know, they like that shit too. So somebody pull up and then they're like, yeah, like, no, yeah, we not doing that in here, you know. Is the Hall a broken off part of Kepler? So I know that we know what the Hauler is. Because we had that lore from not Right at the Nine, from Season of the Drifter. I think Drifter, so if I remember correctly from the cutscene, Drifter's ship, the thing that's on the front here, Drifter's ship was floating out in space or something like that. I think oh man, I don't remember the specifics, chat, for this lore. But I think that when the Nine spoke to him, They took him into, you know, their plane, and then he came back. It was just there, and it's essentially like a portal into the ascendant plane, into the 9 realms, that space. So I don't know if it's particularly part of Kepler. You know, I don't know physically where it's from, but it's like a gateway into, you know, pocket dimension in a sense. So, yeah, good question, but I don't remember the specifics of that lore. Green said it's exactly how I feel about these idiots. Let Jim Jones say bullshit about Nas. Bruh, yeah, no, that's facts. That's facts. Not pushing back is just as bad as co-signing. Exactly. All right, let's keep going through this trailer just to see if there's anything else of note. I don't really think there is. I mean, I think the dialogue portions and the cutscene portions are good. The rest of it, I mean, look, I've given my 2 cents on Matterspark. I think the ability is going to be cool. I think using it for puzzles is going to be cool. But if you had to ask me my hype levels for Matterspark, man, you know, I'm going to engage with it. I'm going to see, you know, how far it goes. I think it's going to be strong as shit, you know, but, do I want to be a ball of lightning running around the map and jumping up and down and zapping enemies? It'll probably be fun. I'm not, you know, trying to downplay it without playing it, but I would be lying if I said to you, like, yeah, I'm looking at Matterspark. I'm like, dude, this is insane. I'm like, yeah, I think it's cool. You know, but I think it's just going to be a fun layer of the game, a fun element of exploring Kepler. You know, but personally, I don't know if it's going to be the thing that, like, you know, excites me the most. Like, oh man, I can't wait for this. I think the puzzle elements is where I'm going to really enjoy using it. I don't know how much I'm going to use it for the abilities, but it might end up being really strong. So who knows? Who knows? Because I mean, every time they show it, it looks like it's like destroying ads. So, but it might be like a lot of the level ups that you get later on. So that could be the case too. That could definitely be the case too. What time is it, chat? It is 3:18. Okay. Let's log on to Destiny and let's take a look and see what's going on in the game. And also, let me see if Alexa messaged me because I'm supposed to be meeting her. I got meetings on my calendar now. All right, let's boot up Destiny. Today's reset day, chat. So it's gonna be some new stuff for Friday the 9. We're gonna have some new stuff in Eververse. What else do we have, chat? Damn, do I even play Destiny? What else is new today, chat? Right of the 9, Eververse. What else is changing? Obviously, all the activities and stuff, but we're not really playing those right now at this point. We got to finish cleaning up our vault. Yeah, Lotus Eater. Lotus Eater is the featured weapon. Yes. Lotus Eater is the featured weapon. But I think when the weapon is featured, like last week we were at Plug 1, I think that Cruel Mercy Pulse drops as well. I think right now we're getting dual drops. So yeah, I mean, last week was double drops for GM. So if you missed your chance, you know, that was a good opportunity to get exotics. But honestly, I would say even without double drops, I would still encourage y'all to, if you care, you know, about optimizing, I would encourage y'all to try to get you some spiky exotic drops. Actually, let me pull this up because I do want to talk about this really quickly. I think it's important to mention. Bosnian said I finished Barrow Diet. Took some time. Yeah, the Barrow Diet quest, I got to finish it up too. Good point. I need to finish that up as well. Oh shit, I fucked up. Fuck. All right, I'll deal with this later. I will deal with that later. You don't have destabilizing repulsor? Oh, that's the one you're looking for, Lotus Eater? I don't know if I have a good Lotus Eater. I gotta check. I feel like I do, but I'm not 100%. Not 100%. hold on real quick. I just want to review something quickly about stat changes. I wrote them in the Discord. I pinned it in the D2 main chat. Let me see. Can y'all see this? No, y'all can't see that. Hold on. Is streamer mode on? It is. Turn this off. Okay. So chat right here. Y'all can't see that. Okay. Fantastic. Doesn't help. Never mind. Let me pull up the images. Hold on. So for those who don't know, stats are going to be changing in Edge of Fate. So a lot of the stats that you use right now for class abilities like resilience, recovery, mobility, a lot of that stuff is going to be changing. So there's going to be a new dedicated class stat. And I think it's important to kind of go over these things quickly just because it might get confusing when you get into Edge of Fate, and you might also regret getting rid of something that you probably should not have gotten rid of because you didn't really understand how the stats were going to convert. So let's just quickly take a look. I got the screenshots here. Best roll you got is destabilizing beacon rounds. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Wait, did I take those screenshots on my phone? Oh, shit. I thought they were on my computer. They are on my phone. Okay, we'll do it like this. Okay, chat, you guys can see this, right? So when Edge of Fate drops, right, stats are going to be changing. Your current gear is going to shift over to the new stat system. That includes your exotic gear, right? So anything you have currently is going to just be ported over 1-to-1 in the new system, right? Any new exotic drops that you get in Edge of Fate are going to drop at a limited tier. So all the new exotic drops that you get, I believe, are going to be capped at a tier 2, which equals out to like 63 stats, 65 stats or something like that. I'm not 100% sure, but it's right around there. So if you have exotic gear that's better than that, or you want exotic gear that's better than that, and you have a chance to farm right now, I would say go to Rahul, do activities that drop exotics, and farm for those drops that you want now. And the way it's going to convert is like this. So the mobility stat, right, is going to change into the weapon stat. Resilience is going to change into health. Recovery is going to become class. Strength is going to become melee. Discipline, grenade, intellect, super. So some of them are going to still kind of be similar. So strength, melee, discipline, grenade, intellect, super. Some are going to be similar, right? The names are just going to change to make them a little bit more obvious as to what they are. But ones like mobility, resilience, and recovery are going to be completely different. So yeah, so health, just to give y'all a breakdown, we already talked about this in the Discord, but I'm going to repeat it here. So health, the way it's going to work now that you can build up to 200 stats, from 1 to 100, 0 to 70 is going to give you, from 1 to 100, you're now going to get 0 to 100 healing when you pick up an orb of power, and it's going to give you 0 to 10% flinch resist as it scales up from 1 to 100, right? So I think every single increment of your stat build increases it by like 0.3% or something like that. So that's what you're kind of seeing here. So it goes from 0 to 70, max healing for picking up an orb as you work your way up to 100. And it goes from 0 to 10% flinch resist as you work your way up to 100. From 100 to 200, shields start recharging from 0 to 25% more quickly and take 0 to 50% less time to fully recharge. So if you are looking at maximizing these things, right? Like let's say, for example, you were 200 stat into health. You'd have 70 healing. You'd have 10% flinch resist. You'd have 25% more, your 25% quicker shield recharge. You'd take 50% less time to fully recharge, right? And that's 25% to start the recharge, and then 50% less time to fully recharge. And then 20% additional shield capacity versus combatants. right? So that's kind of how you want to read into that. Moving on to melee. So from 1 to 100, it's going to improve your base cooldown of your melee ability. It's going to also improve the amount of melee energy gained from external sources and any melee regeneration speed scalers from any other sources. So this is kind of like how you want to look at the stat when it comes to building into it. So think of perks like Pugilist. Any perk or ability that plays into your melee ability now tie into the consideration of your stat, right? So the build crafting, as we've said, is getting deeper. Like you have to consider a lot more things. And then from 1 to 100, now it's going to go from 0 to 30% increased melee ability damage. And this is going to include your powered, unpowered, and glaive melee. So this is why I also said glaives are getting a nice glow up in Edge of Fate. Because aside from this, there's a big rework to melees, which is a whole separate conversation. And glaives benefit from that as well. So let's see, moving on to grenade. So from 1 to 100, that's going to improve the base cooldown of your grenade ability, right? Also improve the amount of grenade energy gained from external sources, any grenade regeneration, speed scalers. So again, similar to melee. And then from 100 to 200, you're going to get 0 to 65% increased grenade ability damage. So this is pretty nice. If you build into grenade over 100 stats, you'll then start to add bonus damage to your actual ability, which is kind of nuts. And then same thing with your melee. Anything over 100 increases your melee damage. And not just for your melee, that's both melees, powered, unpowered ability melees, and your glaive melees. So that's a pretty good incentive if you're somebody who likes melee builds. Moving over to super from 1 to 100, you're going to get improved super energy gain from damaging targets. This does not change the base cooldown time of your super. So remember, supers are in different tiers, which dictate how long they take to passively regenerate, right? But you also actively generate super energy when you damage enemies, right? So by building into the super stat, now you're going to improve the amount of super energy you get from damaging targets. It also improves the amount of super energy gained from external sources and any super regeneration speed scalers from other sources. Again, same as your other abilities. And then from 100 to 200, you're going to get 0 to 45% increased super ability damage. So these are some pretty significant incentives to build into these stats. And remember, you're not going to be able to build, I mean, somebody's going to try, but you're not going to be able to build and maximize 200 for every single stat. So you're going to have to make decisions here, but you can start to see or play around in your mind of how you want to do your build crafting and build into certain stats, because you get damage benefits for your super, your melee, your grenade, right? You get damage benefits from investing over 100. So it's not like there's no incentive to say, go over 100 for your grenade and then do a grenade build, or, you know, for DPS phases, build into your super, right? Let's say you're using Golden Gun or some DPS super, Thunder Crash, whatever the case is. Now you have bonus damage that you can get simply by building into your super stat, which is going to go into what you're looking at when you're farming for armor, right? And how you're going to build different sets that you're going to change up for different encounters. I can see a world where we're actually considering switching gear now, because I've never been a gear switcher. I know people do it for like min-maxing, but now that there's just straight up damage incentives for going over 100 for your super, your melee, your grenade, I can definitely see how people would be moving things around, you know, in different encounters, depending on how you want to play, which I think is fun. So moving on to the class ability, which again is going to replace the mobility, resilience, and recovery stats that we used to build into our class abilities. We now have one dedicated class ability stat that you're going to build into. And for anybody wondering, like, okay, but they're going to get rid of what was there before, what happens to the base stats? I'm going to get to that in a second. But the class stat itself, so from 1 to 100, it's going to improve your base cooldown of your class ability. So if you're a hunter, dodge, warlock, rift, titan, barricade, those are your class abilities, right? So you're going to build into your class ability stat to reduce the base cooldown of those class abilities, right? Then on top of that, it's going to improve the amount of class energy gained from external sources, any class regeneration speed scalers from other sources, So again, same like everything else. And chat, that includes your mods, abilities, anything like that that builds energy into those respective abilities. And then from 100 to 200, you're going to get a 0 to 40 HP overshield, right? Which is going to be 0 to 10 in PvP. So this will work in PvP, right? But it's less. But you'll get a 0 to 40 HP overshield and 0 to 10 HP overshield in PvP when you cast your class ability. That's on any class. So Titan, Warlock, Hunter, if you invest over 100 into your class ability, you'll then get an overshield, right? And then it says here the duration is determined by the ability that you use. So for example, if it's a dodge and a thruster, it's going to last 5 seconds. So it's a limited time overshield. If you pop a barricade or a rift, it's going to be 10 seconds. So Hunters get a 5-second overshield, and Titans and Warlocks are going to get a 10-second overshield. So you guys can argue in the chat. Moving on to the weapon stat. From 1 to 100 is going to improve your weapon reload and handling speeds. Then it's also going to improve your damage versus minor and major combatants. So that's going to be 0 to 15% for your primaries and specials, and 0 to 10% for your heavy weapons. So this is a new stat, chat, weapon stat. We've never had this before, but now you can build into your weapons and you can get improved damage versus minor and major combatants, right? And as the community has told me countless times across multiple platforms, 10% is significant, chat. It's make or break. It's do or die. It's major. So if you build into your weapon stat, chat, you get a 15% damage buff for your primaries and specials. So that's pretty significant. It's pretty huge. And the 10% damage buff for your heavies is pretty big, gigantic. So, I didn't say that. You guys said that. So game breaking stuff here, chat. Then from 100 to 200, right, it's going to grant you a chance for ammo bricks produced to contain more ammo than normal. So that's going to be pretty good too, because we already know you can build into ammo generation. There's going to be certain mods for that. I think there's going to be mods on weapons as well. And you can also build into your weapon stat. So if you're trying to do, let's say, some endgame activity, there's a DPS phase or something coming up, and you really want to spec into ammo generation to make sure you have ammo, you might want to have a build where you spec into the weapon stat over 100 to give yourself a chance to get more bricks. So that's a nice incentive there. And then on top of that, it's also going to improve the damage versus boss combatants and guardians. So yes, chat, investing into the weapon stat over 100 is going to benefit you against bosses and guardians. So this is going to work in PvP. Okay. So it's going to give you 0 to 15% damage for your primaries and specials, and 0 to 10% damage for your heavies. And then the bonus weapon damage versus players is going to be from 0 to 6%. So less than 10%, so not as significant. So nobody should be really going crazy, again, according to the community, because 10% is a lot. So 6% shouldn't be that much, but we'll see. We got to test it out. Let's move on to the next one. Oh, that's it. I thought I had another slide. Let me see. I think there's another slide. Here we go. This is the other slide. So for the folks who are wondering, right, about the stuff that's going to be going away, the mobility, resilience, recovery, they're also going to be bolstering the base stats. So it's not going to just go down to 0 and then you have to build in the class. That's not how this is going to work. So for the stats that are going away with the new system, Bungie says that they've added, they've set them to a fixed value for all players. So now mobility is going to be fixed to what was once 30 for Titans and Warlocks. Hunters are going to get a fixed 40 mobility that you can then build on top of with the class stat, by the way, right? So your base is not 0. So for the Hunters out there, like, oh my God, I got to build all of this stuff into mobility to get my stuff back to what it was. No, you start off at 40 base, think 40 mobility, and then you build on top of that, right? And also there's going to be a new leg armor mod that's going to allow you to adjust your mobility higher. So keep that in mind as well. From what I've heard and gathered, it's something that you're not going to want to like. Nobody's going to be running around with triple of these leg mods to try to get their mobility higher. Diminishing returns are a thing, chat. It's not really that necessary. I've said it many times before. As a hunter, I've only ever run 7 mobility. That was the most I've ever needed. Is 10 better than 7? Sure. Does 10 give you more than 7? Sure. Is it needed? No. So at that point, it's a desire. I've never felt like you need 10. Will you be able to build something to that effect? I'm pretty sure. But I can't say that because I haven't tried it for myself. Moving on to resilience though. Resilience is now going to be fixed at what was once 100. So everybody by default is going to get 100 resilience. And then you build on top of that with your health stat and everything like that. Right? Recovery is now going to be fixed to around what is 60. I run 7 recovery, usually like 6, 7 recovery. And I can tell you that's pretty nice. For those who don't know the benefit of recovery, literally when you're, let's say, doing a difficult activity, even when you're playing PvP, let's say you're critical, or let's say you're taking damage, and ads are pushing you, you will start to heal faster if you have higher recovery. That's always been the value of recovery. So me personally, when people call me crazy, I've always valued recovery in endgame activities and in PvP. I've always valued recovery because if I can get in and out of the fight more quickly than you can, I can put you down quicker than you put me down. You know, so it to me, it's an important stat. And the fact that it's going to be fixed at 60, pretty nice. And again, you'll build on top of these things with the other new stats, right? You're going to build on top of these things with the health stat, for example, right? With the healing, your shield recharge, all that kind of stuff is going to be built into with these new stats, you know? And I'm pretty sure there's going to be mods and other kind of things. So, you know, I just wanted to mention that for the folks who might not have read into it, watched a video or something like that. It's going to take some time for it to all sink in. It's all new stuff. But, you know, I think it's important, especially if you're somebody out there who's like, I do kind of want to get some good exotic drops. Now you know what you should be looking for and how what you have is going to convert over in the new system. So I want to see, like, for example, let's take a look at an exotic piece. Let's see if we can give an example. Green, you say you run 5. I forget what I was talking about. Was that mobility? 5 mobility? Since the arc rework? Oh, let me put a mark. My bad, y'all. I'm trying to get as much talking points out as I can for all the content we got to make later. So I'm trying to get all that stuff out. So I appreciate you guys hanging out, you know, and listening. And hopefully this stuff is helping you out here if you're, you know, listening in on it as well. You guys were chatting. I missed a bunch of stuff here. Bosnian said I grabbed some spikes for every stat from Failsafe last night. Oh, that's true. You can go to Failsafe. You have 0 recovery on any of your armor. Yo, I'm gonna be living in Edge of Fate. You know how much recovery I have on my armor, dude? Bosnian says, so for DPS, you want weapon and super as high as possible? I would say so, yeah. I would definitely say so. DPS phases, I'm maxing out, you know, weapon and super for sure. Go to failsafe, put a recover model on your ghost, focus armor pieces. That is a good point. We'll do that. We're gonna do that today. Let's see if we can pull some stuff. I want to get some examples of getting, like, what it looks like getting good gear and how it's going to translate to Edge of Fate. I think that's a good thing to showcase. Same. Once I got my 100 resilience, discipline, 70 mobility hunter set, never switched out, like 4 seasons. Yeah, and that was a big thing. So like that point by Green is an important one we spoke about before, but I want to mention it here again since we're talking about this. But it's this idea of, you know, there's a lot of people pushing back on the new armor system and soft sunsetting, and people are like, I don't want to lose my stuff. But I feel like that's part of the flaw of the system in the past is that once you got good stats, you really didn't need to swap anything to, you know, fit different play. You didn't need to swap anything, you know. Now with the way that the stats are laid out, right? And now you're going to have armor set bonuses. There's a lot more factors that are going to play into you switching up your loadout. And that includes different armor pieces, right? I think folks that optimize today might beg to differ, and that's fair. If you're an optimizer, then you're probably swapping all the time to run strikes. That's fair. But, you know, at the same time, what I've always said is not really necessary. Like, unless you're doing the most difficult stuff in the game, like low man challenges and day one raids, which is like 1% of the player base. You know, but now I think, especially with difficulty tuning in the game, optimizing is going to be something that more players want to take a part in. But just because now there's more incentive to build craft and to change your loadout and to swap armor pieces, and, you know, and now you have the shooting range that you'll be able to go into and test all of this stuff out, which I think is going to be fun. And it's not going to just benefit the hardcore players. I even think more casual players are going to benefit from the shooting range, because you think about it, right? A new player comes in, they don't really know how Destiny works. They just want to experience, you know, the game. They can go on patrols, sure. But now you have this controlled environment where you can just shoot stuff. You can try your weapons out, right? You can literally pull a boss up and just fight a boss, right? You and your raid team can just practice DPS strategies. Or you as a solo player, maybe you just play by yourself and you do solo ops and there's a challenging one. And maybe you're having a tough time. You can go into the shooting range and practice now, right? You can practice swapping your gear in the shooting range. Like, there's a lot of different things you'll be able to do with that tool. But I think all of these different pieces come together to create an experience, I think personally, that's going to feel warranted by the refresh, right? The refresh of build crafting, the refresh of the armor chase, the refresh of the gear chase now with gear tiers. I think all of those things sound enticing to me as a player who's been playing this game for 10 years. It sounds like something new, and to me it sounds kind of fun. So, you know, that's why I'm looking forward to it. But you know, as always, it's more so about what other people feel, because I'm just one person. You know, it's about how you guys feel. But I'm just kind of making my case for it. You don't have to agree with it. But that's kind of how I'm looking at it going into Edge of Fate. That's why I keep saying, like, yeah, I'm excited for it. I'm looking forward to it. 2 weeks, dude. I can't wait. Like, I can't wait. You know? But let's go. That was a good point. Let's go to failsafe. We're gonna pull some armor. Do we think that failsafe or other focus spots for armor are leaving? Did they confirm that? Those are definitely leaving for sure. Seasonal content, episodic content will always continue to leave. DLC content is the stuff that they mentioned when they stopped sunsetting that was never going to leave again. So all of this stuff in the last city, this stuff is going to go away. I'm like 99% sure. Maybe this space will stay and they'll add new vendors as a part of the new season. I don't know that much, because I mean, the helm has been here, right? But the vendors in the helm rotate and they go away. So like failsafe in them, New York City, baby. Failsafe in them probably will rotate out, you know, unless they play a part in the story. We'll see. We'll see. But let's go to failsafe, because I don't think there's anywhere else we can focus armor, right? I think it's just failsafe this year. Yeah, man, New York City, baby. I ain't even eat my breakfast today, chat. Let me check my work messages real quick. And by the way, sorry, I'm eating in a mic chat. I'm hungry as fuck. For anybody in the chat who has not entered our giveaway, we're giving away 1 copy of the Ultimate Edition for The Year of Prophecy that includes Edge of Fate, Renegades, everything. That's the $100 version. So if you want to enter for a chance to win the Ultimate Edition for Edge of Fate, exclamation point giveaway, exclamation point EOF in the chat. That's going to give you all of the information that you need. Everybody can purchase up to 15 tickets. If you don't have enough points in the chat to purchase 15 tickets, just by being in the chat, you earn points. So you'll earn plenty of points just by chilling in the chat. Use exclamation point enter and the number of tickets you want to purchase them. And as you earn more points, just keep buying more tickets. Increase your chance. And just so y'all know, just because you can't get 15 tickets doesn't mean you won't win. I tested it with some of our mods in the chat. You can win a giveaway even though you don't have the most tickets. So you guys can buy 15 tickets and somebody can pull up with 2 and they can win. So don't feel bad if you can't purchase 15. It does increase your chances, but it's not a guarantee that if you get more, you will win. So just something to note. If you guys want to enter, feel free to enter. The giveaway winner will be pulled on the 15th. Did I miss anything, chat? I don't think I missed anything. Yeah, and if you want to earn more points, you guys can gamble and all that stuff. If you want to take that chance, you know, like some people are getting lucky. So, yeah, dude, feel free, enter. And even if you have the pre-order, you know, for Edge of Fate or whatever the case is, maybe you just pre-ordered Edge of Fate. Maybe you didn't get the Ultimate Edition or the Annual Pass Edition. Feel free to enter, dude. If you didn't already, you know, redeem it, maybe you could return it, whatever. I would say unless you really care about pre-order stuff, if you don't, what's the harm, right? Enter the giveaway. If you win, cool. If you don't, you can still get the game. It's not going to go anywhere. Or if you want to win it for a friend, enter for a friend, whatever it is. But we're giving away 1 copy. It doesn't matter any platform. That's Epic, that's Steam, Xbox, PlayStation. So yeah, dude, from now until the 15th, we started this giveaway last stream, which was last Tuesday, right, chat? Yeah, we've had the giveaway for a week now. Or was it Friday? I forget. But have a blast. Let me check my work laptop real quick, chat, and then we're gonna pull some armor. We're gonna see if we can pull some good stats here, just to kind of give you guys an idea of what it looks like to convert your high stat rolls now and what they'll look like in Edge of Fate. I want to see if we can kind of depict that. And I didn't mention this. Forgot to mention this. When Edge of Fate comes out, the new gear that drops is not going to drop the same way that gear drops now. So like you see how gear can drop with like some spikes and like some balance. In Edge of Fate, when armor drops, chat, depending on the type of armor, right? That I forget the name of it. Depending on the archetype of the armor, chat, that's going to dictate what stats primarily drop on that armor. You know, there's a lot of different factors to that, but stats are now going to drop in 3 spikes. So there's going to be 3 spike stats, 3 variations, combinations of spike stats. That's how stats are going to drop now. So when you're building, you're going to be building using different pieces that maybe spike in different areas or just all into one area, whatever you want to do, right? So it's not going to look really how it looks now. So just keep that in mind. Like this kind of armor is not the kind of armor you're going to really be getting in Edge of Fate. And again, it's not going to be gigantic spikes because you have to remember tiers are a thing too. So depending on the tier of armor you get, that's how heavy that spike is going to be. So it's a lot of layers to it. I know it's going to take a little bit of time probably for people to adapt to the new system, but once it comes out, we'll go over this again. That's why I'm talking about it now, is because I want to get familiar with the system so that when Edge of Fate comes out, we can explain it to folks. We can make our guides and, you know, make this stuff easier and easier to understand. So the better I understand it, the better I can explain it to folks. Let's see. I didn't said I need to check my work laptop like 4 times already, and I haven't. So let's see if I'm still employed. Oh boy. I've got like 2 projects that they just threw on my plate. Yo, what's going on, Bully? Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Welcome in. Yeah, today is our affiliate anniversary on top of all the other things that's going on today. For anybody just tuning in, we just reviewed a lot of stuff, a whole bunch of stuff. We watched the Bungie dev stream. We shared our thoughts. We kind of went into a little bit of dialogue about, you know, some community stuff. Just now we were doing like a full breakdown of the stat changes going into Edge of Fate, and I'm kind of still working on that. We're gonna take a look at some high stat armor that we're gonna try to pull here and convert that over to what it's gonna look like in Edge of Fate. So that's kind of what we're working on right now. And I'm working at the same time, so I'm doing a lot of stuff. But yeah, dude, I'm doing pretty good, man. Today's a good day. Today's a good day. Really enjoyed the stream. Good conversations today. Today's our affiliate anniversary. We literally today we hit 1 million views on YouTube, like overall channel, not video. That would be wild. But overall channel has hit 1 million views, and today's 9 years on YouTube. So a lot of things happening in the same day. So yeah, pretty significant day that I didn't even plan for, because I'm gonna be honest, I totally forgot today was our affiliate anniversary. Literally like 5 seconds before I went live, I saw the chat message going, congrats. I was like, oh shit, that's today. So you be doing the same shit. You'd say weapons with like non-questionable god rolls will stay relevant for a while, but like shit is varied. Varied as armor. Nah, we're gonna be rolling through that stuff. Yeah, armor I think is gonna be easier to move on from. I think it's gonna take a while though to work through the tier system to get up to the point where you have gear that's better than the armor that you might have right now. So like I think your god roll armor is gonna serve you just fine going into Edge of Fate for a while until you get to like that tier 4, tier 5 armor grind where you're gonna have more significant stats, right? Weapons, I maintain the same thing. A god roll will always beat out a tier 4, tier 5. Like, yes, the barrel and the mag are enhanced. Yes, the mods are enhanced. Is that better? Absolutely. But just being a tier 4 or tier 5 is not going to equate to better than a god roll tier 3, tier 2, tier 1, or a god roll weapon that you have right now, right? It's going to convert to like a tier 3 maybe. So it's not going to be like that. Now, if you have a tier 2 god roll and then you have a tier 4, tier 5 god roll of the same weapon, then yeah, I don't think anyone's going to argue that the other ones are going to be better. I don't, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think that's an argument. I think we would all agree there. Like, yeah, if I have unvoiced, for example, chat with Dragonfly, Elemental Honing, and it converts to a tier 3. And let's just say, hypothetically, I could get a tier 5 version in Edge of Fate. I'm going to use this version because this version is nice. If I get a tier 5 trash roll of this same gun, I'm not going to use the tier 5 because it's not going to be better than the roll that I have, right? But if I get a tier 5 with Dragonfly Elemental Honing, which is my personal god roll, then yes, I'm going to use the tier 5 because, of course, it has an enhanced barrel, mag, mods. At that point, I think, yes, the decision to use the tier 5 makes sense. But the whole conversation that people are having right now, generalizing tier 5s, just saying that they're just better, I just think that's silly because we're undermining what good loot actually is. Good loot is a weapon that can shoot shit and kill shit. It's loot that has good perk combinations. You know, depending on who you are, what your skill level is, it might just be loot that just feels good. So like just generalizing that tier 5s are just the best thing and everything else sucks is kind of silly to me, you know? And it is a real conversation that happens because I see it all the time in my comment sections, you know? So, and I think it's perpetuated by people who are just shifting people to focus on, you got to get to tier 5. Like everything else is trash. I think that's just that's a super oversimplification of what the grind is going to be like. Which I think is like spawning this disingenuous dialogue, which I don't really, you know, I don't agree with. Gonna be working and lurking. Oh, good. Appreciate you dropping in. No, appreciate you dropping in. W University, appreciate you. What happens to current rolls? Current rolls on the weapon, and what shader is this? This is pole position. This is the pole position shader. So, Logic, were you asking what happens to the current rolls on the weapons or the armor? I just want to specify that because you might be asking about the weapons, but I don't know if you were talking about the talking about the armor. I think it's just to encourage being sweaty. I used to feel that way about adepts, and I barely use them. Yeah, but like my thing is, you know, I don't know for the folks who might have missed the last conversation, the last stream, but I just think that if you want to be sweaty, be sweaty. There's nothing wrong with that. You want to be an optimizer, be an optimizer. Optimize as much as you want to your heart's content. If that's what's fun for you, fantastic. But I'll just always maintain what's fun for you is not fun for everybody, right? And I just look at Destiny, the game, and what it requires. And Destiny, the game, in all areas of the game, outside of day ones and low mans, does not require optimization to complete activities. That is a choice. So when people come into the chat, not our chat, just in general, when people come into the conversation and they tell everybody that you have to play this way, you have to have optimal stats, you have to have this, you have to have that in order to be a Destiny player and complete things, that is just not true, right? And that's different from what I'm saying when I say, you know, like, for example, if we're raiding with a new player and they don't have a good loadout on in terms of like doing damage. So like if they're doing damage with their primary because they don't know any better, that's different. I'm not going to tell you, you must be optimal. I'm going to say, hey, you know, use your heavy weapon. You don't have a good heavy weapon? Here's a suggestion, right? That's different from the conversation other people have when they're like, you don't have this fucking bait and switch 4 times the charm cataclysm when that thing was, you know, goated. It's like, you don't have that. You're doing DPS, you're throwing. It's like not necessary. You can use bait and switch this and that, whatever. Still get the shit done. You know what I mean? So, you know. Weapons and armor missed a lot. Nah, you're good. You're good a lot, Logic. I'm gonna, like I said, we have talked about a lot of things. So I don't, for sake of not repeating too much, I'm gonna repeat it, but for the sake of not repeating too much, a lot of stuff is gonna be chopped up. We're gonna post videos, clips, all that kind of stuff. So we're gonna keep talking about this as we go into Edge of Fate. Because I wanna learn the system more. So I'm gonna continue to have these conversations. But yeah, Green saying then they kick you from LFG. Yeah, and that happens too. Exactly. Destiny legit is for everybody, but it's not enough for one type of player at times. Cheaters and all of Destiny. Yeah. I mean, dude, Destiny's the kind of game that is trying to please a lot of people. And I mean, the reality is you can't please everybody. You can try to please as many people as possible, but you're not going to please everybody. But if you go off that logic, chat, right? Well, you can make as many people as possible happy. Okay, what is the majority of the player base? Casual. They're not hardcore, they're casual. The majority of most player bases are casual. Because most people, right? Who are the people who come into the comment section, chat? I got a job. I work a 9 to 5. I don't got time for this. I don't get paid to play video games. Casual people. Like myself, like you guys, we have lives. We have things to do, right? We make up the majority of player bases. Not hardcore players. Hardcore players are the ones who are always fighting to feel seen and respected. There's nothing wrong with that, right? I view myself as a hardcore casual because I will do hardcore shit, but oftentimes I just don't have the time for it, or I just don't have the team for it. But I'm always willing and wanting to do these things. I just don't tend to do them, you know. So that's another thing to take into consideration too. It's like, yeah, you want to build the game for most people, but like most people are not casual. So like when a choice is made to give something to hardcore players, which you need to make, right? Because hardcore players are the ones who kind of maintain your player counts over the long period of time, because casuals move on quick, right? So it is important to cater to your hardcore players. That's why I've always said Destiny needs to be built more of like into a ladder type of system, which they're doing. in Edge of Fate. You know what? Let me show you guys something. I want to show you guys something. Just so you don't think that I'm just coming out the blue with these ideas. I have been talking about this shit for years. Literally. I'm about to show y'all some cooked ass videos. Cooked is in like this is some old shit. This is some old shit. This is our YouTube channel, by the way, chat. This is some old shit. You can see the evolution of the thumbnails, all that kind of stuff. Look at this. I made a video 5 years ago. Chat, I have a let me zoom in here because I want y'all to see this. I was this guy. I made a video 5 years ago talking about, is it time for Destiny 3? So don't nobody tell me that I'm shilling because I don't want a Destiny 3. I have been having this conversation for years, okay? For years. I'm actually curious what I talked about here because I'm 100% certain I did not land on we need Destiny 3, but yeah. All red text. Yeah, I was going through a phase, dog. Yeah, Anthem. Yes. Look at this. How to improve Destiny 2. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, I've been talking about this game for so many years. Oh, man. Damn, I got some old ass fucking videos, chat. Jesus. Yeah, these are like, this is back when I was just uploading gameplay. I literally just used to upload gameplay. This is the evolution of the channel. That's so crazy. Oh my God. It's kind of wild to see that. I started YouTube 9. There's older videos in this that I've deleted. Or they're probably just unlisted, but I do have older videos in this. Yeah, I do hate that Anthem failed, dude. I had so much hopes for Anthem. Wait, I missed that. What'd you say there? Most players never did a raid. That's very true, Bosnian. Most players have not done a raid. And when I talk to people about raids and stuff like that, I always get a lot of people in my comments like, man, I would love to do a raid, but I just have nobody to do it with. I always get kicked from LFGs, this and the third. And that's how some of y'all in here, or, you know, some folks in our Discord, that's probably how y'all found us. Because I literally say this to people. Join our Discord. Like, I want our Discord to get to the point where we have enough of a roster where we can do raids regularly. Right now, we have a small set of players who are active. So you can't burn people out and just raid when it's like the same 10 people rotating. Right. So a lot of people are tired, and that's fair. But yeah, like that's why I keep trying to pull people in, you know, to try to build up a roster of folks who want to do raids, because I want to do raids, dude. And we have done raids, but right now most of our team is just kind of taking a break. But yeah, dude, I want to get back to that point, you know. You're a prosumer. It's between consumer and professional. Yeah, I mean, I think it has a lot to do with just, you know, where I am in life. You know, my perspective. My perspective has a lot to do with my perspective on life, just in general. You know, I have a more balanced take, chat, just because I'm seasoned. You know what I mean? Like, the shit that people complain about and mask it as I'm just a passionate player. It's like, it's more than that. I don't want to get too deep, because I can get a little, I can go on about this. I'm not gonna get too deep, but it's more than that, you know. There's more that plays into that level of attachment, you know, and value that people put into a game. And games mean different things for different people. You know, I'm just not in that phase where my value in stock is in the game. So like when Destiny struggles, I struggle. It's like, that's not how it is for me. When Destiny struggles, I go do something else. And then I watch from a distance because I'm a hopeful player and I want the best for Destiny. But I look out for myself. You know what I mean? I look out for myself first. And if the ship is going down, I'm going to play until it ends, but I'm not going to sink with the ship. I'm in the lifeboat, chat. I got to live for the next game that's coming out. You understand what I'm saying? Like, we're not having no funerals around here. It'll be a celebration. It'll be like, you know what? I enjoyed those 10 years of Destiny too. You know, that's funny. I made a video on TikTok and I labeled it 10 years of Destiny 2. And like 2 people out of hundreds of comments actually noticed that I said 10 years of Destiny 2. And I didn't mean to say that. I meant 10 years of Destiny and I said 10 years of Destiny 2. Oh, man. Urban said, oh, you got 1K? Shit. Nice. Was that your first try? Did you pull it first try? Just say you did. Just say you did. First try. Says sub me in, I don't care. You pre-ordered the deluxe edition? Oh, for Anthem? Yeah. This is motivational. We old. Hey, man, look. We up there, dog. We up there. You said, what? You mean you don't make it your whole personality to talk shit about it? Nah. Nah. You know, the folks who got to pay bills, that's why they do that stuff. You know, the folks who got to pay bills, just always know this, chat. I'm going to tell you this. I don't give a fuck. I'll tell you this. As a content creator, lean in, chat. Lean in, lean in, lean in. As a content creator, the easiest thing that you can do is rage bait the community. It's the easiest content. It's so free. It's so free. All you got to do is just rage bait. I know you probably hear people say that, but I'm telling y'all right now, as somebody who's been doing this for 10 years, if I wanted to make money in this space, if that was my goal and my sole reason for doing this, I would purposefully incite rage, even subtly. It's manipulation. It is at this point. It's manipulation. Creators, and I say smart because they're just playing the game, right? They got to pay them bills. Manipulation is part of the game. They just bait y'all because it sparks engagement. Because negativity is easy, chat. You know how easy it is to hate on some shit? It's easy as fuck. Actually thinking critically and finding the good and the bad and having a balanced conversation, you gotta use a lot of brain cells for that. That takes a lot of work. People don't want to do that. So it's easy to just do the rage shit and that everybody just goes crazy and then it creates this group mob mentality and everybody feels like they're a part of something. Like, yeah, we all mad. Like, you not mad? You happy? Look at this motherfucker happy over here. Look at this shill. And it's like, I guess, I mean, bills paid, right? You know, bills paid, chat. So, you know, my bills is paid. You paying somebody else's bills because you getting manipulated, but you know, that's cool. That's how it is. You know what I'm saying? That's how it is. And it's easy. It's so easy. I could watch any content, right? I could watch Bungie stream. You know how easy it is for me to sit up here, chat, and instead of saying something I actually thought about, you know how easy it is to go off of just today's stream, for example. You know how easy it is for me to just be like, man, chat, can you believe Bungie's not giving us anything significant? That's 2 streams in a row that Bungie's just, I don't know. What is Bungie? Do they even know what they're doing, chat? Like, do they even know what they're doing at this point? That's 2 straight streams where we really just got a repeat of the same stuff. I don't know, man. I don't know. This feels like, the end, chat. It feels like the end. You know, I don't know about Edge of Fate, dude. They want to take away our gear. They want us to regrind stuff. Do you see how easy it is for me to just do all of that? It's so easy to do. And that's what people are doing. That's why you hear these conversations. These people are not stupid. They know how to play the game and they're playing with y'all. They're playing with y'all emotion. Just be careful out there. Okay, be careful. That's why I always say form your own opinions. When you come here, I'm sharing my opinion, but I'm not telling you how to think or how to feel. I say to y'all all the time, disagree with me. I don't care. You can have a difference of opinion. Just have a reason for it. If you want to explain it, explain it. But I will never tell you what to think and how to feel. I'm not hyping up Edge of Fate and saying it's the greatest thing in the world and you better get it. You're not doing it right if you're not hyped. I don't tell y'all that. You guys pull up. I'm excited. You guys might say, you know, I'm not that excited. And what do I say to y'all? That's fine. That's fair. I say that to y'all all the time. Right? But you go somewhere else and You say, oh, I'm excited. You get a dozen comments in the same comment section. Look at this motherfucker happy. Look at him excited. Must be new. Must be new around here. Right? Because that's the vibes. It's like, if you're not a part of the mob, then you're an other. And that's what it is. That's what I am, I guess, in this community. I'm an other because I choose to have thoughtful conversations and not just react with knee-jerk emotions and shit and then put it out there as content, you know, to inform the masses on how to feel. I guess maybe that's why, you know, I am where I am. But I hope that the more genuine balance take is something that you guys appreciate, you know. I hope it is. I'm pretty sure it is, because look, we got people in here. We got folks who engage with the conversation. So, you know, that's the kind of people that, you know, I hope find us and continue to contribute to the conversation, and, you know, continue to keep this ball rolling over time. Whether it's Destiny or other games, chat, it doesn't have to be Destiny. It could be, you know, other games. But yeah, dude, it's crazy out here. It's crazy out here. Yeah, Profit and Rage. Logic, you said it was the 4th try. You jumped in on the last phase. That's crazy. That's crazy. I know that team felt some kind of way. I know they did. What about the non-consecrators? They be doing it for the love of the game, I guess. Yeah. If you're talking about the rage thing, it's okay. Let me not say that. I'm not going to say that. A part of why people do that stuff is, like I said earlier, it's to feel a part of something, right? A lot of this is all driven by the desire to feel like you're a part of something. The popular thing to do, where people find themselves among others, is in communities that are in doom and gloom, desperation, negativity. It's easy. It's so easy to go and find 100 other people that think just like that. It's hard to find folks like us here who can have thoughtful conversations. You know what I'm saying? And share different opinions, but have a conversation about it. Very hard to do that. You don't find that everywhere. You know, it's a lot of one-track minds, which is why people tend to go in that direction, you know? That's why it's so freeing being a yeah, exactly. You could have made your whole stream about that mechanic not working or the stream crashing. Yeah, exactly. It's easy to just bait people, dude. You spent 5 seconds on it, went back, and it was back to what was interesting for you. I'm not telling you how to think. I'm inviting you to think. Exactly. Literally. Yeah, what's going on, Apathy? Did I say that right? Apathy? What's going on? So Apathy said to indulge in a bit of cynicism here. These Edge of Fate streams seem like a reprisal of their marathon playbook of, we're not going to show you too much, but trust us, we cooked. When for marathon, we now know it's more chopped than anything. To be fair, I feel like that's a reach to compare the two. Also, to say marathon is chopped is an opinion, right? That's your opinion. I got to play a lot of marathon. And we played it, we streamed it here. And I'm not somebody who plays extraction shooters. I enjoyed marathon. Like, we invited folks in to play. I enjoyed marathon. It had good bones. I think what really contributed to a lot of the negativity with marathon was a lot of the conversation around marathon. Because I think a lot of the opinions that perpetuated were from people who didn't really get a chance to play marathon, right? I tried to share my opinion and I did it here live, but obviously I don't have that much of a reach. So again, as I said earlier, rage bait, like triggering emotions, that's always going to generate more opinions, more clicks. That's why we know that opinion more broadly, right? Because we shared a balanced take here. It was not perfect. There were things that needed to be worked on, but there were a lot of good things there. Like the systems, of progression were really cool. I have no desire to play extraction shooters, and the progression systems already had me looking forward to building a character up, right? Things like proximity chat got overblown as like this negative against the game when it's like, okay, it's a choice. It's not a choice that they can't walk back, but it's a choice they made. The community said they wanted it, but it became this overblown conversation like, you don't have prox chat, this game is stupid. You see what I'm saying? So it's like when we say that Marathon is chopped, it's like, I don't personally agree with that. I think the art situation was fucked, right? Huge bad press. But if we're going to just talk about the game itself, because we're talking about game for game, right? We're talking about Edge of Fate and Marathon. One, I don't think they're comparable because Destiny is a more substantial amount of game, right? Edge of Fate is just a layer on top of it. Two, Marathon is a completely new IP exploration genre for Bungie. So like the opportunity for failure is there. So it's like, even if we sit up here and say it's chopped, it was doomed to fail, and then it fails, doesn't mean you knew it was gonna fail. It's like the Schrodinger's cat thing. It's like, I could say the cat is dead, you could say it's alive, we open the box, it's alive. Doesn't mean you knew it was just a possibility. So it's like, that's kind of how I'm looking at it. So, you know, I think that Bungie has made a mistake with the way that they've rolled out the press for Edge of Fate, because I don't think they should have given creators access to the game to be the ones who inform the community on the game. Because now when people want to go and find stuff, they're looking for what Bungie has said. And now Bungie's streams feel like a repetition of what we already know from what the creators said. But people forget, we only know that information because Bungie gave them the information, right? So it's a matter of how they rolled this whole thing out, which is why it feels like they're repeating a lot of the same things. But at the same time, if you know anything about marketing and advertisement, in order for something to sink in, you don't just say it once, you say it multiple times. So while you might be the audience person, like myself and everybody here, who's keeping up with things, and you're like, I've heard this before, you have to repeat things in order for people to actually get what's going on and for it to sink in. Like today, I talked about stats. A lot of people in this chat don't know about the stat changes. A lot of people just found out for the first time, or they heard about it, but they just said to themselves, I'm not going to think about it right now, right? Even though Bungie's talked about it many times. So that's kind of how I'm looking at it. I think that that's where Bungie could have done better. I think they should have done their streams first and then have the streamer content be supplemental. But I know why they did that. And here's why, right? The community and creators have asked for that. You think I'm wrong? You can go find, I'm not gonna look for it, but you can go find VODs of creators in this community, big names, who have said that the way that Bungie showcases their stuff could be done better in terms of gameplay. And, you know, they don't really get into the nitty gritty details that players want to know. Players have literally vouched that creators could do it better. So Bungie took that to heart and they gave that to us. So creators got a chance to make that more in-depth, hardcore analysis that the community wants. So we got that first, but I just think that was a mistake because that's now stepping on Bungie's toes, because now anything that they make is just a repetition, right? When, to be fair, what do we have? We had the reveal stream, and now we've had these two developer streams that are supposed to be going into details about the game. But at this point, we've already heard that stuff from creators. We don't even have the blog posts yet that are supposed to be dropping. They go into more detail. So it's going to be a lot of repetition and layering and, you know, trying to understand systems. So, you know, I don't think it's Bungie saying, hey, trust us, we cooked. I think Bungie's showing us exactly what's coming in Edge of Fate. Like, it's not like they say, hey, there's a new gear tier system, but you'll find out about it in Edge of Fate. They showed it to us. Power leveling, they've explained it to us. They broke it down. Stat changes, they showed it to us. Kepler, they showed it to us today. They mentioned there's a new activity. They didn't show that to us because they said they want that to be a surprise. Fair. I don't like when stuff is spoiled. I like jumping into new content and seeing it for myself for the first time. But I understand marketing. You have to show things. People need to see what's available, right? They got to be able to see what's going on. So I would disagree there. I would say that it's not really, hey, trust us, we cook. They're telling us, they're showing us what is in Edge of Fate. And it's up to you to then decide, is that enough for you? A lot of people are saying it's not. Me personally, I've said this many times now since we first heard about Edge of Fate. And I literally made a whole video on this. This is Destiny 3. This is literally what the community has asked for. And all the changes you want in Destiny 3 are literally happening in Destiny 2, minus a new engine, right? Which I'm not even gonna get into all that now. We've talked about the technical side of that in previous streams, but you're literally getting new systems, new story, new location. You're getting you're not even getting the hard wipe of a Destiny 3. You're getting a soft sunset that gently caresses you into a new era and says, yo, don't get rid of your stuff yet. Get rid of it when you're ready to move on to the new system. Now you have people who are fear mongering telling you, oh my God, you're going to lose your. Over time, yeah, you're going to eventually make that choice for yourself. You're going to eventually say, yo, I got this tier 3, right? But now I got a tier 5 God roll. It's better. You can rest now. Or you might say, you know what? My shit still cooks and still use it. Sunsetting took your shit away, chat. Sunsetting said, this power level can no longer be achieved. So all that gear is unusable. That is not what's happening. That is not what's happening. There is no sunsetting happening, no wipe, no cutoff happening to where your gear will be unusable. That's just not true, right? Now, if you feel incentivized to use the new stuff because you say to yourself, I did get a tier 5 God roll. It is better than what I have, then chat. That's just a natural progression of gear, no? Like, we've had gear within the last year of Destiny that has power crept gear that we got in the final shape. So what would be the issue there? You see what I'm saying? Like, this is why conversation is necessary. And we got to really think through these things, because people throw ideas out there and you just latch onto them off of feeling. You're like, yeah, that's true. And it's like, it's not really true. That's like a disingenuous framing of the whole situation. But it's like, yeah, when I look at Edge of Fate, I look at and I see new. I see the potential for even more new, right? We don't know how long Destiny 2 is going to last. Who knows? Who knows if and when Destiny 3 is going to ever come based on the sentiment in the community and what Sony wants to do. Who knows, Chad? We don't know. I don't know that. All I know is Edge of Fate is doing some new stuff, right? I know we got a new gear system, new power and progression, new activities, new location, new story, all that stuff. We got a new raid. We got epic raids, which we've never had before. We don't even know what that's going to be like, right? But epic raids, see this, I haven't even gotten to talk about epic raids. I wanted to talk about that during the stream. Epic raids are going to be something that we've never had, that I have asked about since Wrath of the Machine, chat. I have been asking for something like epic raids since Wrath of the Machine. Okay? Just to add some context, when we got Wrath of the Machine, for anybody who didn't play it, when you defeated the final boss as a part of the story, right? There was an element that stated that when we killed that boss, there was someone else controlling the Siva, but we never discovered the mystery, or I don't believe we did. I could be missing something that maybe we figured out, but I don't believe we ever figured out who that was controlling the Siva, but it wasn't the final boss, right? And at that time I had said, oh my God, when Master Mode drops, we might for the first time be getting a new encounter where we fight the real boss. I was like, that'd be so sick. I have been pitching ideas like that for years, since Wrath of the Machine. And for the first time ever, with our first epic raid, we're going to get a new tier of difficulties that's going to introduce a new bosses, I believe they said, encounters and all that stuff into the raid and progress the story. We've never had that before in a raid. We're going to have that for the first time now in the Year of Prophecy raid. You see what I'm saying? Like, there are so many things that I think people are overlooking because they're fixated on the negative conversations, not the constructive ones, not the ones who are looking to improve on things, the negative ones. People are hyper fixated on those, and we're missing all the little announcements that are being talked about because they just spoke about it today. The epic raid stuff, you know? So, you know, and you can say like, well, maybe they should have talked about it more. It's a raid. They never talk about raids during like reveal stuff. We always get raid stuff later on. We get a teaser. It's the same, like it's the same thing. Like I'm not gonna ask Bungie to give me more on that. I want to be surprised when we get the epic raid, you know? But yeah. Sorry, I kind of rambled off there. Hopefully I answered your question. I know you guys are in there chatting right now. I appreciate the good conversation though. Appreciate you, Logic. I don't want to repeat things that we already kind of went through, but let's see. You guys were conversating. That's cool. That's cool. Marathon has no foundation yet compared to Destiny. Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying. You jealous? You saw folks who played it have fun? Yeah, I got a chance to play it. We had some codes we gave out. So we were playing with some folks on stream. And it was a good time, dude. Like, again, I played it as somebody who doesn't play extraction shooters. So, like, I was coming at it with that perspective. Like, I went into it fully open-minded, and I was like, yo, this game has to convince me to like extraction shooters. Because people have told me about Tarkov and all these other games, and I've tried them, and I don't like it, chat. I don't like the idea of getting stuff and losing stuff. And it's the same thing with Marathon, don't get me wrong. But the progression systems really, like, that stuff I latched onto because I like progression in games. I don't like losing my stuff, but I do like progression in games, and that part was kind of cool. So, yeah, sorry, I wasn't bringing up Marathon to relitigate that, but more so their advertisement strategy. Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. They don't seem to be in the space to say trust us, as that trust has been lost over the last 2 years. Right, and again, that is you know, people's opinions. That's your opinion, and I know that they've definitely lost trust based on a lot of the negative press. Bungie's done a lot of things. I'm not sitting up here to speak for Bungie and anything that they've done, whether it's the art situation, whether it's C-suite laying off people, all that stuff. Not here to sit up and say like there's nothing wrong with that stuff. Absolutely. But talking about the game that developers at Bungie are still making and critiquing the game itself, talking about Edge of Fate, that's all I'm looking at, right? When I talk about that stuff. So if I look at what they're talking about with the new gear tier systems and all that stuff, and I don't give that an opportunity because I'm talking about C-suite stuff, I just feel like that doesn't really help the folks who are at Bungie, the developers who are still there, still working for their jobs, the very people that, you know, when people get laid off, we go as a community to support, like, hey, there's people that lost their jobs. We all go out there, we retweet their stuff, we try to help them get jobs. And, you know, we talk, we follow, we know a lot of people who work at Bungie and we support those people. Those people still work there. So it's like, we talk about the layoffs. We don't want more layoffs, right? We want P Parsons gone. We want C-suite gone. We want management gone, all that kind of stuff. So it's a complicated situation. I know some people are on the other side where it's like, nope, fuck that. I'm not supporting it at all. And that's fine. I would never, if you're the kind of person who's like, I don't support Bungie or because of all the stuff that's going on, that's fine. I have no issues with that. I'm not going to tell you, nah, you're bugging. You're doing too much. No, that's fine. That's fair. Because again, I'm not here to defend any decisions that were made. But to my point, talking about Edge of Fate, the content that's coming, what we know about the content that's coming, that's what I'm judging, right? And I do agree that I don't think that the marketing for Edge of Fate has gone well, but I stated why. I think that's because they decided to put content creators in the front, and I think that undermined their own coverage of the game. I think if they would have done it the other way around, things would have gone differently, you know? And in terms of comparing it to the Marathon marketing stuff, like you said, I can't remember if they came to us first with Bungie stuff or creator stuff, because I know they had like Dr. Lupo and Scarrow and a bunch of other people. I can't remember if that stuff was before or after, whatever the case is. But yeah, I mean, look, marketing is a whole different beast, right? We could sit up here and debate good marketing tactics, bad marketing tactics, you know, all that kind of stuff. We can also sit up here and discuss, you know, all the negative press and decisions that have happened in Bungie over the last 2 years, right? But at this current moment, all of what we're talking about is Edge of Fate. And I don't think that looking at Edge of Fate and the content and the updates, right? I don't think it's fair to say that that stuff doesn't look good or promising because of those other things, right? I think all of those things can be true, but those things don't have to take away from the, oh shit, that's a motherfucking bee in my house. Fuck. But yeah, I was saying, I don't think that those things have to take away from what Edge of Fate actually is, looking at it objectively. That's what I'm trying to say. I hope that makes sense. I hope I articulated that in a way that makes sense. Because I'm not denying what you're saying, but what I'm basically trying to say is, I don't think that those things have to take away from what Edge of Fate is, objectively speaking. Bungie discussions. That's fair. That's fair game. Yep. Yeah, and like I see you also mentioned that it's important for them to show us and not hold back, which, you know, again, I think they could definitely do a better job of showing us more, but I don't want them to show us story stuff, right? Like, they've shown us story stuff in the past. Remember when, what was it, Lightfall chat? I think Lightfall had came out. There was something that came out before, like, DLC was coming out, and like everybody was pissed because we were like, why would you show that shit? Now we're gonna sit here the whole fucking year and like know that this is coming. I forget what that was. But that's a hard line to toe, because I feel like when we don't feel satisfied by what we see, we want more. But then when you get more, then it's like a movie trailer, right? It's like a movie that you're really excited for, or maybe you're not that excited for. That's gonna give you a different experience when the trailer comes out, right? Like, if you're somebody who's not really excited for a movie and the trailer comes out and it shows you a whole bunch of shit, you're going to be like, whoa, that looks crazy. If you're somebody who's excited and the movie trailer comes out, shows you a lot of shit, you're going to be like, bro, why are you spoiling it? You know what I mean? So it's a hard balance to strike when you're revealing stuff. I think they could definitely do a better job of showing a little bit more, but I don't think they're doing a bad job of showing stuff, because, again, if they weren't showing us anything, we wouldn't know anything about the game right now. And we know a ton of things about the game right now, in terms of the significant things that are coming. You know, the I don't know if it's just 3, but the main pillars that I've continued to rattle off over and over again, you know, over the course of the stream. But trying to catch up on chat. I know you guys are in here chit chatting. Appreciate you guys. I'm just making sure I didn't miss any comments here. What's going on, Mimi? What's up, Raleigh? Yeah, if you guys are in the chat, Mimi, Raleigh, if you guys are in the chat and you don't have enough points to buy a ticket, if you're new here and you're just sitting in the chat, you will earn points by being in the chat and watching the stream. So no worries there. Just chill out in the stream. We're going to be streaming, you know, up until July 15th when we give out the copy for Edge of Fate. You can also earn points. If you hit that follow button, you'll get enough points to buy one ticket. And then you'll continue to earn points as you just chill out in the stream. So feel free to hang out, enjoy the conversation. Welcome in. Let's see. Make sure I didn't miss anything. Oh man. Edge of Fate is a foundation for the future, not a final shape type of DLC. Yeah. And they're moving away from those for good reason, right? Which is another thing that we've discussed. And the reason why, for anybody who's missed it, the reason why they're moving away from Final Shape, Witch Queen, all that kind of stuff, all of those were amazing DLCs. Why did I just go blank on that last one? Forsaken. That was the other one I wanted to mention, right? These DLCs were huge, significant, monumental moments in the community looking back on content in Destiny, right? That will never, you know, not be true. But I think what's happened is Bungie's kind of capped out on that. Because if you look at it, all of those DLCs, the same thing applied. They were all amazing DLCs to play for like the first month, 2 months maybe, right? Seasonal content separate, subsequent content might maintain the player base or you as a player as you wait until the next DLC, right? Which is months, a year, right? And I think they wanted to get away from that because part of the fatigue is the cadence, right? And we've gotten accustomed to that cadence. We've gotten accustomed to DLC coming out, seasons, maybe some excitement here and there, but mostly just waiting till the next DLC to pop. Because the DLCs are like the big moments in the year, right? So I think we've gotten to the point where the community is exhausted by that. I know we simplified it down to just the seasonal model being the problem, but I don't think that's the truth. Because we got episodes, right? And episodes in a lot of people's eyes were the same as seasons. But I challenge y'all, what would you have done differently? How do you create significant content between major DLCs drop? And be realistic, because you guys know, in a general sense, how long it takes to develop a game, right? You play a bunch of other games. You usually hear development cycles take 2 to 3, 4, 5, sometimes even 6 years to develop a game. And Bungie's out here cranking out full DLCs year after year, and then seasonal content, and then updates and all that stuff, right? That's been the cadence steady for years, right? And people will say content droughts, and y'all didn't play Destiny 1. Content droughts were in Destiny 1. We have not had content droughts in Destiny 2. If you say we had a content drought in Destiny 2 because they delayed a DLC and they lengthened the season, you are spoiled. You did not experience a real content drought, Chad. Because back in my day, we had content drought. But no, like real shit. So, looking at it, right, we've had DLC seasonal content, DLC seasonal content to hold us over. We've gotten to a point of fatigue, right? And realistically, if you're going to have the final shape and people want Destiny 3, you can't have more of the same. That's going to contribute to furthering that burnout. And I think Bungie took a big risk in saying, hey, look, Destiny 3 is not here. It's not ready. It's not being developed. Final shape ended. We need something new. We need something fresh. We got to change things up, right? So how can you change things up without having Destiny 3 on the table? You gotta create a divide here between Final Shape. You got to start something new, right? You got to say to the players, look, it ain't Destiny, and that's going to be part of the problem because people want Destiny 3, but you got to say, look, it ain't Destiny 3, but it's a fresh start. New this, new that, new this, new that, right? And even the cadence is new. So now we have the 2 expansions instead of 1. And yes, I know everybody immediately went, but they're smaller. But I think people miss the point of why we're doing 2 expansions instead of 1. And they did mention this. Anybody here who's a creator or a developer or some kind of engineer, you understand the creative process. You know what it takes to build something bit by bit, brick by brick. You understand it's not a button you press. It's not an easy copy paste. It's a process. Somebody has to actually sit there and make the thing, right? So when you look at the single year DLC drops, right? And why that was contributing to the burnout in addition to the seasonal stuff, you can start to kind of understand why you would do 2 DLCs. Now you might say, well, why not? Why 2? Why not 3? I think 3 is better than 2. Well, chat, we're experimenting, right? We're trying 2. So now instead of having 1 moment during the year where shit pops off and people are excited for something new and fresh, now you have 2. Right? Because now you have 2 completely new DLCs, smaller, but now you have 2 DLCs that are adding new, fresh content into the game, right? These are 2 major points in the year that you now have to look forward to, in addition to the seasonal updates and content that are going to be in between, right? So it's less of a rotating door of seasons and more of, main points throughout the year. So now you have the DLC launch, which is going to carry you into main update number 1. That takes you into expansion number 2, Renegades. Main update number 2. So the main updates, the major updates, by the way, are essentially like the seasonal content. So you'll have 2 seasons and then you'll have 2 DLCs. Instead of 1 major big DLC that takes a ton of time to develop, right? And then what were we having, 4 seasons or something like that, right? So, and if you're hearing that, you're going, all I hear is less content. Less is more sometimes, chat. Less is more. And before you just run away, go, oh, this motherfucker here said, give me less content for more money. That's not what I'm saying, chat. But what I am saying is sometimes you got to change the shape of something. You know what I mean? Sometimes you just get too familiar. So in squeezing this, in condensing the game, now you can shift players' focus primarily to less things. So there's less of a rotating door doing the same thing over and over again through 6 different or 5 different pieces of content where you're going to get burned out and fatigued. You know what I mean? Because the 2 expansions are looking to add a new element to campaigns, which we have to see. We don't know. I don't know if it's going to be good. I don't know if Edge of Fate is going to come out and the non-linear storytelling is going to work. I have no idea, chat. I have no clue. I can't say that, but I'm looking forward to something new. I'm looking forward to not having to do the same campaign running around in a circle that I've been doing. Hopefully that's not the case. We'll see, right? We'll see, but it's something new. And then even in Renegade, they're pitching something new for that, campaign. So we'll see, chat. We'll see. But ultimately, that is why I'm saying that I'm looking forward to Edge of Fate and the Year of Prophecy, because those things that I just laid out over the course of this whole stream, chat, because I've been chatting for a minute. Over the course of this whole stream, I've laid out a bunch of points. I've made my argument. Whether you agree with me or not, it's up to you, right? We can disagree. That's totally fine. But I've made my argument for why I'm excited. I think there is a significant enough amount of updates and content and fresh ideas coming in the Year of Prophecy to justify trying it out and seeing if it delivers on a fresh feel to the game. Because that's what they're trying to do. Whether they'll be successful is up to Bungie, chat. That's not up to me. I'm not here to tell you it's gonna work. I'm here to tell you it's new, it's different, it's fresh. It's taking risk. Whether it succeeds or not is totally on Bungie. And it's up to us as players. If we truly love and support this game, it's up for us to play the game and give that feedback. If you still care. If you don't care and you're already out the door, chat, that's fine too. It doesn't matter. But I'm talking to the folks who are still going to be playing. I'm talking to the folks who are like, nah, I still love Destiny. I hate the state that it's in, but I love the game. So to you, I say, play the game if you're going to be getting it and share your feedback if you still care. That's it. I think it's plain as simple as that. All the other stuff, chat, leave that for the people who are just trying to pay a check. All right. Leave that to the creators who are baiting the shit out of people and manipulating them to pay bills. Leave that to them. But if you want to have a real conversation, an objective, look at things objectively or as objectively as we can, then we can do that. I'm doing a terrible job of reading chat because I am just trying to friggin' get these thoughts out of my head. Hopefully, hopefully you guys are sticking with me. And Apathy, I saw your other comment. Sorry, I'm taking a while to catch up and read everything. I seen a couple of new faces in the chat. Mimi, Raleigh. Yo, Sam, what's good, Sam? Sam is in the chat. What's going on? What's up? But let me just read that comment. Where was it? But yeah, Apathy said, while I agree, I think this is what happens when there's an empty space in the conversation. And if Bungie doesn't fill it, others will do it instead, and it risks being highly negative. Yeah, that does track. And that's basically, that's basically what I'm saying, like that's what people do. That's why I said earlier, as a creator, I can tell you guys, it is easy. I gave folks an example earlier of how easy it would have been if I was a rage baiter, if I was a negative person, right? And I wasn't trying to be constructive or productive, if I was just a highly negative person just looking to manipulate my chat, I gave y'all an example earlier of how I could have easily done that during the stream. And you're probably going to hear those same conversations. You're going to see those same talking points that I memed about earlier. They're going to be all over Twitter. There's going to be thousands of people commenting, yeah, yeah, yeah. But what does that do? What does that do? And you're absolutely right, Apathy. If there's a hole there, people are going to fill it. You're 100%. You know, but the reality is that's always going to be the case because there's always hole. You could do something right now. Everybody in chat could get up and do something. It could be anything, right? You could go make your bed, right? Everybody here can go and make their bed. And then bring in 100 people to look at how you made your bed. I guarantee you they're going to find hole. And then when you fill those holes, another person's going to find a hole. There's always going to be a hole, chat. There's always going to be somebody who has a better way, or in their mind, a better way or better opinion of how you should do something. There's always going to be that. It's always going to exist. That's why I don't really even attribute, you know, like contribute to that conversation, because I that's just what it is. You know, that's just what it is. So I don't really look at that as a negative, but I do agree. I do agree that, you know, they need to do a better job of explaining things, right? And there's something going on here with these Bungie streams that I haven't mentioned yet, but it has kind of felt like earlier streams, at least. Maybe it's because DMG is taking the seat instead of Andy, and I don't really know what's going on there. I'm not going to speculate because who am I to speculate? I don't know. But it has kind of felt like these last couple of streams, besides today's was a little bit smoother, but the previous streams have felt like they were put together last minute as like a response. I don't know if that's true. I'm purely speculating. It's just a feeling, but it has kind of felt like that. So maybe they're a little bit reactionary here, and that contributes to why it feels like that, and they're not really answering questions. But again, I don't know that to be true. Let's see. Also said, speaking about Edge of Fate, anyone else out here farming up illegal rolls before it launches? Oh, we were just looking at armor rolls as well. I was supposed to be getting into all of that stuff, armor rolls and everything, and I just kind of got sidetracked on conversations. But you want to specify a little bit more about what you mean about illegal rolls? Because maybe there's something I'm missing. But as far as what I know in the chat, what we were going to do, we were going to fail safe to pull some high stat legend armor. Last week, I farmed up some GMs to get some high stat exotic armor. And we did a bit of a breakdown of the stat conversion going into Edge of Fate. So I wanted to kind of pull some high stat armor, just give some examples of, like, you know, what they're going to look like in Edge of Fate. So Forsaken and Cade, Final Shape and Cade. There might be a pattern. I appreciate that, song. I appreciate that. Yep, today is our affiliate anniversary, chat. They won't be satisfied until they get that 6th subclass. Look, y'all, I will stand 10 toes down on this, chat. I think before we get a new subclass, we should get more supers for Strand and for Stasis. I stand by that. Before we get a new subclass, red subclass, whatever you want to call it, we need a new super for Strand and for Stasis. New fragment aspects, whatever the case. Strand and Stasis need updates first. I don't even want to see a new subclass because that's just a whole nother class to balance, which means Stasis and Strand just don't get touched. You know, because when you look at the light subclasses, you got 3 options for Arc, for Solar, and for Void, right? You got 3 options. And then you look at Stasis, you look at Strand, 1 each. So I'm not even saying they need to get 3 in total, but even just 1 additional, you know, for each would be nice. And I'd rather that before we get a new subclass, personally. What's going on, Z-Ming? Yeah, the Starfire Protocol will be cooking at Edge of Fate. Yes, they did tease that. I didn't exactly see if they mentioned something specific. I think they just teased that Starfire is going to be good in Edge of Fate. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Starfire was fun, dude. The little bit that I played a Warlock during that time, I soloed. I think the first time we beat Spire solo was on Warlock with Starfire Protocol. And what else was I using? I think it was Starfire and a Chill Clip rocket launcher, I want to say. But yeah, that was a fun time. So yeah, I'm excited for that. I'm excited for that. Watch them nerf Titans again because of that. Oh man, season should have remained. It's too much crunch from a developer perspective. Season should have remained. You mean like the multiple seasons? So you mean like how we had the DLC and then like 4 seasons? You're saying that we should have kept multiple seasons? I just want to make sure I'm understanding that point correctly. Because right now we're going to have one expansion, major update, which is the seasonal stuff, and then another expansion, and then another seasonal update and content. So, you know. Said this earlier, Edge of Fate is Destiny 3 incarnate. It is. Absolutely. It absolutely is. Absolutely is. Okay. Okay, I'm catching up on chat. I'm catching some context. I might have missed some context. Doing good, winding down after cooking a 2-hour lore content and streaming earlier. Nice, nice, nice. Looking forward to it. Don't forget your ghost mod. Yes, thank you. Thank you, because I did. Can we just have a full skill tree? For supers? Listen. Hold on, let me catch up on chat before I jump into something else. The main illegal role everyone seems to be aware of is mobility for weapons, intellect super, but there's others that will be important, especially for hunter mains. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so chat, like Apathy is saying here, weapons and super stat, like we talked about earlier, those are going to give you the bonus damage for your super and your weapons. Those are going to be really important for DPS phases. So if you have armor that's high in mobility, high in intellect, that's what Apathy is talking about. That's the illegal armor. So that's what you want to chase. Good point. Appreciate that. Good point. This week was the last chance to get the Void Rocket Sidearm. Yeah, you can get the, what is it called? Lotus Eater? Lotus Eater for GMs this week. The big one will also be recovery for class and strength for melee because of Gambler's dodge changes. That is very true. That is very true. Hunters definitely want to, and sorry, Derek, if you're in the chat, because I know you said you don't have any recovery armor, but I'm going to be living, bro. I'm going to be living because I've always liked my recovery, dude. You guys can, see, y'all, just for the folks who thought I might have been capping, because I broke down the stats earlier and I was talking about my personal preference for stats. And I told you earlier, I've always been running 6 recovery. I know the value of it. So I have armor that's, you know, good for recovery. So I'm going to be pretty good there. Recovery for class and discipline for grenade doesn't have an archetype either. You already got a Starfire builder prepared? Nice. I think the seasonal model in general was good. Smaller content drops were okay. I think that's true too, but I don't think that the new system is going to contribute to more crunch because now they're making less seasonal content. Because if you think about it, the seasonal content drops were smaller, but like not really, because every new season introduced a suite of new weapons, story stuff, new seasonal activity, right? And that's 4 different seasons. So I'd say that was probably more than we're giving it credit for. Maybe it didn't feel like that because of the way that things rolled out and the cadence of it. But I would say that the current cadence would contribute to way less crunch, just because now you just have 4 main development points that you really have to focus on rather than 5, which is DLC, which is really significant, and then subsequent, seasons. Now it's just expansion, significant. You can essentially give a more consistent level of effort to developing content for a year of Destiny now with the current format than like in previous ones, because I would assume you have way more resources. I would love to hear this from Bungie, because right now we're just speculating, right? I don't know for certain, but I would just imagine that developing something like Final Shape or Forsaken or Witch Queen was way more of a significant like development task and use of resources than what it would take to develop 1 year of the expansion content. I'm talking about Renegades and Edge of Fate. I'm curious from Bungie, like how they would compare the two combined. Like how does Edge of Fate and Renegade stack up to Final Shape in terms of development time, resources and stuff? Like how much of a benefit is it really making for Bungie? Because I think it's really important for them to say that, right? Like, hey, this new model is being put in place for this reason, and it's going to contribute to the team increasing efficiency by this much, to give players a better sense of why this new scale is necessary, but also give a sense of promise for what you can expect more consistently. You know what I mean? Because it's a live service game. People are going to want content, and they're going to want it at a consistent pace. So, you know, I think that would be fair for Bungie to kind of emphasize, talk about as well. Don't know if they will, but you're good on resilience. You like that it's more spread out. Oh man, will I run some content today's stream? I know I've been chatting a lot. Let's see. Right now we want to take a look at the armor stuff, but what time is it? It's 5 o'clock. Oh shit! Did Alexa text me? Oh, I was supposed to meet her. Chat. I was supposed to meet her at 3 o'clock. Yep, she called me. Oh, she called me at. Hold on, she just called me. Give me a second, chat. I was only supposed to stream until 3:30. I was only supposed to stream until 3:30. Give me 2 seconds, chat. Let me just call her back. This man said gonna be sleeping on the couch. Nobody's sleeping on the couch, chat. Nobody's sleeping on the couch. But I do got to get off around like 5:45. So we got like 45 minutes. Is there anything that chat wants to run? Because right now I'm gonna pull this armor from Failsafe. And what am I doing right now? Ghost. Really wish Failsafe wasn't being removed once Edge of Fate. Yeah. Yeah, I like Failsafe. I like having, you know, these different vendors, kind of like how we have world vendors on different planets. I like having, you know, Ido in the last city. Well, nobody's here. Spider's here, but he ain't doing shit. Then we got Failsafe in the helm. Like, I like having them here. I don't know what they would do. You know, I don't know what they would do in Edge of Fate. Maybe there's going to be new vendors that come into here with the content update or seasonal stuff. I don't know. Or maybe this just goes away because, you know, that's what I would expect to happen when all the seasonal stuff goes away. So, but yeah, I don't know. It would be nice to have Failsafe permanently somewhere though. Or, because we can access the helm from the tower, right, Chad? There's a way to get to the portal in the tower, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe they just move Failsafe into the tower, you know? Who would Failsafe go perfectly next to? Maybe Failsafe and Lord Shax. That'd be a good combo, right? Somebody with a personality. Or Failsafe and Saint. That'd be some interesting banter. Failsafe and Saint. You want Amanda back? You were disappointed they hadn't worked her into the story? I've always, you know, that's been part of the thing. And like they've discussed, you know, seasonal stuff and how they feature different characters, and obviously hiring actors plays into that, scheduling, all that kind of stuff. But I would love, there's certain characters that I think, you know, would play really well into like a lot of the seasons. You know, Failsafe could have contributed. The biggest person who's been just left out to dry, chat, by far, the most, just Bungie just done her so dirty, is Ada 1. Ada 1 has deserved to be a part of this story for so long. She should have been in Vital Shape. She should have been in Witch Queen. She should be in Edge of Fate. Like, Ada 1 has so much to contribute as a character, and she's just on the sideline. The last significant thing she did, I believe, was Into the Light, and she wasn't even there in the Hall of Champions. Shax was. Even though, I'm pretty sure, correct me if I'm wrong, she was the one making the weapons. I'm just like, dude, I don't get it. Why does Ada 1 get no love? It makes no sense to me. It makes no sense. Which engram were you talking about, Z-Ming? I honestly, I forgot at this point if I mentioned something about an engram. Hope so. She's the only fully operational golden age AI we have, apart from the one in Vesper's host. That's true. That is very true. If there was some way to just get all the AIs in a room, perfect. Ada 1 is active lore currently. Really? What is she doing right now, Sam? Just an idea of like, what is she doing right now? Because the only lore I know of that she was in most recently was Into Light, but I don't know. You know what? Now that you're saying that, I kind of remember somebody mentioning that, but I don't know what it was. What was she a part of? It wasn't Heresy. Did she play a part in Revenant or Echoes? It hints at her reactivating the Exodus program. Ah, interesting. Black Armory was kind of peak as it was the first time we got double damage perks outside Last Wish on weapons, and it took us years. Dude, yes, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like, Black Armory was so peak. Ada 1 was so peak. It was a great time, dude. Like, it was a great time. Black Armory was a great time. Yeah, I miss my Black Armory weapons. You know, I know people go back and forth. Some people say they don't mind reprised weapons. I'm one of those people. I don't mind reprised weapons. Some people try to frame it like reprised weapons are primary content. It's like reprised stuff is always supplementary. Like, and it's usually always free, available for everybody, you know? But I would love to see Black Armory weapons come back in some capacity. Like, we've had Season of Dawn, all that kind of stuff. Black Armory stuff, dude. That's what I want. And I'm talking about all of it. Not some of it, all of it, Bungie. All of the Black Armory stuff. You never got to the Black Armory puzzle? Are you talking about the one the community was doing? I think I did do that one because I think everybody was able to do it once people figured it out. I don't remember though. I don't remember. I don't know if any puzzle has topped that one. Maybe the what was it called, chat? The Timelines one? Oh, the writing. I got you. Let's do that. Sorry, chat. I did not eat. We've been live for 4 hours. I have not eaten yet. I have food sitting here, so don't mind me if I chat and eat. But your boy is hungry, so. You still got yours? Kindle Orchid, Rampage, Kill Clip, Ring and Nail, Tatar Gaze. Haha, my friend. They could never make me delete my stuff. Son of a bitch. They could never. All the roles of my Sunset stuff I kept. So when Bungie announced that sunsetting was no more and our stuff was coming back, oh, you better believe I kept my shit. Yep. Tatar Gaze, Rangefinder Kill Clip, my baby. My baby. Kindle Orchid, I never got Rampage Kill Clip, but I did have Rampage Surrounded. This was the best one I got. My baby. Tempered Dynamo, I just kept it because it's a Black Armory weapon. I didn't even really use it like that. And then Ringing Nail, I had Dragonfly Rampage. I think this is just a sexy looking weapon, honestly. And the roll itself that's a pretty good combo. Brad clear, though. But sexy looking weapon. I never got what was it? The Scout Rifle. I never got No Feelings, chat. I'm so mad about it. I always wanted No Feelings. Never got it. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Did I ever think of doing a vault tour? Oh, we've done plenty of vault tours. You guys want a vault tour right now? We could do a vault tour. Hold on, one thing at a time. We have to let's do the Ride of the Night engram first, right? And then we'll do the quick armor stat thing with failsafe, and then I'm gonna look at one of my exotic pieces and just kind of give you guys a quick example. And then we'll do a vault tour, and hopefully by that time it's 5:45, and then I gotta dip. I gotta go meet Alexa, pick her up at the train. So we gotta do this stuff quick, chat. We gotta do this quick. I don't know why I just got that. I guess something or something. Okay, so we got some offerings here. We got some more exotics, which I think is cool because I'm gonna be honest, I thought it was just gonna be the dungeon exotics, but if you don't have these exotics, you can get Arbalist, Polaris Lance, Graviton Lance, and Whisper of the Worm, which is pretty nice, chat. So if you don't have these exotics, if you're a new player and you want to get some good exotics, participate in Ride of the Nine, do the quest, and get your hands on these exotics. That's pretty cool that they're just giving these away. What's on? Oh, this is the Nonary engram. I saw this shit. I thought it was Eververse, bro. I thought this was an Eververse engram, chat. I was like, what the hell? The only hand cannon roll with 2 damage perks. Yeah, it's Kindle Orchid is goated. But is it the only one with 2 damage perks? I think now we have a couple contenders. I think now we do. Got the same combo on your Ring and Nail as well. Yeah, it's really good. At the time, that's what I was using for ad clear. Other day you wanted to spend 700 silver you had on a Syntho ornament, and luckily you didn't because it's Bright Dust now. Oh, is it? We didn't even look at Eververse. What's going on in Eververse? I'm all over the place, chat. Apologies. Make sure y'all pick up your Bright Dust, your weekly free bundle of Bright Dust. Make sure you pick that up. We got a shader here that I don't have. Mod Cerise. If you like pink shaders, I'd say that's pretty good. Pink and I don't know if that's black or it's like charcoal. Well, that's nice. That's a nice shader. I'm gonna pick that up. Then we got an ornament for chest pieces. Omnioculus. Man, I used to main Omnioculus so hard. Now it's somewhere in my vault. It is somewhere. Oh my god, I'm picking this up. Ornament for Sunshot, chat. Bright Dust. I'm picking that up. I am picking that up. For those who are new in the chat, by the way, I have literally never purchased silver in Destiny 2. So anybody accusing me of being a shill, I just want to point that out. I've never bought anything from Eververse for silver. It's always Bright Dust. I've done it right here on the stream. Y'all have never seen me buy shit. My account has been on 0 since they created silver, but they did give us silver. I think when they might have given us like gifted. Yeah, y'all. They gave everybody silver at one point. That's the only time I've ever used silver. Bungie gave it to us. What else we got here? Sparrow. Okay, that's interesting. Ship. It's an interesting ship. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. It's an interesting ship. ghost shell. Pretty cool ghost shell. Some emotes. And then another emote. For my science nerds in the chat. That's pretty cool. And then obviously a bunch of shaders. We already got these. Cool, cool, cool. Okay. Nature of the Beast has double damage perks. There you go. Was it just me, or does it seem like Edge of Fate is like exotic weapon city? They're giving away so many exotics. I mean, yeah. Because we have, well, let's see. There's 2 exotics that we know of. Weapons. Are you talking about weapons? Did you say weapons? Exotic weapon city? Giving away a lot of exotics. I mean, I've only seen the 2, unless I'm missing some. I know we have the hand cannon that comes from a quest. I know there's the scout rifle that's the season pass reward. And then we have exotic armors. Are there more weapons that I missed? Warlock has a good exotic armor skin in the store. Nice, nice. Armor sets for 6K. Wait, what? They're selling armor sets? For Bright Dust? Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait, chat. This has always been here for Bright Dust? Has this always been here for Bright Dust? Usually when what is it, Guardian Games comes about, or like a seasonal event comes out, holiday event, I always check this menu because I buy the set for Bright Dust. I did not know that this was just here. Does this rotate weekly? Or is this like a thing they just, that's unreleased festival armor? Okay, so this does not rotate. I didn't just discover something, right? It's been there for a month. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Because, bro, when Bosnia said armor sets are available for 6K, I thought this was a thing that I didn't know about. I thought they were just over here rotating Eververse sets for Bright Dust. I was about to say, bro, how have I never seen this? But okay. Got you. Yeah, I didn't really care for this set. I'm not a big wizard guy. But it's cool. If you want to go get it for Bright Dust, 6K. Been there for a month now. Go take advantage. Exotic armor and weapons. Ah, okay, got you. Got you. I don't know. I don't know if it's like a lot. I don't know. I mean, I think off the top of my head, I know we're getting 1 piece of exotic armor per character. And then there's 2 exotic weapons that I know of, which is the hand cannon and the scout. If I missed any more, just drop in the chat. Those are the only 5 that I know off the top of my head. Only 5. But I've been sitting here for a while, so I could very easily be forgetting something I just spoke about earlier. But we're supposed to be getting free cosmetic engrams also. First time you saw this for Bright Dust. Yeah, so this is the engram, chat. The nonary engram that's supposed to give you the cosmetics. You could purchase it with the nonary manifolds, which is the currency from Rite of the Nine. So I'm actually going to pull these because I want to see what exactly it is that Bungie is giving us in these engrams. There should be a secret raid exotic. Yep, that's true. Yep. Oh shit. Exotic ship right off the bat? Not this one. Woven Storm? I have never, because I don't browse Eververse that much, I have never seen this before. Oh, it's got a little, wait, is this from the Witcher stuff? That's like the Witcher symbol on the ship. Chat, this is a Witcher ship? I did not know that. I did not know that. There's also a crossbow. No, but the crossbow, that's a legendary. The new crossbow is going to be a legendary type. Yeah, the crossbow is not an exotic. Let me just get rid of this. I'm gonna pull a couple of these engrams, chat, because I just want to see how many of these things are going to be exotic versus maybe legendary or whatever. I want to see like how significant these cosmetic pulls are going to be, because this engram right here is just going to be cosmetics, chat. So any cosmetic that has existed over the course of Destiny 2, from my understanding, you can pull that from this engram. Actually, if we hit the details button, oh, there you go. It's a set. It's not everything, chat. Forget what I just said. Erase that from your memories. Erase. I never said that, chat. But no. So if you want to pull some cosmetics, some Eververse cosmetics, you can pull them for 350 nonary manifolds from this nonary engram from the Rite of the Nine from the Emissary, and these are all the cosmetics, or not all, maybe some of, right? Because it says here an engram containing a past Eververse item you don't own yet. So yeah, it might vary based on you. So if you want to get cosmetics and maybe you got some more missing things than I do, then you can just pull them from this. So apparently I don't have a lot of these. I thought I had this. Definitely thought I had this. But I guess I don't. I don't even know if there's anything I want in here. Besides weapon skins, obviously. I don't have this. That I don't have. What is this ghost shell? Crimson shell? Is this from Crimson Days? This will be a rare. If you pull this, chat, that's a rare pull. For anybody who remembers Crimson Days. We got a finisher. Oh, I want that. Yep, that I want. That's cool. Golden Age dropkick. Need that. All 4 barrels? What's this? Oh, I need that. I need the finishers, chat. Give me the finishers, this ghost shell. And I don't really care for anything else, but the finishers and the ghost shell, I'll take those. I'll take those. Yep. You can get more than what's showing there, chat. So, confirmed. You can get any item that you don't own in Eververse by just pulling a nonary engram. Any item. This is just a few of the items that you can pull, but you can pull stuff that's not even showing here. As long as you don't have it and it's in Eververse, you can get it. That's crazy. That's pretty cool, man. That's pretty cool. It's a nice little incentive. Clean out your backlog of Eververse items that you don't have. Where'd that shit just go? I don't even know what I just pulled. Emote. You want a pump action grenade launcher for the first and second slot? Ooh, that sounds pretty sick. A pump action GL. That sounds pretty sick. I mean, we're getting all these new archetypes of weapons now. They kind of, you know, mash weapons together. If you think about it, I really feel like the crafting inspired rocket-assisted sidearms, rocket-assisted pulse rifles. Without the crafting, I don't know if we ever get that. So you're saying you want a pump action GL? It's possible. I'm not even going to sit up here and tell you it's not. It's possible. All right, let's go to failsafe now, chat. We're going to pull a couple pieces of legendary armor, and then I want to see some examples of high stat gear. We could probably use this. I want to look at some spiky gear. Like the China Lake grenade launcher. I actually don't know what that is. Sounds familiar. Sounds like it's from like Battlefield or something. All right, let's check out failsafe and see what she's got. If I'm gonna get a high stat piece, let's go with boots. Like for example, chat, a pair of boots like this, right, from this episode that has 29 mobility. This would get converted over in the new system and be 29 into, I think it was the weapon stat, right? Let me just pull it up here. I have it on the side. Yeah. Mobility is now going to be weapons. So a pair of boots like this with a spike into mobility, 29, That's going to be 29 stat into weapons, which is kind of how you want to look at your gear now. And again, I pinned this in the Destiny 2 chat in our Discord. So if you don't know what I'm talking about, just check the pinned comment in the Destiny 2 chat and you'll see the image that, you know, gives you all the conversions of the old stats to the new stats and a breakdown of like what each stat investment does. Like if you want to invest into weapons, super, grenade, class, whatever. It should help a little bit. So you can look at your gear before you delete it and go, you know what? I'm going to keep that. But I, you know, me personally, I'm not going to go too hard. I'm going to keep my best 1 or 2 pieces per slot. Exotic armor, I'm going to keep my high stat rolls, you know, and try to get a couple more rolls that fit into the mold of the new system, specifically for exotics more so. But other than that, you know, legendary armor, we're going to get more. I'm not too concerned about legendary armor. If you want to build into weapon and super, I think you can definitely do that stuff right now. If you want to do that stuff, it's easier to do it now. Just farm some high stat gear, and you got 2 weeks. So if you're that kind of player, I would say do that now before it's too late. If you're using dim, here's a search string to see what weapons, super armor to say. Oh, bet. Chad, make sure y'all save that from apathy in the chat. Save that. If you use dim, that's a good one. Appreciate that. Let's put that here. I'm gonna save that on the side. I can't wait to see what it shows me in my vault. Hold on. That's gonna be hilarious to see what it actually shows me in my vault. You can change the 35 up or down to see what you want to target. All right, cool. I appreciate that, dude. Appreciate that. Let's see what the results are from dim. So I put that into my dim 35 plus. And just so y'all don't think that I'm, you know, bugging. There you go. There you go. That's it. So literally, so just so I make sure I'm not tripping here. Mobility, intellect, 35. That's essentially saying like each one has to be 35, right? So let's just say I'm going to just go with 25. Let's just say 25. Okay. And then that 25, mobility on here is 11. Intellect is 20. Yeah. So greater than or equal to 25 combined is essentially what that is. Yeah. Okay. Got you. Cool. This is cool. I mean, it does give me a better sense, specifically for exotics. Because I already cleaned out my legendary armor for the most part. I've kept my most spikiest stat rolls on my characters. It makes sense that my hunter would have the rolls that are 35 and up. That makes sense. But okay, this helps a lot. And then obviously you can interchange that with whatever combination, you know, that folks are going to be looking for. That's cool. That is cool. Let me see. What exotic piece did it show? Oh, my celestial? Really? I guess, yeah. I have 17 mobility, 15 intellect. I guess this is going to be a pretty good roll. I'm going to keep this. I mean, it's the only one that I have, but I'm going to keep that. And if I'm not mistaken, though, what people are doing, they're farming, trying to get higher spikes into these specific stats that they want to have for whatever build it is that you're trying to make. So like, for example, if I really want to spec into weapon and super, I'd primarily focus on spikes in mobility and intellect. So like something balanced like this is like, you know, it's cool, but somebody who has like 25 mobility and 25 intellect, that's a really good piece, you know, which I don't have. So let me see. If you wanted, let's say you were a new player though, let's say you're not somebody who's been playing, you don't have a vault full of high stat gear. Let's say you just wanted to farm some high stat gear and you come over to failsafe and you just start pulling pieces. So let's pull one of each. Let's just see what it is. So in this case, we're getting 15 resilience, 16 recovery, 16 strength. I didn't put on the ghost mod, did I, chat? Did I? You can also do this too, put on the ghost mod. So let's say we want mobility. That's going to be for the weapon stat. I'm going to pull those again. But actually, we could take a look because we could just see without the ghost stat, without the ghost mod, fairly balanced, resilience, recovery, and just so I have, yeah, I just put on the mobility on the ghost mod. Just so I have this pulled up for reference. Where is it? Here. Minimum. Yes, I put on my ghost mod, chat. I got on my ghost mod. So where's that piece at? So yeah, resilience is now going to be health. So we'd have 15 into the health stat. Recovery is now going to be class. So that'd be 16 class ability, class stat. And then strength is going to now be melee. So that'd be 16 into strength. So not a bad piece. 65 stat. This is probably going to port over to, I think, either tier 2 or 3, if I'm not mistaken, in the new system. Because remember, the stat total in the new system is going to be dictated by the tier. So keep that in mind. But I think this is going to be like a tier 2 or tier 3, one of those. The gauntlets. Now the gauntlets, that's 23 recovery, 26 intellect. So that's going to be 26 super and 23 class. So that's how you can start to look at your gear, chat, and think of your builds going forward. Likely tier 3, tier 2, top side 63. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. So that's gonna be tier 3. Yep. And then we have a 62 stat roll here with 23 resilience. So that's 23 health, 13 intellect. That's 13 super, and then 16 strength. That's 16 melee. So the new armor, chat, in the new armor system, I mentioned it before, I will say it again since we're looking at it. The new armor, and correct me if I'm wrong, is going to now drop with 3 primary stats that are going to have spikes, right? And the other, what is it, 2 or 3 stats are going to be pretty low. And then you can tweak those as you get higher tier pieces of armor. But that's how the armor is going to drop now. It's going to be primarily focused into 3 stats. And then you'll make your builds based on the archetype of the armor that has different stats and your armor set bonuses and all these different factors to take into consideration. So, okay. Deleted most of your below 66 gear that isn't in the current build. So you got your tier 3 stuff pretty much. Nice. Okay. Yeah. I mean, that's really all you need. That's why I deleted most of my gear, because while, yeah, there could have been pieces in there that might have been better in spike gear and would have been, more of an advantage. I'll be honest, I'm looking forward to the grind. I'm looking forward to something new, chat. I am not a person personally who's fighting to hold on to my old stuff. And yes, insert contradiction because I have all this sunset gear. But like, this sunset gear was for nostalgia, not because I wanted to use it or I thought it was good and I wanted to hold on to it and I didn't want to use new stuff. I love new stuff. I want to use new stuff. I held on to this stuff for collection purposes. Armor's different though because you use it. And I just decided, look, I'm going to keep my best stat rolls on me. Everything else can go. And if I got rid of anything got, caught in a crossfire, RIP, but I'm ready for a new grind. Like, I'm ready for the gear grind. I'm ready to grind new tiers. I'm ready to do, the seasonal power grind, all of that stuff. I just want new things to jump into. So I'm not even upset if I did delete some, high stat armor. Now, if I was a more optimal player who's trying to do low mans and day ones and stats are like peak of peak importance, that's a totally different, vibe. But for the majority of players who just want to get things done in Destiny 2, that you're not going to die. It's not gonna be the end of the world, you know. But yeah, so that's just an example, like without even using, by the way, the ghost mod. We got some pretty decent spikes, right? Like this 30 recovery, which is gonna now be 30 class, 23 intellect. It's kind of wild. We got some really good intellect stats here for the most part. Like this one's pretty good. The boots are pretty good. I'm not mad at that. All right, we put on the mobility ghost mod chest, so let's pull a couple more pieces and we're gonna see what these look like. We're gonna just pull a full set. So this is now with the mobility ghost mod. And you can see right there, we got 20 mobility, so that's gonna be 20 into the weapon stat. And we got 26 discipline, so that's gonna be our grenade stat. For the gauntlets, we got 21 mobility, so that's 21 weapons. And it's 16 in strength, that's melee. And for the boots, we got 26 mobility and 16 intellect. So that's 26 weapon and 16 super in the new system. That's not bad. So you can start to see, chat, if you're looking to put together some good armor to jump in Edge of Fate with, this is not a bad way to do it. You can just come over to Failsafe. If you didn't play Echoes, you can just play Echoes. Come over to Failsafe, get you some engrams, pull some stuff. If you've been playing, you got a ton of engrams like I just have sitting here. Just come over here, pull some engrams. If chat has any other recommendations for gear grinding, legendary and exotic, feel free to drop them in the chat. Last week we had double loot drops for GMs, so it was a pretty good time. We did a couple of GMs last week to get some high stat armor. So, you know, definitely, if you want to get your gear ready for Edge of Fate, this is a good way to do it. You can go to Rahul in the tower if you want to pull exotic pieces as well, if you have exotic engrams. So yeah, dude, it's something that you can do. I would argue that it's not necessary if you're not looking to do certain things in the game. If you just want to jump in and play Edge of Fate, you don't really need to be concerned with this. But if you're more of an optimizer and more of a hardcore player and you want your stats to be right, make sure you do this shit, especially for exotics, because again, exotics will be capped at tier, I keep saying like it was tier 2 or tier 3, I don't remember exactly, but exotics will be capped at like tier 2, tier 3 in Edge of Fate, meaning not your old stuff, but any new exotic drops that you get will drop at tier 2, tier 3 until the exotics are fully rolled into the new system. So for new players, yeah, they're gonna be capped. It's gonna suck for a while. Hopefully it doesn't take an eternity for them to implement this new system. But if you're in the game now and you're playing, make sure you get yourself your exotic pieces, pull them, get some good stats. Make sure you don't get rid of good exotic armor that has good stats that'll translate, because everything is gonna get converted over 1-to-1 stat, 1-to-1. So if you got exotic armor now, those same stats will get ported over 1-to-1 your legendary armor, and it'll be converted into the new tiers. So just keep that in mind. Let's do a vault cleaning. We'll probably do a vault cleaning next time, chat, because I got about 10 minutes until I got to run to the train and go pick up Alexa. We talked about a lot today, dude. Today was a long fucking stream. I usually only stream for like 4 hours, like 4 hours, 40 minutes, going on 5 hours. Not terrible, but we've been chatting the whole time. I didn't even play anything today. Just to give you a sense, if you just been lurking and you're like, yo, this motherfucker is talking, dog. Yes, that's what I do. I do a lot of talking. We do play, I promise we do. But today it was a lot about conversations about, the game and new stuff. So it was a lot of context to cover. And I'm pretty sure I didn't get everything right. And that's why it's important. Make sure you go and you read the blog posts and verify everything. But hopefully you guys who are here chilling, listening in, hopefully you learned a little something, and hopefully I told you about something that maybe you didn't know, and now you're like, oh shit, I gotta go do that. But today was cool, man. Today was cool. I appreciate all the good conversations. Apathy said also, this is speculative territory here. If anyone gets a 68 or especially 70-71 exotic armor with wild spikes, and maybe we're thinking about adding an artifice slot, as we think those won't be going away come Edge of Fate. Oh, you talking about the artifice slot specifically? The artifice slot will be going away for exotic class items as confirmed. Yeah, they're taking away the artifice slot off the exotic class items, because now exotic class items, I believe, are going to have spiky stats. I think those are going to drop with stats. I think confirm that if I'm not mistaken, but I'm pretty sure exotic class items are going to be converted over to have like spiky stats now. So now they're going to take away the artifice armor slot. And this is all like this is all like a small update in between a bigger update that's coming. And I spoke about this last time because a lot of people were like, why would they do that? Why would they not just make our exotic gear tier 5? And we thought about it, we talked through it, and the only reason I could see why Bungie would not just give players tier 5, the only reason I could see why they would just say like, hey, next season when exotic armor drops, it's going to drop at tier 5. The only reason I would see that not being the case is because there is a new system that they want to implement. So why would you give players peak gear just to rip it away in a couple of months, right? And yes, I know the cynics are going to be like, well, they do it anyway. Like, you know what I mean? You could say that, you absolutely could, but I can see why they wouldn't just give you the gear and then turn around and undermine that new system, just because then players would be like, well, I don't need to do that because I already got tier 5 armor, so who cares, you know? So it's kind of like you're shooting yourself in the foot situation. And in essence, the way you wouldn't do that is not giving people tier 5s. It sucks. I agree 100%. New players will get screwed. New players will 100% get screwed. They will not be able to get high stat exotic armor. It's going to suck for the folks who want to optimize. I 100% agree. I don't think it's an ideal situation. I wish it was different. I wish the system was out day one, but y'all know me already. As somebody who is solution oriented, I'm looking at it as the reality of the situation. We're here. So, you know, hopefully this exotic system does not take until next year to drop, because then I'm gonna be like, dude, you could have gave people exotic armor for all of that time. Hopefully it's an update that's coming within the Edge of Fate period of the year and not the Renegades period of the year, because that's essentially a year, you know. And at that point, again, you could have just gave people that. Even if you were going to take it away later, you could just gave it to them. Maybe worth adding, one second. But it may be worth adding them to really top tier exotic armor, as in Edge of Fate. You most likely won't be able to add artifice slots to pre Edge of Fate exotics. So now maybe the last window to do that. That's true. Just one further layer of min-max optimization for those that want to squeeze out all the stats they can get. Yeah, no, that's true. That is absolutely true. I don't know, dude. We got to see how it plays out. You know what I mean? We got to see how it plays out. All I could do, the best I could do right now is speculate, but we won't know. We won't know until we got our hands on it in 2 weeks, chat, when Edge of Fate drops. Before I get out of here, chat, I just want to say one more time, appreciate you guys for hanging out. We're gonna end the stream here for the day. We're probably gonna raid out if folks are hanging out and just want to chill for a second while we find somebody to raid out to. But I appreciate you guys, man. Today was really fun, really good conversation, lots of conversation, whole lot of chatting. Next time, I promise we will play the game. I promise we'll play the game. But yeah, today I'm gonna try to chop up some of these clips, post them up. If you missed the stream and you missed the conversation, I'll try to, you know, chop up some for YouTube. We'll have the VODs up, of course. You can always rewatch. But yeah, man, it was good conversation. If you guys have not already entered the giveaway for the Edge of Fate, not the Edge of Fate, for the Year of Prophecy Ultimate Edition, which includes Edge of Fate, Renegades, and all the content for this Year of Destiny, it's the $100 version, essentially. If you haven't already entered the contest, be sure to enter the contest. If you're new in the stream and you're just joining and you don't have enough points to buy tickets, just chill in the stream. Whenever we're live, you will earn points. Make sure you hit that follow button. It gives you enough points to buy your first ticket. And yeah, the giveaway winner will be pulled on the 15th. I've made it fair, so whether you're a new person, veteran person in the stream, everybody can purchase the same maximum amount of tickets, and everybody will earn plenty of points. If you're here in the stream to buy 15 tickets, I've made sure that everybody can earn plenty of points. So as long as you're here, you're vibing, you're earning points, you can buy tickets, enter for a chance to win. If you've already purchased Destiny 2 and you're like, I don't need to enter it. If you don't have the Ultimate Edition, I just enter. You know, what's the harm in it? If you don't really care about the pre-order stuff and you want to take a chance, take a chance. You know, If you want to win it for a friend, enter, win it for a friend, whatever the case is. But if you don't have a copy, you want to enter, the giveaway is going on from now until the 15th when we'll pull the winner, which is Edge of Fate launch day. So I don't think I missed anything else. But yeah, dude, appreciate you guys. Enjoy the rest of your Tuesday. We'll see you all on Friday. I'm going to find somebody to raid, just hang out for a moment, but I will catch you guys next time. Peace.
About it when we break down the stream here in a little bit, but it seems like they went the Pale Heart route of like a bunch of smaller public events and mini secrets and bosses.